to that particular observation. Like, what do you think about that?
The what exactly?
Well, the horizon being observed in orders of magnitude further than is allowed by the claimed geometry of the Earth, the globe Earth.
Well, I do think that globe Earth, like the math of that, relies on having to believe that the Earth itself is a smooth surface, which it is not. It's not a perfect sphere. If it is a globe, if it is a sphere, it's not a perfect sphere. You know?
Right, but you understand that if you were to use the horizon in particular, like what was shown to you, because I'm not on the page, I'm not on there, I'm not in the chat. So what was he shown, Danny Lone? Was he shown the original Black Swan from BMLSB?
That's right. And he, and he picked that the horizon was behind the oil rigs. He did see that, so that was good.
But also, yes,
okay.
And
so,
it's
okay. But so if you were to use that particular horizon, let's say that we give it at least 10 miles, okay, and we try and use that as geometry for geometry purposes. So we draw a line of sight from the observer's eye, right, or the camera's eye, to the extent of the surface that you can see, being the horizon, before it appears to meet the sky, right, and then use Pythagorean theorem to calculate a radius value of the Earth, of a sphere that you're standing on. It would make it something like a 250,000 mile radius. I don't think you're gonna claim that the Earth is that misshapen. Right.
But also the camera's elevated, right? It appears that this is recorded from an elevated spot.
About 1
Nope, it's a 1 foot observer height in the
1
first
foot?
image. It's the second one's a 5 foot. This is all documented.
I'm looking at the GIF, I guess. I'm looking at the GIF. I've been looking at this GIF for like
you're looking at
5
Riley
minutes now.
Criterion GIF at 52 minutes after the hour.
That is it appears from that view that it looks elevated. Like where the position of that camera,
don't look at that. Look at the original one where the. I mean, you can look at that if you want, but this observation has been done over and over and over and over. So the two images we gave you are those. The observer heights are documented there. The first one is 1 foot. The second one's 5 foot. It doesn't matter. At 1 foot, the expected horizon distance would be 1.22 miles. At 5 foot, although I don't even know why. I think they're just being generous in the second one, saying 5 foot when it's actual 1 foot, and the maximum's 2.73, meaning we can even give you some more feet if you want, but it's still way further than it should be. And like T-Dub just explained to you, where that horizon distance is would necessitate, an outrageously huge globe, which is not what's being claimed. So we're debunking this model. It's not even close. It's way, way, way further than the horizon would be expected on this sphere. And we can show you the original video of where this still shot was from. If you're interested in, this person carefully documented their observations, and other people have replicated this over and over. If you cared enough, you could go to California and do it, or you could find a long distance observation closer to you. That's the thing about testable, repeatable, verifiable measurements, is that people can redo the same thing. That's why it's actual evidence that's worthwhile and valuable, unlike NASA's fairy tale sci-fi images from space.
Yep.
I will say I can understand it being a lot very difficult to believe in that when it's not from this perspective. It's hard to not make that connection. I mean, it's easy to say like, oh, this is not what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But
let me help you out a bit. Let me help you out a bit, brother. Before we go on, I don't want to gloss over a point that was missed. You asked a question. So
Okay.
if I could see this and the Earth is flat, why can't I just keep seeing more and more? Interestingly enough, you can. At that location, there are different sightings of the island behind the oil rigs. It's the only island in that vantage point that is within the range that you can see. What I mean by that is the ambient atmosphere actually has what's called an occlusion rate. That means you can't see through it forever. At about 250 to 300 miles, depending on the day, the atmosphere becomes opaque. That's known as the Rayleigh atmosphere extinction coefficient. Okay. So in other words, you can actually see from that location every single landmass that's available to be seen. And by the way, that's even worse because that island is even further out, right? So you shouldn't be seeing this. You shouldn't be seeing the oil rigs in the manner in which they are. You definitely shouldn't be seeing the horizon where it is. And you certainly shouldn't be seeing the island, which is Anacapa Island, if I'm not mistaken. So you ask the question, why can't I see more? The answer is you can. You can see everything that's available to be seen from that location. Superseding the globe geometry, like our friend said, by orders of magnitude, requiring a globe that would be in the hundreds of thousands of mile radius. So I think it's safe to say it's falsified.
But that is because could you see the bottom of that? Is how much of that island can you see?
Why would that matter? You shouldn't see any of it.
Well, if I'm seeing it now, how much am I seeing? Am I not seeing the base? Am I just seeing the top of it?
Well, yeah, okay, but let's say you can see an island that's 100 miles away, and you can't see the very bottom of the island. What does that mean? It means the globe's debunked. No, it means the globe's debunked. Let me explain. Because the rhetoric goes, I can't see the bottom of something because the Earth's a globe, but the Earth's a specific size. So if I can see the island 100 miles away, the radius of the Earth that we're told is debunked immediately. Now you might say, oh, well, what if it's a gianter globe? Well, the problem with that is if you had a 250,000 mile radius globe, then all the sight lines and angles to the celestials, including the sun, would be different. And so the entire heliocentric model would be destroyed. So one road leads to the globe being destroyed. The other road leads to the heliocentric model being destroyed. And together, that just leads to the entire paradigm being destroyed. So no matter which choice you take, your worldview suffers a fatal blow. You can't have it, dude. You cannot have these observations in your worldview. It can't be done.
Are you saying that island itself is not being at least partially covered by some sort of curvature?
Of what? Like I said, if you want to say that, then you have to appeal to a globe that is hundreds of thousands of miles bigger than the globe you've come to know and love as a child. So that would destroy your worldview as it currently is, correct? The answer is yes. Or, right, you can destroy the cosmology. So either way, you've destroyed something that you were told is true. Either the cosmology in which the Earth exists is destroyed, or the Earth's size is destroyed. Either way, your model suffers a fatal blow.
I mean, regardless of the size and mass of the globe, I do think that the globe itself is like, that's the only thing I know is going to be constant in my head. I'm just trying to
Yeah, I know. That's the problem, dude. You're faced with deleterious, destructive arguments and evidence to your worldview. And then you just admitted, and rightly so, and don't get me wrong, I'm not chiding you for this. This is what we've all been trained to do, is to still believe it's a globe, no matter what, to make excuses for the globe, to say, oh, maybe the globe's bigger. Or why can't I see the bottom of an island that I shouldn't see at all? Because you've been taught that the globe is the first truth. You were taught that before you could even talk, most people in the Western world, right? They were shown a globe. They were told by their parents you live on a globe. They were shown space, all of these things, right? Before you even went to kindergarten. And then when you got to kindergarten, they shoved it into your face even harder. They never asked you or presented evidence or, had you ask questions about why this doesn't make sense or doesn't, make sense. Never. That's why you have such a knee-jerk, visceral, instinctual reaction to defend the globe, even though it makes no sense of why you would be doing that.
I mean, I defend it because it makes sense to
Rational.
me.
Go ahead.
It makes
Well,
sense to me.
how does a yeah, okay, fair enough. So how does a 250,000 mile globe make sense in your worldview? How does that make sense?
Because I don't think that objects in space are flat circular objects.
That's irrelevant. That's a non sequitur. That's not logically connected
If
in
I'm
any way,
basing
shape,
it,
or
if
form.
I can base, yes, it is because I can base everything around the universe being very similar. The moon is
Okay, so
very similar to the Earth in the same way that it's floating and going in the
really,
similar direction.
really, how do you know that? When have you observed that?
Because when I see it every day, the
You
moon
see
has
the
not
Earth
gone
floating
away. It
in
has not
you
left us.
no, dude, no. You see the moon do what the moon does. You then changed the sentence to, therefore the Earth does what the moon does. I said, how do you know the Earth is doing what you claim the moon is doing? When did you observe the Earth doing what the moon does? When? I know when. I know when you did. Never.
No, you're right. Never,
Yeah.
because I'm
Yeah,
standing on it.
exactly.
I can't make the assumption
Right.
that it's moving on
Right.
its own based on where I am.
Right.
But I can make the
So
assumption
you
that
told me,
other
dude.
things in the universe
Go ahead.
are similar properties to the Earth. And if they have similar properties,
No.
so they
You're
don't.
you're retro
So no,
engineering backwards, dude. You're going logically
okay.
backwards. You're trying to make similarities from things out there to the Earth, not the other way around. So even in your worldview,
if
just
I'm in a
chill for
crowd of people,
one second, bro,
okay,
1 second. I just want to point this out. In your worldview, if you believe in heliocentric paradigm, the Earth is absolutely unique, unequivocally, absolutely unique among all other things in the cosmos.
yes.
So it's expected that the Earth is unique. So to say that the Earth is different than everything else, I mean, that's just a given. It's just a matter of how different, right?
So far, there's nothing else that has contained life that we know of.
Yeah, there's one Earth, right? We all agree.
There's one
We're
Earth.
on the Earth.
Unless maybe there's
Yeah, we're on the Earth.
another Earth that has aliens. You never know.
Dude, you could speculate till the kingdom come, dude. The problem is that you're making retro-engineered arguments about the nature of the Earth, about speculations about things that are not the Earth. That doesn't even make
Because
sense.
if we're gonna have a conversation like this, you it's like have you ever heard the story about the chained up men in the cave and all they see of their life is shadows? And it takes
Yeah.
one guy. It's like you can't. It's easier
Right.
to have
Let
this
me
conversation
help
if
you
we
out.
are
Let me help
looking
you
at
out,
the
bro.
Earth
Yeah.
from miles
I understand.
away to space.
I understand. So I want to harp on your Plato's cave analogy. What if somebody comes into the cave and just tells you a story about things outside the cave and you believe them?
No. Well, if they were coming out, well,
Yes, you wouldn't know.
well, no, wait,
How
hang
would you
on,
be
hang
able
on.
to tell? How would you know whether he was lying to you or not? How would you possibly know?
I mean, all I can do is trust the fact that he went out there.
There you go, brother. Brother, there you go. Your
So it's
worldview is
trust.
based on trust. Your worldview is based on faith, brother. Thank you for admitting it.
Okay, well, this guy did not come here with the fucking data. But of course, yeah,
What data? What data? Who didn't come with data?
he did not come with data. No.
No, who? Who? I'm asking who.
All right, but also, if I'm
Plato?
in that cave with the shadows, wouldn't it not make sense? After he explains it to me, wouldn't that kind of
It
sink
doesn't
in a
matter
little
whether it
bit?
makes sense, dude. I can make a puppy dog with a shadow with my hand puppet. I can come in and tell you that it's this great big dog that has all these adventures and he's a hero and he wears a cape. And I say, look at the shadow. It looks like a dog. Therefore, I'm correct. My story is correct. And then you believe me. But guess what? It's not true. See, the thing about Plato's cave, my friend, is it shows that until you leave the cave, you cannot validate the person's claims. So you're attempting to get me to look at the shadows and retro-engineer what the Earth is, to look at other things and retro-engineer what the Earth is. The Plato's Cave analogy defeats your claim, not mine. Now, keep in mind, friend, you're talking with me, and I'm happy about that. But I just chimed in to let you know that there was an answer to your question of, can I just keep seeing on? And the answer is yes, you can.
Yeah,
When
sorry,
you're
I
looking
didn't
out,
really-
no worries, no worries. Yeah, no worries. But when you're looking out from that location, your intuition that, well, I should just see more, is correct. You can see everything available to you to see. The Hawaii and the other continent you can't see because they're beyond the atmospheric occlusion rate. But the islands that are within the atmospheric occlusion rate, you can see. There are images of seeing those islands. So your intuition was correct, and it was validated by evidence. And so you said if the Earth was flat, I should just keep seeing. I then told you can keep seeing. The Earth's flat, bro.
So, how would you say about buildings that have a different sunset the higher it is?
Yeah, what does that mean? So
There like what a like
yeah, I understand. Like Burj Khalifa supposedly does that, right?
I think there are like buildings that if you're like high enough, the sunset takes place after a little later.
Sure. So let me ask you this question: if the occlusion rate is at 300 miles, and the angle between you and the sun intersects that occluded atmospheric wall, you won't see the sun. But if you raise up and you change the angle of propagation of you to the light, then you're going to see it. Not only that, but you opened up your available angles. So I wouldn't expect anything different. That if you go higher, you see more. Makes perfect sense to me.
Okay. So where do you think the sun goes? How do you think it goes around the Earth?
What do you mean? Like how does it, like the mechanism that causes it to do it, or the path
No,
it
like
takes?
how do you think in what direction do you think it goes?
Well, the sun goes east to west, as far as I can remember.
It goes east to west.
Yeah,
But
rises in the east
but
and
if
sets in the west, right?
okay. So where does it go after that? Does it just wrap around?
It travels, right? And then it makes a circuit. It comes back, it goes, it comes back, it goes, it comes back.
So it okay, but I'm asking, if you think the Earth is flat, how do you think the sun like how do you think the sun moves around the Earth? Do you think it goes around the Earth, or do you think it circulates around that flatness?
Dude, it might do a figure-8 double helical transmutational loop for all I know. I've never been to the sun, neither has anybody else. Nobody
But we
knows
can
its true
see the
orientation.
direction it's moving, right? We can see it moves one direction.
Well, dude, you can see the apparent image of the sun. I agree.
You see it moves one direction, though. If it was
Well, that
doing a
depends.
figure
Are you
eight, there
talking
would be
about?
different
Are you talking
ways.
about? No, it is doing a figure-8. You never heard of the analemma? No, I'm serious. You never heard of the analemma, dude?
I don't know.
The analemma is a figure-8. The sun traces a figure-8 throughout the year, dude.
Well, okay, yeah, but that's different.
But you have to photograph it throughout the year, right? Because you can't see it from one day to the next.
Obviously, no.
Right. So the sun does all kinds of it does all kinds of periodic shapes in the sky, dude. It's not just going in one direction.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, isn't that with like seasons though and time passing?
Yeah, sure. We live in a dynamic system, right? Where the celestials
Okay,
and the
but
sun and the moon.
over a few days, what would we see though?
I don't know, dude. It depends on what time of year and where you are on the Earth.
But I'm saying like it's fairly consistent. It's a
I'll tell you this,
slow
bro.
change.
Yeah, we know it's consistent. We know it's consistent. Like, for example, 3 weeks ago, and the house I'm working on, the sun's path was on that side of the house. I know this because I could get shade on that side of the house. Now the sun arcs on that side of the house, and I have to get shade on the other side of the house. And that only changed in the period of a couple of weeks. So let me ask this question. If the sun is on that side of the house, and now it's on this side of the house, therefore what? The Earth is a globe? Therefore what? The Earth is flat? No, it has nothing to do with the
No, it doesn't indicate that. No, I agree with you. That's a completely different argument. That's just saying like no, that indicates something else. It indicates that the direction that we view the sun is different over that. But if you believe in the globe theory, then it explains something different. And that's
Yeah, well,
why
guess what, dude? Guess what? I understand you. I understand you, but guess what, dude? Explanations are meaningless without validation. So the explanation in a globe paradigm is that the Earth
so you
being
don't
a
think there's
globe
anything
caused...
there's anything
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Right.
The explanation in the globe paradigm is that these effects are caused by the Earth being a globe. In order for that to be true, the Earth would have to be a globe. And in order to arbitrate whether or not the Earth is a globe, you'd have to measure the thing, right?
Okay. So there's nothing. Okay. I mean, I see your point. There's nothing observable
How could
to
you
us
not?
that you feel like, but you don't think there's anything that feels like a strong indicator, like a good argument for the curved Earth.
Yeah, there's one argument for a curved Earth, dude, and that's demonstrable curvature. That's the only argument. Everything else is an
That's the
explanation
only
about
argument.
phenomena. Yeah, it's the only one that can arbitrate the proposition, dude. So no matter what, measurements is what it takes. Because if you measure look, if you say it's a globe, but we go out and we see flat water everywhere, we shoot lasers over it, it's flat. I mean,
I feel
then
like
it's not
my
a globe.
strongest argument against flat Earth, because I'm not trying to argue unless I had a stronger way to, back this up, because I'm trying
Yeah,
to flesh out my view on it. But the only
I got you. I like
the
it.
only thing that's
Hit me with
really
your strongest, bro.
the thing that like kind of is that I feel like we don't have a reference point for a flat Earth other than observable to this, but we don't have a reference point in space. We can't. There's nothing that we would feel like would be
No,
like
we
a
do.
flat.
We do. No, we do,
What
bro.
is
We do.
what is it?
It's sea level. Sea level is the ubiquitous throughout all of human history, throughout all of antiquity, throughout all of historical literature, the standard for the horizontal orientation of the world in which we live. They're synergized together. It's experienced that way. Everybody understands horizontal and level. Everyone. From the time you're a child. In fact, it's well known in psychological literature that children operate as if the earth is stationary, flat, and level, just like it appears, just like it measures. So yes, we do have a reference point, and that is horizontal. That is what we do. That is how we operate. That is how we know how to stand. That is how we know how to walk. That is how we know how to see. That is why our eyes gyroscopically orient themselves to horizontal. Everything about us is synergized with horizontal. Our biology itself is synergized with horizontal, dude. It's almost like this place and us were designed to be horizontal.
What I'm saying is that
I have a... Go
in
ahead,
the
bro.
observable universe, there's nothing that I can see in space that is like
Yeah, I agree with you.
looks like something that I would
Yep, I
indicate.
agree with you. Yep, bro. You're right. So you just conceded. Let me explain. You just said logically, by necessary consequence, that there's nothing like the Earth. You are correct. There isn't.
That's okay.
You got him. You got him good.
I mean, not necessarily, but yes, in the sense where I'm on Earth and everything else is out there and far away, of course. And this thing is huge, so I can't look at it from that perspective. But at the same time, there's nothing logically to think that anything else would look like this. Would look like that.
Correct,
in
dude.
particular.
Correct. You just hit.
But-
Okay, let me help you out.
Oh,
Let me help you out. Sorry. Let me help you. You just had a Freudian slip, or you said it on purpose. I don't know. But here's what you just said. There is no logical reason that anything else should look like the Earth, or by proxy should inform us about what the Earth looks like. And I agree with you. So now you have
Should look
two
flat.
concessions. You have two
But
concessions.
if you
about
were
logic.
on Mars,
Hold on, friend. Hold on.
Okay.
You have two concessions about logic that demonstrate that your only experience of the local Earth proves to you that it's nothing like anything else. I agree with you. We're gonna be friends, bro. At this rate, dude, you're practically gonna be my best man
I
at
mean,
my wedding.
I do. I mean, I think if anything, if flat earthers, globe earthers, whatever the fuck, if anyone agrees, if they all agree on something, it's that Earth is very unique. It is special, and it's the reason we are here on it right now. And to say that we completely understand the way it works, it'd be a lie. I can't tell you how it works. I mean, you can't tell me how it fully works.
You're right. I can't tell you all this.
We have
You're correct.
reference, but we have reference point, and we have valid reasons to believe the way we do.
No, dude. Listen, non sequitur logic strings are not valid reasons. Everything else that I see, I think is a globe. Therefore, the Earth must be a globe. Is a logical train wreck. It doesn't follow, and it's probably
I'm
incoherent.
not saying that I can see the globe. I can't obviously see it as a globe, but if I see
No,
other
it's not
things
about
around
that.
our globe,
No. That's not logical, dude. There's no logical necessity that other things that aren't the Earth, being whatever they are, tells you what the Earth is. You cannot square that circle, bro.
Yeah, and if I
but
may,
then
right,
what reference point do I have to assume what the Earth could look like?
being on the Earth, so because it's analogous to you walking into a forest, being surrounded by trees, and thinking everything else I see here is a tree. Maybe I'm a tree, right? Now you could follow that logic train, right, and go, but then I have to compare. So I compare the trees. What do they look like? Right, and then look at you and go, this is what I look like. That's what they look like. There is no similar. There isn't much similar.
But that would make sense if I didn't have a reference point for what a human was,
So
as
that's
well as
what
what
we
a tree is.
we can do the same with the logic train, following that logic train of looking out into the cosmos and saying everything else out there appears this certain shape, right? Maybe I'm on something that's of a similar shape. So then you start looking for those similarities. So you look at that thing in the sky, it looks like a disc. You could conclude that it's possibly a sphere, which would dictate that that surface has curvature. So then we look for curvature on the surface that we're on. And if it doesn't display or measure to have any, or even like observe, measure, to have any, then it's not that.
I wouldn't say it's not that. I just wouldn't say that you would need better claims to say that. Because to say, oh, I agree. I'm not here to try to convince you the Earth is a globe. Yeah, unless I knew how to. I feel like it would be very. I'm just trying to understand your point of view because I feel like it'd be very hard to argue with someone whose mindset on flat Earth theory, unless I had a drone, unless I had access to a way to view the Earth from a different perspective, from a different point of view.
What
not a drone,
dude? What? Yeah,
I don't know.
dude.
A drone from the year 2050.
Let me help you out. Friend. Let me put it into perspective for
Satellite, realistically.
I just want to ask a question, and I'm gonna answer the question. You don't have to answer. I'm gonna provide the answer, but I'm gonna pause for dramatic effect. So, how many people in the history of mankind have allegedly been to a place where they could turn around and see the Earth in its totality? Okay. The answer is about 20. And they're all supposedly the Apollo mission astronauts. Those are the only people who have firsthand knowledge, allegedly, of what the Earth could or could not be from the vantage point in which they could see it. Everybody else has never been far enough away from the Earth to be able to see the whole Earth. It's that simple. And that's just a claim. I'm not even saying they did or didn't do it. I'm just saying there's about 20 people that claim they have been far enough away.
Right.
Everybody else has not been far enough away. In fact, the ISS can only see about 3% of the surface territory of the Earth. So people that allegedly go to the ISS, right, and allegedly see the Earth and say, oh, it's a globe, they don't even have sufficient information to be able to tell you that. The only people that do are the Apollo dudes. And if I remember correctly, there's only like 3 of them left alive, dude. And guess what? None of them have ever sworn testimony that what they said they saw was true. In fact, when they were asked to swear on the Bible, they punched the dude in the face. So there's no like corroborated testimony or actual skin in the game testimony from any of these dudes.
Right. I mean, I think if I was in that position of Buzz Aldrin, I'd say, like, who do I got to prove?
Yeah, well, he didn't say that.
Yeah, that's what people usually say when they're telling the truth. Yeah, and they don't feel defensive. But when they're liars and they feel defensive, yeah, they might punch somebody in the face. Absolutely.
Probably. It was also his, like, livelihood.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but guess what, brother? It wasn't in a vacuum that somebody just came up and asked him that, dude. It was guys that were on the auspices of a publication known as A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, where the director of that documentary had footage of the astronauts in a capsule doing what blatantly, obviously appeared to be faking the photos from space that they took of the alleged Earth as a quote-unquote ball. Okay, very interesting that he had that footage of them doing what looks like faking a photo.
I mentioned that earlier. I think it was with this guy. Also, I might add, right, you said livelihood. That's interesting because Buzz Aldrin in an interview said that he got paid basically nickels and dimes for going to the moon. Right? He didn't get anything beyond his just expected pension from being in the military or being in the service, right? And that any other money that he made off that is of his own bat. So he has to arrange interviews, write books, etc., get them published, all that sort of stuff. So it's not really his livelihood. I would say it's more like his legacy that was being offended and challenged. Right?
Well, let me ask you this question too. This is another point that a lot of people have missed because it's not really that common knowledge when it comes to this. Is that if your son was going to the moon and you were his mother, right? Because we know, like, you know that trope about Asian moms, how they always try to one up each other. Say, my son works for NASA. Oh yeah, well my son invented the cure for AIDS. Oh yeah, well my son went to the moon. Don't you think she would be proud of her son going to the moon? Like, what an accomplishment. My son is going to the moon. Well, guess what? She wasn't. She supposedly killed herself in grief and anxiety over the fact that her son was about to be famous. Does that even make sense? Also, we have another alleged astronaut called Gus Grissom who said, we can't go to the moon, bro. We don't even have the technology to talk to each other on Earth, let alone from here to the moon. That ain't happening. He died in mysterious circumstances. And guess what? Bart Cabral got that evidence from his wife, paid, and he published it. And it was like they changed the test capsule, right? And they made it so that basically he couldn't get out. And then they supposedly ignited the thing on fire and he died because he was a whistleblower. So yeah, there's all kinds of scandal attached to this stuff. But let me tell you what's certainly not attached to it. And that's any demonstrable proof that they actually did what they say they did. And definitely no testimony.
Yeah, he was totally murdered, and his family fought for years to find the proof to show that that he was latched in from the outside. He couldn't get out when the capsule caught on fire, and it was being there was a pure oxygen environment, which it never should have been. The government agents swarmed his house, took all his documents because he was a whistleblower. Because he was in the first days of NASA, they actually used to hire like serious military guys that knew what they were talking about. Yeah, he didn't want to be part of a fraud. So they murdered him, burned him alive, along with his 2 associates there. And, people after that maybe thought twice about speaking the truth.
Well, yeah, and then, the other guy got uppity. He was like, you know what? I can't take this. I was totally going to lie, but they killed Gus. I'm telling. So guess what they did to him? They killed his mom. And you know what's funny? Is when the guys came back from the moon missions, and you look at them, supposedly the greatest thing to happen to humanity since the resurrection of Jesus, right? And guess what? They look like the most miserable pieces of garbage you ever saw. They look like somebody just shot their mom. Oh, wait a minute. They did.
Yeah, I've got the article for you. I'll post it in chat. The family sued. Multiple investigations followed. Several design flaws, including a pure oxygen atmosphere inside the cabin, and the hatch door was difficult to open, preventing the crew from escaping.
And it wasn't just that they designed the capsule poorly, friend. It was that they altered the design of the capsule prior to this test intentionally so that Gus would be trapped inside and die. They reversed the way the door swings. So instead of swinging out for you to easily escape, it swings in. So it's like a cluster screw when you're trying to escape. All kinds of things, dude. Like, there's so much scandal attached to this. But then again, what does it matter? Because whether they claim to have done this or that, or they claim to have gone to the moon or not, it doesn't change the fact that we're standing on the Earth. We can measure the Earth directly. Sea level is sea level. And when you measure water, it's flat. And if the entire surface of the water obeys the same physics, which it's assumed to do and known to do, then that means the Earth's flat. It's really as simple as that.
Wait, hold on. Repeat that last part. View.
Yeah. Sea level is the standard for level, right? 70% of the known territory is covered in water. If you measure the water and it's flat, then you can extrapolate that physics over the entire 70% of the surface. That means the Earth's flat. It's that simple.
It's based on leveled land, though. That's a paradox because the sea level is part of the Earth.
What?
The
No,
sea
that's
level
not how
is the
they do it.
Earth. It is part of the
Yeah,
water is part of the Earth.
Right. Yeah. So sea level is a liquid, right? It's based on a
It's
liquid.
a liquid, but it's also Earth. It's also part of Earth.
Right,
It's
which is
there.
my
It
argument.
goes.
That's my argument, friend. So the physics of water, we know that according to Pascal's principle in hydrostatic equilibrium and common sense, that the surface of water is flat and level. In fact, friend, it's been the gold standard for the definition of level since the history of humanity. Okay? So if you measure water and it's not curving, then you can extrapolate a uncurved level across 70% of the Earth. Like you said, it's part of the Earth. Therefore, 70% of the Earth is level and flat, regardless of topography of the land, which is measured from sea level to the tip of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, 13-mile differential, dude. So a 13-mile differential over 192 million square miles of level water being 70% of that means that the entire surface relative to sea level is between two horizontal planes from the tip of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. That means it's flat, dude. In fact, it's very, very, very flat.
How can you prove that, though?
It's simple. You just go out and measure water, demonstrate it's flat, and then extrapolate the rest.
But how do I know the Earth is in curve?
I can tell you how you can do that. You go to a big lake, use a telescope horizontally, and try to find curvature. How about this lake? the largest one at the South America continent. No curvature found, like almost 70 miles away.
Okay.
You can go in July, it's the driest month of the year. Good weather conditions to do observations.
Okay, but for as far as I know, the waters that are resting are just going along with this planet.
I
What
debunked
planet?
gravity holding water down, remember?
Okay, what do
Yeah,
you
that's
think
fine.
gravity is? I really
fine,
want to
dude,
know what you
dude.
think gravity is.
Listen, I concede with you. I concede with you that the surface of water is oriented as the same as the surface of the Earth. Now, how do we know that orientation? It's very simple. It's called horizontal, right? And if you are trying to level something and you're making it a variance between two parallel planes, and that tolerance is 192 million square miles versus 13 miles, okay, and the orientation of the water is horizontal, that can be demonstrated by measuring the water and showing that it's flat. And water is literally the standard of horizontal. Water is horizontal at the surface. That's known. That's a fact. That's unequivocal. That's definitional. Can't be argued. So you go and measure it, you demonstrate the water's flat, you extrapolate the physics out across the surface, you end up with a flat surface, oriented horizontally between two parallel planes.
My brain's hurting me.
How can that's in this with like it was a telescope. It was 4.2 feet from water level. If you make the counts, it's 2890 feet of missing curved.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Edgelord said his brain's hurting. Like, we've been putting a lot of information in here. Hopefully, you've saved some of these links and stuff
I mean,
so you
I'm
can look
trying to
over them. But yeah, I
definitely
got you.
trying to understand this. I'm not just here to like argue about it because I don't understand enough about flat
Yeah.
like Earth theory. I'm really curious to understand
brother.
it before I have any
I'll help you understand.
judgment
Yep,
on
I'll help
it.
you. I'll help you out, brother. So you're having a hard time understanding that water is flat and level, and that if water is flat and level, then the entire Earth's flat and level. So here, let me help you out. So when I go to a foundational site that I'm going to build a building on, okay, so what's the first thing I got to do? Survey it, right? What's the second thing I got to do? Decide my height level. What's the third thing I got to do? Level the terrain to level, right? So I want the house to be 3 feet above the road. So I survey and I find out this hill is 5 feet high. And then there's a little ditch that's 2 feet below that. So I need to add dirt here and take away dirt there. And then I just keep making the dirt level until it's level. Now, if I'm going to pour cement in there, right? Cement is just going to flow out, right? And it's just going to kind of fall down into a square in my form. And it's going to reach a height and then it's going to stop. And that height that it reaches, if I put a string line around it, it's going to be level. And then if I take water and I fill on top of the cement, the trough of water that I put on top of the cement, that will be level. Okay, so I want to submit to you, friend, that you know what level means. You know what horizontal means. You know this for a fact. If somebody tells you, can you level that picture, you don't go over to it and put it crooked. You put it naturally horizontal. You know what these words mean. You know how this is. You know this is reality.
I mean, I understand that perspective. I mean, I understand that. It feels like that. It feels like common sense. On that level, it feels like common sense. Of course, you know what
Absolutely.
horizontal is. Of course, it is level.
Yeah, perfect.
But
So now scale it
I
up.
don't.
Scale it up from out. Hold on, friend. Scale it up from outside my job site. When does level not become level? When does horizontal not become horizontal? Everywhere I've ever gone, friend, it's always been horizontal. Everywhere I have ever gone, it's always been level. There's never been a difference. So can you tell me when it stops being that and it becomes something else?
Well, the Earth is not a perfect surface, so it would not assume to be like.
Yeah. So if you're that's a claim, but that's not what I asked. What I asked is when does that change?
When does it?
Or
When
where?
do you start
Yeah,
to see?
when or where does horizontal change?
If you're like high up.
Right, so if I'm working on the 100th floor of a skyscraper, all of a sudden I don't have to make the floors level? I have to tilt them or something? Is that what you're trying to say?
But I'm saying if you're high up, I'm gonna say I would assume that the horizon is farther.
Okay, so if you're high up, the distance to you seeing the horizon, which is horizontal, which we've already been asking the question, right? So you're just seeing horizontal from a different vantage point. So how does that change what horizontal is by nature?
It feels like I feel like I'm like a two-dimensional creature is trying to describe to me what a circle looks like, because you're not going to see it from that perspective. It's that it's like the more like if you were to
I don't care,
extend
dude. I don't
far
care
enough,
I asked you
like
when.
okay, let's
When
say
does it
you were
change?
on, but let's say you were on like Mars, which is not as
No,
big as Earth.
no, dude. No. You're not going to be allowed to go anywhere but the Earth. I asked you. Everywhere I go, horizontal is horizontal and level is level. I've never been on a job site where it was otherwise. I've never built a building where it was otherwise. So I'm asking you, on the Earth, when does horizontal stop being horizontal?
It never does,
Right,
realistically speaking.
right, correct. And the standard of horizontal is the surface of water meeting the sky. The surface of water, right, the highest surface of water that's all over the Earth meets the sky. That mean line is called sea level. And that sea level is horizontal by definition. And if you can measure water and demonstrate that it's not curving, then that means that there's no curve to the whole surface of water. And so that
I,
means that all the Earth is measured off of a horizontal mean line to the tip of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, dude. And if you draw that out, you'll see that that only equals one thing, and that's flat.
I'm sorry. Wait, the Mariana Trench and what?
Yeah, the Marianas Trench is supposedly the deepest part of the surface of the Earth, and Everest is supposedly the tallest part of the surface of the Earth. Both measured from sea level. They have a 13-mile swing from tip to trough. So the highest tip to the bottom of the trench in the ocean is 13 miles.
Okay. What does that
Right?
tell
So if
me?
you have, well, let me put it to you in perspective. So if you build things out of metal, especially fabricating, you'll buy what's called a surface plate. And a surface plate is an engineered piece of granite, usually, that is designed to be very flat on the surface. And so it has a tolerance on the surface. Now, if you look at it through a microscope, you can see microscopic crags and stuff. But it's actually flat out to like the fourth or fifth decimal place, depending on the quality and the amount of money you're willing to spend. Right? So it's like 0.00045, I think, or 54 on the Starrett surface plates that they sell. They're like $8,000 for a piece of this granite, dude. Super flat. So if you imagine the Earth being one of these surface plates, the Earth would be one decimal place less flat than a Starrett surface plate, than an engineered flat surface. Because 192 million square miles and a 13-mile differential on the surface, all off the horizontal sea level, is a very, very flat surface. Not quite as flat as a surface plate engineered by Starrett, but rest assured, still very, very flat.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, perfect. I guess. But
Right,
like,
but guess what? I agree with you. It's not perfect, and that's why the definition of flat that we use in humanity, not in idealistic geometry, is the surface tolerance is between two parallel planes where the extent of the width is much greater than the extent of the height. That is the mechanical functional definition of flat, and the Earth fits that definition.
you can go deeper. What if you went deeper than Mariana Trench?
No. One more time, bro. Follow me. Surface.
The surface.
Yeah, so for example, a surface plate that you buy from Starrett could be 2 inches thick, it could be 10 inches thick. The thickness of it is not really relevant to the surface that you're going to be measuring your metal against. So you could buy a 10-inch thick surface plate, but it's still going to be 0.00054 flat, the same as a 1-inch thick surface plate. Because it's about the surface, not about the depth of the whole structure. You see what I mean?
Okay. But that's, yeah, I guess. But if nothing is perfectly flat, let's say you have something that's not perfectly flat and it just keeps going for a long period of time, what do you think is going to happen?
What?
I don't even know what that means, bro. Keeps going. You got to define it. Define it a little.
Let's say you have a line. Like, let's say you're drawing a magical line and it's not a straight line, but you're like, I want it to keep going. It'll probably change. It'll escalately, like, I'm just,
Yeah, let me
I
ask you a
don't
question.
know.
Yeah, bro.
You
Let me
guys
ask you a
ruined
question.
him. Yeah, you ruined him.
You've broken my brain because I can't
All right,
even
let me
argue
help you out,
gravity.
bro. Let me help
I
you out.
cannot
Let me
argue
help you out.
gravity because none of you
Yeah,
don't
we
believe
know.
it.
No, what?
Doesn't matter, dude. Gravity proves the Earth flat anyway, so who cares? Anyway, what I'm trying to point out to you, dude.
How?
Just listen for a second, dude. We already took gravity off the table. Let's just not talk about it. What I want to talk about to you is if you take water and you tilt it, what happens? It flows, correct? It flows to the lesser equilibrium point. So we know that you can't have a line of water that is going up and going down unless it's a wave. You follow?
Okay.
So there is no slightly flat line of water that ends up curving at one end. That doesn't even make sense.
It's not that. But if you believe in what I believe, in my perspective, everything
Your face.
in
Hold
the
on, Frank. Your
universe.
face.
Hang on.
Yeah, hold on. Let's be clear.
Hang on.
In your face. I don't want to discredit your face. So in your face, I agree with you. In your face, you're correct.
All right, whatever you want to call it. It is. Our things want to settle, right? Everything wants to settle. Water wants to settle. In this universe, things want to settle.
Okay.
And that's like if you were to have a giant ball of and just pour water on this ball in space, that water is going to want to settle.
Where did
No
the
matter
ball
how
come
big
from?
that ball is, it's going to
I
want.
debunked your water ball in the vacuum of space about an hour ago. You keep forgetting that, or you're
Yeah, but that's
resetting or
different. That
something.
is different. That's different.
It's not different.
I'm not talking about just a random asteroid. I'm talking about something that has
I'm
pressurized
talking
like
about
Earth.
Earth
No.
is debunked in outer
Like something
space.
with an atmosphere.
All right, don't get too hectic, friends. But don't get too hectic. How about we stop talking about stories and we actually talk about reality? So when I take a ball and I pour water on it, it flows off the sides. Now, if I take a ball that has a hole in it on the top, like what is those balls? Bowling. The bowling balls have a finger hole. Now, if I orient the finger hole to the top of the ball and I pour water into it, guess what happens? It fills the hole, and the surface of the water reaches equilibrium, horizontally arranged and flat. So thank you for proving the Earth is flat. You are correct. If you pour water on a ball, it proves the Earth is flat. Good job.
Okay. All right. Let me.
No, friends, don't sound exasperated, bro. Please. What I just did there is I went to demonstrable reality, not stories. So I would like you to come back with demonstrable reality, not a story. Would that be fair?
I mean,
Yeah.
does water not? I mean, water's just gonna want to fill every vacuum, I guess. Not vacuum, but every vase,
Okay.
every cup. Doesn't matter what the size or shape is.
Water takes the shape of its container and will be
Yes.
level upon the surface. If
Yes.
the surface is open. Yep.
Yep, and air pressure holds the water down. Remember, you learned this about an hour ago?
Mm-hmm.
So the water on the surface is level.
It's leveled relative to this planet, yes.
Relative to, no, it's level, which means horizontal. The surface of the water is orientated horizontally, perpendicular to vertical.
Okay, but that's visual.
No, that's measured. That's what we use it for. That's what it is. Horizontal is gained from the surface of the earth. To be level with the world is to be parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, I got a problem. Did you just say that water level is visual, dude? So when I use a water level to level a house, I'm just doing a visual thing. I'm not actually leveling it. How does that even make sense, bro?
Okay, you know what those like? Okay, what about the Are you talking about like you use like one of those bubble things, right?
No, that's a spirit level. A water level is when you use actual water, either in a trough or in a tube, because both ends of the end of the tube, when they're held up, are going to reach equilibrium and be at the same
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
level.
about.
Right. So
What
a
do you
bubble
what do
level.
you think? What do
Hold
you
on.
think?
A bubble level. Hold on. Real quick. A bubble level demonstrates level. A water level demonstrates level, and a water trough used for leveling demonstrates level. So water is level, bro. It's definitional.
This is like I don't know.
Basic plumbing. This is what this is. Basic plumbing, the flow of
Basic
water.
plumbing. Yeah, the
Yeah, the
flow
flow
of
of
water
water.
goes. Okay, if you believe what I believe, the flow of water goes along with the gravitational pull of this planet.
No, that's you inserting a story when observing the phenomena of water flowing from high level to
Okay,
lower
but
level.
I
Like from one
feel
river
like
at
there's
altitude down a river to the sea.
Oh yeah. No worries though. No worries, Jedi. Check this out. Watch this. Friend, I agree with you. In your worldview, you're correct. Now, how are you going to prove it to me? Simple. Go out, measure some curved water, bring it back to us, and show us. Now, the problem is you can't do that. We can go out and measure flat water. Then we can extrapolate the physics that you claimed, that gravity and water and the orientation of water is linked to gravity. And so if that's true, then that means that when I measure the water flat, there can only be one conclusion, that gravity operates in a manner which causes water to be flat. Therefore, gravity proves the earth is flat, because when you measure water, it's flat. And based on everything I already said, you now know the answer to the question of why gravity proves the earth is flat. Now you know.
but that I don't think that.
Hey, listen, friend, you told
How do
me
you
that
explain
gravity
that
makes
further?
water.
How do
Hold
you
on,
explain
brother.
that
Brother,
further?
no, just
Because
follow
that
this
is
logic.
observational.
You hold on, brother. You told me gravity is what causes the water to be the shape it is. When you go out and measure water, it's flat. Therefore, according to you, gravity is causing the water to be flat. If that's true, then according to you and your claim, gravity proves the earth is flat. That's your claim, not mine, bro.
Do you believe in gravity?
What do you mean by gravity, dude?
Do you think things fall?
Okay, if you say gravity means things fall, then
I'm not
by
saying
ipso
gravity
facto,
means
if
things
that's what.
fall. But I feel like you don't believe that things fall for the same reason
Things
the
fall.
scientists believe things fall.
Oh, there you go. So now you've parsed it out into two different categories. Let me explain. At first, you said things fall. Then you said the reason why things fall. That's the difference. Everybody knows things fall, dude.
Okay, why do you think things fall?
Coherence. Because things not falling would be retarded. And this world is designed to be enjoyed by rational minds, created by a rational mind, and a retarded world wouldn't make sense. Therefore, the will of the creator of this world is the reason why he ordered the world in the manner in which it did. So the reason is intelligibility of the world we live in.
You just mentioned the creator as if that's a further explanation, like an observational reason?
No, it's called intention. Things that have intention, dude, right, have reasons that are intended.
But I don't know that this thing has intention to exist.
What do you mean, dude? It's self-evident. But that's neither here nor there.
I don't know it has a reason to exist. Is that what you're saying? I feel like you worded
that's
that
the
in
question,
such a
dude.
way that was...
No,
I feel like
dude.
you've
No,
been wording things in
friend.
such a
Hold on a
way-
second. Hold on, brother. That's the question you asked me. If you want to ask me a different question, what am I supposed to do? Yes? Why don't you try asking me the question you actually want to know instead of me guessing what it is?
So you believe
I
that
think
this world was created?
No, dude, it's self-evident that it's created. I don't have to believe it.
Okay.
But what does that have to do with the point at hand? The point at hand is
How can you
you
prove
think
that?
you know. Hold on, friend. You
No.
think you know the cause of gravity. You think the cause of gravity is a giant ball. That's your claim. You think giant ball caused gravity.
No,
That's what
I
you
didn't say. It's
Okay.
not ball.
Okay.
The answer isn't ball.
Oh,
It's mass.
okay. It's not ball. Okay, so a flat Earth mass causes gravity. Okay, then what?
It builds upon itself. And I don't know. Like, what do you mean?
I don't know, dude. You told me that gravity causes the water to take the shape it does. We already told you that water measures flat. So if gravity is doing any of these things, then and you say mass is the cause, then mass causes the Earth to be flat.
Well, the more mass an object has, the more gravity it has.
Right. So
Everything
the more
has
mass
gravity.
the Earth has, right. So the more mass the Earth has, the flatter it is. That must be why all the water's flat. Makes perfect sense to me.
He reset.
everything.
You reset, dude. Yeah, you reset. You're back to gravity makes things flat. And
Yeah, but
helping
everything
him
has a
out.
gravitational pull. It's been measured.
No,
No, it has not been measured.
no.
So I don't have gravity. I don't have a gravitational
So you
pull.
can just forget about gravity. Think about something else. Think maybe there's invisible elves holding you down since you want to float away so bad. But it isn't some magical strings from the center of Earth pulling and tugging on you.
No, it exists because it had a reason to exist. It exists because it insists upon itself to exist. Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
What?
You're saying it was created.
Yeah, this place was created. Air pressure proves that. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. Not like... I don't know what you're talking about. I want to know why you believe things fall on its own.
Okay, can you
I feel like
explain?
there's no basis
How about you explain why eagles go up?
Because they have
Nobody said they
wings?
fall. Nobody said they just fall for no reason, dude. Who said that?
Then what causes them to fall? What causes the
this out.
action
Helium
to fall?
balloons to fall.
Yeah, check this out, friend. What if it's the case that none of us actually know the cause, including you? Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah, but that's
What if
not an answer.
none of
for
us?
me.
What if?
That's-
Hold on a second. What if nobody knows the cause? What if alleged scientists who claim they know the cause actually don't know the cause because they don't have any experimental validation for their causal claim? What if it's
that's where
actually
we
the
disagree.
case? What if? No. I'm saying, what if it's actually the case that nobody can actually tell you what the cause is? What if that's the truth? Would that be a plausibility?
I wouldn't. If everyone's freaking wrong, sure. Everyone could be wrong and no one could have the right answer for me, but then that just gives me reason to find my own answer.
Well, how would you find your answer? What method would you use? Is there any kind of like methods that humans have used for these types of questions?
I mean, that's what we. I mean, if you believe what I believe, yeah, we have the tools to measure why things fall.
No, methods. No methods. No, there's no tool to measure why things fall, dude. There's no why tool. There's no tool that exists that's called the why tool, bro.
Obviously
It, like,
not.
points
No,
to-
you can't
it
figure
points
out
to a
why.
tiny
There's no
elf. It
way.
point-
But
The
you
tool
can find
points
out
to a
how.
tiny elf. Yeah, it points to a tiny elf, and he's got a little string, like you are a helium balloon to the tiny elf, and he's holding on to you. That would be the why.
Now, why is now check this out? Radwin's hold on, friend. Radwin's claim is just as valid because the only thing Radwin could do at that point, if he followed your logic, is just measure the speed at which the tiny elf is pulling the thing, right? And then
He
say,
generally
"Oh, the
pulls
tiny
it.
elf is pulling it." Yeah, go ahead.
He pulls them roughly at the same speed. It fluctuates here and there, but he's an elf. Give him a break.
Yeah. What if he didn't wake up on time that day and he's like groggy and he just pulls it a little faster today?
So my explanation is perfectly logical. It's as logical as mass attracts mass and just pulls shit
understand
together
that.
by magic.
I mean, I understand that, but that for me, that is not a. For me, flat Earth theory is not a satisfying answer.
What?
Flat
I
Earth
don't know.
isn't a theory; it's a measurement. We went over this about I don't know
It's a measurement. It's a measurement, but you can't.
times.
But you can't.
Two or
You can't tell me that
300
the
times
entire planet is this. It just works like that. That the
So what?
entire
So-
thing works like that.
Space is
You
fake.
can
It's not
see
a
it, you can
planet.
observe it. No, I mean, I'm not going to discredit the fact that you can observe it from where you're at. But to
Wait a
say that
second.
it does, that you can't
Wait a
see it
second.
from
You
how
have a
far it
radius,
extends.
right? You have a
What?
radius of your ball Earth. You know that value, the number of your radius? 3959. I just debunk you that in the Black Swan you can see at least the horizon is 10 miles. If you count, just 10 miles. Okay?
Yeah,
You know what that
he
means?
didn't want to do the math. We went over the math with him. He didn't like that part.
Yeah, but let me finish. So you know what that means? I just post the math. It means that the radius is 67 times larger. We did debunk you already a long time ago. Okay?
I
No
mean,
cut,
that's
no ball.
fine.
Your
I'm not
radius-
here to. I'm
Your
not here to.
radius cannot be 67 times larger. Okay? It's finished.
True. I think what we need to do, friends, is this kid.
I'm not
this kid
trying to
is-
win this. Honestly,
I
here's
know,
my
bro.
thing. I'm not trying to win this argument. I'm really just trying to understand it, and that's why I'm trying to say like, well, I disagree because of this. Because I really
You're fighting against understanding it. Actually, you are fighting
I am.
everything to not
mean-
understand it. You're trying to not understand it.
I mean, I'm
Everything in the
puzzled
world
by things
possible.
because I don't understand.
You're puzzled by
where they're coming
reality.
from.
You're puzzled by everyday reality. What you walk through every day is now puzzling to you. Water being flat is a puzzle. It was
Why
never a
is it
puzzle
flat?
before, but now it's a puzzle.
Yeah, because you know what I heard you
Yeah, because
say.
your worldview is very different from mine.
No,
People
no.
will-
Well, it's not actually. We experienced the same thing, right? But what I heard you say a moment ago was that you said that flat Earth theory is just
T Dub, you got charged
mic-
headphones or
mic-
something that's just dying on you.
Sorry, man. So I'll mute up. It's all good.
It's really bad.
Yeah, Edgelord, we get it that this is challenging your worldview and you've been a very good sport. So I think it's cool. Yeah. You just,
Yeah.
And perhaps before you came in here, perhaps you didn't realize that there was quite a bit of substance to this argument debunking the globe. And so I'm glad that you're willing to examine the evidence and hopefully you keep doing that.
I'm willing to understand it. I will read this, but I do have to, I will read about the math stuff. Not trying to
You might
Yeah.
want to stay away from the math because that's a dead giveaway. You won't be able to work that out, and that'll make you sit in a corner and rock back and forth. So you might want to just deal with flat and level water, just easy stuff.
You know, and maybe I'll come up with an equation that debunks it.
You won't.
But
you
until
won't.
then,
I did post
yeah,
it. You
maybe
didn't
not.
pay attention. I did post it. I'm going to post it again from University of Washington, Department of Mathematics. Distance to the horizon. That's your formula. You go do observations and try to work it.
What were your plans for tomorrow? Because you're not going to get any sleep tonight.
This isn't something that's. Trust me, this isn't something that's gonna keep me up.
Yeah, I've done this 1,000 times at least. Just this speech.
Yeah, so what Miguel has posted there, that's the
You've
math
made
that
it.
we've been talking
Yes.
about there, about the horizon and so on. What were you going
I'm
to
reading
say?
it. I was gonna say you've definitely challenged my view of how I would argue this conversation, because I've not been trying to strongly argue it. Of course, I feel like that's clear, but like I feel, yeah, like you said, there is a lot of substance I do not understand about it, because I don't know.
No, you understand everything. You're just trying to figure out a way not to understand it. And I'm correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Am I
can
coming
believe
through
to be
any better?
correct.
Mic
Yeah,
check?
you sound better. You sound better, T-Deb. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, because earlier you said that for you the flat Earth theory it just isn't a good enough explanation, right? And I was thinking to myself, okay, to me that sounds like what you're saying is the idea that the Earth is flat is not a good enough explanation for the reason it observes and measures to be flat, which is just nonsensical to me. Like you really need to think about like what you're saying.
But it's not perfect flatness. If I view it, it doesn't observe to be perfect flatness because of the terrain, because of the sea level. The sea level is constantly changing.
Yeah,
No,
we have
it's
valleys,
the
we have
same
mountains.
from last 100 years. It hasn't changed. It's just an average.
What?
0 is the average of the high tides and low tides, etc. It's just an average number, but it's the same 0. The 0 never changes. Doesn't go down 2 more feet because the water's evaporating into the ozone and flying into outer space, and the sun's heating up everything. Nope, that's all false lies and drama.
So it doesn't. There's no high tide. So what is like high tide and low tide
No.
then? How does that affect? How does
Yeah,
that
long
occur?
period waves. They're big waves, long
But how do
period
they
waves.
occur?
Air pressure,
Actually, I can
hot
say
and cold pressure pressing down on water.
I can say a new thing from University
day.
of Southampton. Sorry, I
How
cannot
would
say
you
it.
say to
They
people
did
that?
found chambers. Okay, on the ground there's chambers, and there's a mix of salt water and sweet water. So yeah, there's a lot of
That
going on
too.
with tides.
That too.
There are zones that you don't have tides. They call it tidal modes.
And you know how you know that that's pressure pressing down on the water? Because when I remove the pressure from the top of the water turned into gas. If I add pressure, the water will move around. If I can add more. If I had a huge tank and I blew air down on one side of the tank of water, it would go down and the other side would make a wave, wouldn't it?
Uh,
Oh.
there's even wind. I'm gonna post it. Lake Erie. They call it shake. I don't know how to say it. I did post it.
Yeah, I live on Lake Erie. That's when it gets really windy, we see all kinds of crazy shit on the lake.
Exactly. I even saw a video. Some winds.
So if you go from where the E is in Lake Erie and go down by the blue well, no, not even that far. Probably where the white line crosses straight down from the E. That's about where my house is at. I can see that lake basically with my drone if I go up high enough.
The other day, we were talking at our main server with Corvo. In English, it's Crown. He's a Portuguese. He's living on Panama. AI was there too. He's a flat earth Portuguese guy living at Panama.
So yeah, you it's a dynamic system. I mean, you've got temperature and fluctuation stuff happening within the ocean waters, right?
Yes, I did
And it's
post.
driving movement of the waters, currents, right, and eddies. So there's other reasons which explain why water can dynamically move around and seem, the way it does.
Even air,
Kingsley, you're hot marking. Kingsley, can you hear us?
Yeah, wind is a primary reason why surface currents occur. So, yeah.
even I did post it. Eagles, they if they want to get more high altitude, they go to this let's say between quotes thermal updrafts, these columns. So as the hot air is rising up, and at the same time there's cold air coming down, but they use these thermal updrafts to go up, just flattening the winds, and that's it. They go up, no gravity, pulling down.
Did you have any other questions for us, Edgelord? What are your thoughts?
I'm just trying to analyze it.
Sure. Analyzing is good. We're in favor of that.
What do you think black holes are?
It's pseudoscience. They never took a sample to test it, so it's pseudoscience. Another fairy tale story. You can see it's CGI animation on television. It's CGI animation, and they're doing assumptions on top of assumptions.
Oh yeah, I don't think it looks like that.
Yeah, you see, yeah.
I don't think it
when
looks
you
like
when you saw a black hole, it was on television, CGI animation. Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah,
you saw animation.
There are also pictures of
pictures.
Data.
Yeah, did they took a sample and to test it? No, so they are doing just assumptions.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's just assumptions.
Yes, I did met a physics guy. It was 25 years ago. Okay, And the guy said, even talking about the sun, they have wrong assumptions about even what is the sun. So, and that guy, 25 years ago, I was a Glober, and he did said, they found a barrier, and it makes sense. How can you have gas pressure without a container? That's it.
Yeah, some of these other questions about the fantasy realm of outer space. It's not just flat earthers questioning that. There's a lot of so-called mainstream scientists who notice that these people are not using the scientific method. They're not making verifiable observations. They're just kind of wildly speculating.
What about
There's a
the sun? Do you have a different view on why it burns? Or
It's irrelevant. Why making assumptions? Why making assumptions? If you want to test what is the sun, you have to have a sample to test it. So what's the point of making assumptions?
Yeah, let me hit you
to
real
predict
quick,
what could happen
Yeah,
to
cool.
it? I don't know.
Yeah, cool. Let me hit you real quick, bro. Are you aware that the latest hotness that the sun is made of a giant liquid metal? You ever heard that?
I mean, the core that's like iron and stuff like that.
No. No, that's the lore of the heliocentric model is that the Earth has an iron core, not the sun, dude.
No, but no. I think it's once the sun starts gaining iron, it changes. But I know that it has like a core.
Right, so you're not up to speed on the latest hotness then. Gotcha.
But which are you talking
You
about
gotta
exactly?
look into that. Liquid metallic sun. Look that up. Research it. It's gonna be interesting for you. And some of the guys who are going down that track, what they basically did is they listened to the story that everyone else says. But by spectral lines, you can determine what the sun's made out of, what it's doing. They looked at the spectral lines and they found out, wait a minute, these spectral lines can't possibly be congruent with the story that I was told. So the sun must be something else. And that wasn't flat earthers that did that. Okay. That's just regular dudes that are involved in the sciences who have advanced degrees who are interested in the topic. You look it up.
So it's liquid metal hydrogen, like the entire sun, you think?
I don't know, dude. Why don't you go watch their stuff and see what they have to say?
Who am I watching?
Dude, what? I gotta do all the work, bro?
I mean, I don't know. This is not something I researched because it's not my.
Bro, listen, bro. I am planking. Do you know what that means? That means I'm holding my body perfectly horizontal, off the edge of a roof, using my tiptoes to grip the edge of the roof so I can reach 5.5 feet out to paint this little spot right here. Okay? I can't be bothered to pull up a link right now, okay?
All right.
Yeah, you knew what horizontal meant when I said it there, didn't you? Please
Okay.
don't do that, Ayoy. I'm sorry.
I mean, I've been pwned, I guess.
No, bro. It's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
about,
you've
it's not
been.
about you getting
Go
pwned.
ahead.
Hold on, real quick. It's not about you getting pwned. It's just you're learning new things. Your eyes are opening to new ideas. It's not like anyone's trying to pwn you, bro. But
I get it.
That's the same thing I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean, you're your eyes are being open to like new ways of looking at things, and yeah, what he was just talking about. You could research. He gave you the terms. You could research about the composition of the sun, and yeah, if you're interested in black holes, there's a lot of people challenging the concept of black holes and dark matter that are not flat earthers, because some of these things are purely mathematical constructs and they don't have anything to back them up. I mean, in fact, just the whole concept of dark matter in particular was just, a mathematical construct invented because they were recognizing that their equations weren't really working. So then they just came up with this kind of little cheat to explain it. I mean, that's all they do. They just come up with stories and they.
In a way, it is based on something they don't understand, and we still don't understand it if it is even like how you believe it is, if it is even a thing.
No, bro. Did you miss what she said? It's not about they don't understand. Here's what the problem is, bro. They made claims about the nature of the universe based on what you believe is gravity. They then made all these grandiose claims about how the universe works. Then it turns out that their claims don't jive with their idea of what gravity is because there isn't enough mass in the entire universe to get the result that they need. So rather than concede that they were wrong, they just made up an exotic form of matter to fill in the mass, dude. Completely out of their butts.
I mean, I don't know about that. But so they just base it off of nothing? They just pull it out of their ass? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, it's based on their original claim that their genesis story of how the Earth got here is that gravity pulls the accretion disks into globes because it all came out of the Big Bang's butt, and then it needed to gravitate together, yada, yada, yada. That cosmogenical religion requires certain things to happen in the future, like for the universe to operate a certain way according to their claims. The universe doesn't operate the way according to their claims. So rather than abandon their retard claims, they decided, let's just make up something to fill in the gap. Even though we've never measured it, never seen it, never anything, but we need it to save our worldview, therefore it exists.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically what we've been trying to get across from you the whole time. I think it was Overlord or somebody was saying that to you earlier, Edgelord, that the reason why some of this stuff is kind of scrambling your brain is because you're so married to this globe idea that you have to try to figure out a way that it can still work because you just want to cling to that because it's a fairly common human condition that people don't like to admit when they're wrong. And, that's basically what's happened in a lot of these scenarios.
I don't feel wrong. I feel like I have trouble grasping a new idea that I need more time to understand why people believe in this, what is exactly, obviously I'm getting that, but also this is something I need to research more because it is something I don't understand on the level that I understand my own world.
That's good. That's what we would expect anyone to do in their right mind, not just take our word for things. Research, do their own investigation.
T-Dub put some videos there. He did some nice research for you about other ideas about the sun.
It was just a simple YouTube search.
Hey, this has nothing to do with the guest that's present, but did you guys ever notice how when Globers are trying to talk to us, they're experts at Google, but when we tell them to Google something, it's like they lose their minds and the ability to do so?
Yeah, it's often the case. Yeah.
I mean, when I usually ask where people got it from, it's because I'm not. It's because I want to understand what information they got from, rather than sorry, I'm looking at the video as well. The reason I ask for like, oh, where you get that from is because like I don't want to like look something up and feel like I'm getting the wrong kind of information. I'm like, is this even what they're talking about?
Sorry. I was going to say earlier too, like, there's a whole group out there who they like the idea of an electric universe, right? So they don't conform to the mainstream view of cosmology. They think that it's all electrical, plasmatic and electrical. Like even that they think that the craters on the moon were formed by electrical impulses or electrical pulses of some sort, like lightning or whatever, rather than meteor impacts. All sorts of weird stuff. Like, yeah, there's all different sorts of views out there once you start looking into it. It's just a
I
matter
totally
of
forgot about that. Yep.
Yeah,
I was actually reading a book called The Electric Universe. I think that's what it was called. Like not long before I came into Flat Earth, and then I don't even know where that book is. Probably in a box somewhere.
I mean, there's academics too that I guess they get to a certain point in their life, they feel like they've got nothing to lose, right? No reputation or a well-established career to put on the line, and they start, talking about what they really think about or theorize about, right? And so there's some of them, sort of people out there too, because often it is the case that an academic might have an alternative view, something that is contradictory to the mainstream, and they won't voice it. They won't publish any material on it because in fear of their reputation being sullied. They want their tenure and all that sort of stuff, so they don't voice those opinions or their research or whatever it is that they're thinking,
Yeah, hold on, friend. I don't want you to get it twisted that what he just mentioned was just opinions. These guys actually have research. They have tests. They have all kinds of papers, data, evidence. They don't publish because they're afraid of being criticized by heliocentric religious zealots who will punish them for going against the status quo. In fact, there's numerous documentaries out there you can watch where professors will talk about how they got blacklisted because they went up against Einsteinian theories or Darwinian theories. Not that they're any kind of scientific theories. They're theories in the sense of I imagine this is the way the world was. Because there's no scientific evidence for either any Einsteinian paradigm or Darwinian paradigm. But if you publish against that, you're scrutinized into a level you're blacklisted. Numerous people have been that way. Fired from jobs, denied tenure, etc., etc. So it isn't the case that this quote-unquote science is just dispassionate and searching for the truth. No, there's an agenda, there's a bias, and people who go against it suffer consequences.
Yep. So even though you're told that academia is the free and open exchange of ideas, that isn't actually the reality. It's the mad search for grant money and then conforming to the ideas of a very, very narrow mindset in most fields.
Yeah, that's a good post there too, Sesu. That is something that you should take on board too. Sorry, what's your name? Edgelord. That often we get these theoretical physicists and experts in their field, cosmology or whatever, coming out and saying things such as what's been posted there in the side chat by Sesu, the last post, where they'll emphasize just how just how lacking in knowledge they really are, and the a large portion of what they're doing is purely speculation. For the most part, it's pure speculation. Very little of it is anything that you could take into a lab and verify. You know what I mean? scientifically.
What would you say they have a basis for where they have their system?
Like what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's not perfect, but there is a basis where they're getting
For
their
what?
data.
For what? Specifically.
What data, bro? You mean like data of how old the T-Rex is? So the Tyrannosaurus Rex is supposed to be in the millions upon millions of years extinct. Yet Dr. Mary Schweitzer found a T-Rex with soft tissue inside. That means it can, with blood. That means it can only be 50,000 years old, according to the decay rates of those biomaterial.
That's a different argument, but
Well, guess what happened to her? She tried to talk about it. Guess what happened to her? She got blackballed. So a lot of these scientists that you think have data, dude, they're fudging it because they want to conform. They have predispositional, religious, philosophical, and personal biases, right?
would you say you have no bias?
No, nobody doesn't have any bias, dude, but it's a matter of how you go about scrutinizing yourself and the information that you have available to you. So, for example, most Globers don't scrutinize anything. They just attach themselves to some establishment or some authority, and they say that those guys did it. I'm going to trust what they say. That's pretty much the standard run-of-the-mill human being these days.
Yeah, because if majority is tested a certain way, then then the norm seems to be correct. Which is why a lot of people.
No, it's not the case, dude. It's not the case that it actually is tested in the way which people think it is. People are taught science. They're taught the veracity of these types of endeavors. They're then told that these other things are science, and they take the merits of science and they put it on a bunch of nonsense. And they don't scrutinize it themselves, so they think they're being presented with something that went through scientific rigor and actual measurements and actual experiments. But what they're actually getting is a bunch of stories from retards who are trying to get more grant money.
I mean, that in itself, I don't know. That sounds like a biased view of it. If you're calling people who study this, like, for long periods of time, retards.
No, dude. Look up the peer review crisis. Look it up. 99%. I think they said almost 99% of stuff that's peer reviewed isn't duplicated. That means it's just a bunch of people agreeing with each other without actually testing each other. Okay? There's demonstrable evidence that what I'm saying is true, dude.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a bias, dude. So that's the difference. You think what I'm saying is a bias, but I just looked at the fact that people are not actually doing science. And they're saying they are, but they're not.
Yeah,
Well,
just
if
in the
the
area.
No, you go first.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to put in the chat, like back in 2008, Ben Stein came up with this documentary, Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed. I think my daughter was in middle school back then. I took her to see that because she was college bound, and she did become a nurse and everything, but we went to see it in the theater. Quantum Eraser, one of our Flat Earth compatriots, just did a review of it, but anyway, if you're interested, there's a lot of good information in here confirming what AI Overlord and others were saying, that this one focuses in particular about evolution and how a lot of what is proposed in there is not scientific, not verified, and so on. But it's a common misconception that it sounds like you have, that, if there was evidence for all of these various challenges to the mainstream pseudoscientific, mostly political and monetary-based narrative that, that people would be protesting that, but that's not the case, because this gives several real examples where people try to challenge some of this dogma, which is mainly just a belief. And they are, like Overlord was saying, blackballed, can't get a job, so on and so forth. And all they're doing is quietly saying, oh, well, look at this evidence over here that doesn't seem to back up what we're proposing here in the university. And they're just not allowed. They're just not allowed to do that. And that's just one field, in the area of biology and evolution in particular. But it's the same thing with a lot of other fields as well.
Speaking of blackball, I think Quantum Eraser is qualified enough to be cited on this topic because he's a biochemist. So you can actually go to a website, globeterminator.com, and you can look into all of his claims and his um, his proofs of all of his claims. So globeterminator.com.
I was about to say that or not. He's got evidence, it's not just claims.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Put that. I mean, I could put his site and then, the video you guys did analyzing that documentary. I think that would be good. That's a good source. I'll put that up there.
Yeah, but don't forget, friends, that documentary needs to be watched just by itself. And then watch some scrutiny after the fact. Because it's actually well presented, and the people who are talking are just like, a lot of them are just giving their stories of what they faced trying to go up against this paradigm and how they were, basically shunned, blackballed, et cetera, et cetera. And guess what else? At the end, for all of you out there who might be interested, Ben Stein punks Richard Dawkins hardcore. Makes Richard Dawkins look like an absolute fool. It's hilarious.
Is that where the movie from which the clips where we see him interviewing Dawkins is from? Because I've seen little clips of him interviewing Dawkins, right? Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so he basically gets him to agree. He's like, oh, so you agree that, life on Earth could be or may be or probably is intelligently designed. And Dawkins is like, yeah, I could see that point, but only if it was intelligently designed by aliens that evolved somewhere else. And then Ben Stein was like looking at him like, dude, you're just kicking the can down the road like a chump, bro. You just got played, fool.
Right, because then you have to explain their intelligent existence, right? So there was a race of aliens even greater in intelligence than them, that designed them.
Yeah. And it gets worse because Dawkins went on after that, many years after that, to basically admit that he will not accept any evidence for a God. He'll remain an atheist because any evidence that points to God he will dismiss. He basically said it. So literally intellectually dishonest. And by the way, all the four horsemen of atheism, they all had a falling out like that, with the exception of Hitchens, who died before he could become a full retard. Bloom.
How is him refusing any evidence for God intellectually dishonest? Because he's just stubborn to just ignore it completely.
No. The nature in which he said, the manner in which he said he would refuse the evidence. It's like a logical deduction that even if he had true evidence, he would intentionally explain it away with some other mechanism. Like, oh, it's a delusion, or oh, it's just me. I'm on drugs, or whatever it is. No matter what it is, he will deny it.
The question you just asked answered your own question. So you asked if how is it biased that he won't accept evidence of something? Like, that's a bias right there on its face.
But I mean, like, Not even considering reading. I don't know.
There you have it.
I just think, like, could you even scientifically prove that?
What?
The existence of a god.
Yeah, it's easy.
Oh, there's another thing that you can visit, globeterminator.com. He has scientific proof of a creator. There you go.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, there's also many other actually practicing quote unquote career scientists who also have similar proofs, and a lot of it's based on the fact that a lot of it's based on the semiotic relationship between information and the knower. Okay, so the sentient mind and information in the knower are essential to reality existing in the first order. That means you must have sentience first before you can have subsequent reality. So you can't have matter, time, energy without sentience in the first order. Now, you may say, wow, that's exactly what a theist would say. No. You see, the problem is I didn't just quote a theist. I just quoted an evolutionary biologist who wrote a book about it. It's funny how that works. So atheists, I don't know if he's an atheist, but he's definitely into evolution and into all that mumbo jumbo. And he came to the conclusion, after looking at all the science, talking to all his physicist friends, etc., who all believe in evolution, that when you actually do experiments on time, matter, and energy in decreasing states, you end up finding out that sentience must exist before those things can exist. That's his conclusion, not mine. So if you want to be on the cutting edge of science,
I don't know how you scientifically come up to that conclusion.
Yeah, dude. I'm glad
your own personal observation.
I'm glad you asked. Why don't you read his book or watch the interview? I'll tell you all about it. It's called Lex Friedman Interviews. He interviews Donald Hoffman, and he talks all about it. And his book is called The Case Against Reality. And if you watch the interview with Friedman, he'll explain it all. How sentience must exist first before the material universe exists.
Again?
Lex Friedman is the host of the podcast. He does podcasts like this. He's kind of like a Joe Rogan type of guy. He does all kinds of different people on his podcast. But he's a little more serious in the sciencey type stuff. And he invites a lot of scientists, cutting edge dudes, physicists, guys who invented things, all this kind of stuff. And the guest is Donald Hoffman. So if you watch that episode, you'll be enlightened. You're going to love it because part of the reason why he comes to his conclusion has to do with space-time, which you think is the cause of gravity. So you have to believe what he says because he's a scientist and he believes in gravity like you do. So I guess it's checkmate.
Well, I mean, I don't have to believe in anything he says. I could definitely take into consideration. I'm not saying that, like, I mean, maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. Definitely something to look at.
Let me tell you why he thinks he's so right. Hold on. Let me tell you why he thinks he's right. Do you want to know why?
Okay.
Because his conclusions are based on experiments. Not based on opinions, but experiments.
That's the science bit.
Does he explain?
In fact, I think his quote. Yeah, he talks all. Dude, it's like a 3-hour interview, dude. It's awesome.
Oh, I'm just watching like a 16-minute bit.
Dude, you got to watch the entire podcast, bro. What is this, lightweight?
Where do I find it? Because I looked it up on YouTube and it's like not the first.
I don't know. I just put a link in there. I think that's the what. Is it this number 2, number
Yeah, that
3?
one right there. Donald Hoffman, reality is an illusion. Now, listen, the sentence reality is an illusion is a sentence that says that if reality is an illusion is of the mind, then in order for reality to be an illusion, the mind must exist in the first instance, right? So right there, you got a clue to where he's going with this. Yeah, so he arrives at eternal sentient agency is the necessary condition for the material universe to exist. Okay, that's his arrival, his conclusion. Now, does that mean he automatically says, "Oh, therefore I believe in specific theism"? No, that's not exactly what he means. But you're just gonna have to watch it if you want to know more.
Is he a flat earther?
It doesn't matter, dude. I told you he's an evolutionary biologist, and evolutionary
No, I know. I'm
biologists
just
are literally
curious if he
God.
is.
Listen to me. Hold on, bro. I just want to point it out that evolutionary biologists are literally God tier in the heliocentric worldview. So this guy is like the meat and potatoes here, okay? No, he's not a flat earther, dude. For goodness sakes. Not that it's relevant.
No, I was
In
just
fact,
curious.
yes, friend, but if you didn't notice that I highlighted what I was saying by saying it and then saying I'm not quoting a flat earther or I'm not quoting a this or that, I'm quoting an evolutionary biologist. Now, to be fair, I didn't really make it too explicit, but I was quoting a hostile witness. In other words, it's a person who doesn't agree with my worldview, but his conclusions are congruent with parts of my worldview that are deleterious to the mainstream heliocentric worldview. So I use it as a foil to demonstrate my points.
Okay.
Because like a lot of people come in here and they'll laugh at me when I say like sentience must exist before the material world can exist. They, oh, that's just what a theist, stupid flat earther would say. I'd say, no, dude, that's actually a quote from a evolutionary biologist who is a scientist and believes in the heliocentric model. So you should be bowing down to his science power.
I mean, if it's any if it's any fairness, I do have some like I do speculate on that if a spirit or not a spirit, what you would call it, a consciousness exists before this. If it's like if our consciousness is like, and this is just what I'm thinking off the like pulling out of my ass, if it's just, you know, repurposed energy that our consciousness is. I don't know if that's anything he's talking about. I'm just saying
No,
I can
it's
understand that
the other way
worldview.
around, dude. No, it's the other way around. It's the
Okay.
material, temporal, and energetic world is a repurposed form of the energy of consciousness, not the other way around. Consciousness exists eternally, and then the manifestation of the physical and natural world comes from consciousness. Not that the physical and natural world exists eternally and the energy within it give rise to consciousness. It's the cart before the horse, okay? You see what I mean?
Like it's there, but it's not how we perceive it.
No, it's like this, dude. Either everything started dead. Well, there's three options. Either the physical and natural world is contemporaneous and eternal with sentient agents, or the physical and natural world came first and sentient agents came later, or sentient agents exist eternally and then the physical and natural world came later. That's pretty much the three main big points that are going to be talked about, I believe, in this podcast. And so he's saying that according to the data from the experiments, the only conclusion that we can reach is that sentience has to be eternal because it's the grounding for the physical and natural world. In other words, friend, you can't even have time itself without sentient agency existing in the first instance. So you can't even have events without sentient agency existing in the first instance.
Even someone like I don't know if this sounds off thought like or this goes along with it, but I do remember this like quote from deGrasse Tyson that was basically like the way that we perceive reality is not reality. It is, you know, how our brain is processing the outside world.
Who else is supposed to witness reality? Who else?
I don't know.
Okay, so we're the most intelligent beings on Earth. We are witnessing reality and actually applying a method to figure out cause and effect in nature. So we are the most qualified people to tell you what is causing these effects in nature when we can figure that out.
Yeah, but we're still not perfect in our.
Didn't say we. I wouldn't say that we
Missing
were.
Aaron's
No.
point.
I would say that
Missing
we're
I
the
get what
Aaron's
you
most
mean.
point.
qualified.
I think
Okay.
you're missing Aaron's point. I was trying to explain that what he said in information and intelligence is at the bottom of everything. That must exist for reality to take hold. The laws require the information that's carried within these physical structures to then do this, that, and the other in the way that we see them must have come from intelligence because the information's there.
Yeah, and the information has to be something that can be transported from one intelligent being to another. Otherwise, it's meaningless. So the reason why it has meaning is because we are intelligent beings that can understand it. So where is it coming from?
And information is transmission of knowledge and intelligence.
Precisely. Exactly. That was better worded than what I said.
Yeah, and the convention has to exist simultaneously, right? And be known by the sender. Otherwise, it's irrelevant to the receiver, right? So that begs the question that in order for it to exist at all, the sender must pre-exist. So the sender itself is preordinate to information. And since we know that the sender must be intelligent, then that means that intelligence, or the sentient agent itself, is preeminent on all reality. And guess who agrees with me? Lex, the guy on Lex Friedman's podcast, who's an evolutionary biologist. And I said the word evolution, and therefore he's a scientist, and you have to believe him. I rest my case.
I just have one question. What is evolution?
Exactly. I rest my case.
It's. Are you asking, like, serious or?
Yeah, seriously, what is it? And if you can define it very properly and concisely, then I would need you to give me the scientific theory of evolution after that.
I mean, I could say that evolution is the state, the change of living things over a period of time, but not necessarily like, but it's like a gradual change.
So
So
now,
aging.
now you're going to
Something
have
that
Hold
to
on,
give.
Flatsy,
but it's
hold on.
not. It's
Flatsy, hold on a
hang
second.
on.
No, hold on, friend. Hold on. According to that, I'm getting older, so therefore I'm evolving.
No. That's not what it is. What evolution is when, like, okay, let's say you have a kid, your kid has a mutation, like whether it's maybe white hair, purple eyes, I'm just making shit up. And that becomes an inherent trait. And sometime in the future, that kid has other kids, and those traits become passed on. And that is a way of mutations coming around. What evolution is the phenomenon where a living thing passes on mutations that end up changing that species to become very, like, over a long period of time and gradually affecting
Can I
the
step in?
species. Sure.
I do want I need to ask a clarifying question because in the whole paradigm of what you're talking about, some things are dormant and things are dominant. So what is being passed on can either be something that's dormant or dominant. These genes that you're talking about are expressed in certain ways given the reproductive status. So it's not necessarily a mutation, because a mutation would mean something devolving, right? So it would mean something is wrong.
Not necessarily. A mutation is not a devolving.
But you got to
'Cause that would
consider what I
imply
said
that,
before. Consider what I said
yeah.
before, because genes
Yes,
can be
traits are yeah, that it's different. It's different. I understand that. But what I mean is these things are it's something that is passed down. Evolution isn't something that is a living thing. It's in itself changing, but their offspring having different results
Okay, so
because of a
what instance?
particular.
Yeah, okay. So
Hmm.
what instance is a mutation something that's positive?
When it affects you in your environment and you
Something observed that's
basically,
positive. Something that you can observe right now.
yes,
A mutation that we have right now that can be observed, that is a mutation that's positive.
thumbs.
That no, I'm saying observed to occur, like occurring mutation.
No, well, it's not something you can observe like that because it just changes over time. I guess one thing you can kind of see is like we
No,
have
it's
tailbones, but
changing the DNA
that
sequence.
hmm?
It's observed when the DNA sequence changes. The mutation, that's the DNA sequence changing. It's not observed over time arbitrarily. No, it's when the DNA sequence changes. Something turns on or off.
Yeah, and
Changing
that
the
becomes
sequence.
passed down.
Yeah. Okay, in that way, yeah. Over time, but the sequence is observed as the sequence changes. That's what a
Okay.
mutation is, right? A change in the DNA structure, a change in the information. The
Yes.
information is yes or no.
Sure.
Cool. So changing something saying yes or no is evolution, because the components that are there designed to turn on and off are turned on.
Repeat the last part.
So the components that are there, the information and the structure that is able to turn on the DNA structure. So when it turns on and off, you say that's evolution. The information that's designed to change has changed.
Yeah, well, the design,
The information.
the information is
Where did that
changing.
come from?
Of course. Where did what evolution come from? Where did that DNA change come from?
Part of the trick within this question, hard to define evolution, and you're already down in
No,
the idea
hang on.
that this information is mutating and changing over time because the information came into existence somehow.
Because the DNA was altered. DNA. Okay, think of your body as like a giant computer, and code is being processed.
Yes,
Code is constantly being processed, so that way the next computer has the same whatever, and a mutation, regardless positive or negative, is just a malfunction in a certain typo in this code, and it ends up becoming it ends up and it it becomes
evolution.
Wait, what?
Malfunctions and devolution. You said a malfunction.
No,
it's
whatever.
Not evolution.
Like I'm just saying like a change in the DNA, right?
Yes.
A change in that code.
The information. Yeah.
A change in that code. It just happened.
So
and it probably happened.
It's designed to do that.
Okay.
If something's wrong, then that would be a devolution. Right? The chain of information is broken, doesn't work properly. But if it turns on and off like it's programmed to do so, then what you're saying that's evolution. No, that's just doing what it's programmed to do.
I see your point. No. I see what you mean. Because, yeah, I would agree that, like, it is doing what it's supposed to do. and it's supposed to thrive and learn and adapt to its environment, and it does that. Well, not like evolution itself, but it ends up becoming something that is designed for the benefit of the creature.
Okay. So we're trying to determine whether evolution is the cause of changing what? Biology over time. How we crawled out the sewer, for example, breathed air with lungs, looked with eyes, and how we adapted to our ever-changing environments.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you defining evolution?
How are we defining evolution?
Mm-hmm.
How would you define it?
I'm not making
Dude, hold on.
evolution.
Hold on, bro.
Okay.
He said it already. He said, listen, he said, if the code changes to be something that's advantageous, then it's designed for the benefit of the creature. Oh, wow. So you just proved there's a coder and a designer. Good job.
Could believe that. It's just a metaphor.
No, dude. Code, information, and design, okay, are from minds. That's it. That's how it works. That's what they do. That's what it be. By definition, dude. Not even up for debate, bro.
Okay. Do you... All right. I mean...
Also, notice you very first started with a living being, and then just described how it changed over time, with using what its mechanics that it's supposed to do, that it's designed to do. And then when they point that out to you, it's like, well, okay, now what do? You have to go back to life began in the first instance. You don't have it.
Well, I mean... I'm not gonna argue whether it was created or not. I'm agnostic. I'm not gonna say one or the other. All I can say is I do believe in evolution. I
You've
believe
yet to
that
define
there
it.
is some way to... What do you mean?
You haven't defined it.
Yeah, and a belief is thinking something without evidence.
I'm not a big voice here, but I'd say let's maybe leave him alone. Let him digest the first thing he's having trouble with. Not to leave him alone, but not kill everything.
Hey, I understand, dude. I understand what you mean. So, for example, if we talk too much about evolution, he's going to go away thinking about evolution rather than thinking about it was just demonstrated to him that water's flat and level. I understand.
That's right. Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, bro. How about this? How about you ask the questions and we'll give you the answers rather than the other way around?
Relating to flat Earth.
Yeah. Like how flat is it? How'd you find out it was flat? What led you to the conclusion it was flat? Think questions like that, maybe. I don't know. Just a hint. You don't have to follow that script.
Can it be based on belief? Do you have a certain belief about the properties of Earth that you don't find in this study?
Me personally, no. All the properties that I think how the Earth operates are perfectly congruent with the Earth being flat. As a matter of fact, I told you earlier that even gravity, no matter which gravity you pick, regardless of the view about which gravity you're picking, is still congruent with the Earth being flat. So pretty much everything is congruent with the Earth being flat.
How big do you think the Earth is? Or do you think it's just something that goes on?
I err on this side. Look, I'm a specific theist, and what that means is that I have a claim about the specific God that exists, and that's the God of the Judeo-Christian paradigm or the Bible. And in the Bible, the God of that scripture says, if you know the earth, how big it is, and you stretched a line across the whole earth, why don't you let me know, sucker? I'm paraphrasing a little bit. So in other words, God himself is basically telling mankind, no, you don't know the bounds of the reality. You don't know how things work. I'm God, you're not. Sit down, shut up.
It would be stupid to make a claim to the size of the Earth, or what either the entirety of reality, from our minuscule point of view.
I agree. Your point of view is could be minuscule.
Compared to God who created it, yeah.
Sure.
Now, I would submit to you, friend, that not everyone in here is a specific theist that's a flat earther, and nor do they share my worldview. But I think they would all agree that it's logically untenable to think that a world which we haven't fully explored, that we can make claims about the full extent of it. I think every flat earther would agree.
Is there anyone here that is a flat earther and an atheist? I mean, I don't want anyone to call that doesn't want to be called out. I'm just wondering.
Not. I mean, I might have seen one in 10 years struggling, but I think the conclusion when you turn around and ask the question, when you understand the Earth is flat and contained and blah, 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 when you ask the question, how did that get here then? You're kind of only left with that one answer that intelligence creates. It's kind of antithetical to the idea that the ball that came from a Big Bang, I suppose you could argue, exploded into existence all by itself. So nature created everything first, and then the biology and the consciousness came afterwards. You could argue that from a ball perspective, but on a flat Earth perspective, it's really do so.
Yeah, we've had 5 members of our community that were atheists and flat earthers. 2 ended up getting married. 1 ended up spazzing out and doing who knows what the heck. The other still hangs out in our main server trying to philosophize. And then the other one, I can't remember exactly who they are or what they did. Now, that also depends on what you mean by atheist. Because if you mean somebody that just lacks a belief in a God generally or a God specifically, then that's much different than someone who says God doesn't exist. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Like someone, I guess, like the first example, I guess, would someone who's more like an agnostic than anything, just to think, not a care to, as opposed to like being like very stubborn, like, oh, like God doesn't exist.
Yeah, very few of them actually can make the claim God doesn't exist. They usually always hide behind, oh, you're pressing me. Now I'm an agnostic all of a sudden. They want to act big and tough that God doesn't exist, but then as soon as you start arguing with them, all of a sudden they're agnostic.
I mean, I think I consider myself agnostic in the sense where I don't have a sight for any, I don't know word it like that, but I haven't been convinced of a God. I am appreciative of concepts, but I don't find a it's not something I could prove. But
You're kind of left in a dichotomy when you answer this question. You've only got 2 choices, and one's you can logically demonstrate that intelligence creates, You can't demonstrate this claim that you don't need intelligence to create things spring into existence just because.
Hey, X.
Some people get hung up on God. We're just answering the question how shit got here. Intelligence, yeah, okay. You can deem that as God if you want to, but for the purposes of this, I'll just the intelligence, the intent, and the information.
Hey, X-Edge, if you don't mind, look in the chat. At 5 minutes past the hour, I posted a link to a video. I even called, what do you call it? Linked it to you directly. Add that to your watch later on your YouTube list. Watch later.
How long is it?
It's, I don't know. I don't remember, but it's well worth it. And it talks about everything we covered here and then some. It's well worth watching. I was a kid who grew up a Christian kid, and I don't want to bang on about this too long, but I was the one that always said, yeah, but how do you know? Yeah, but how do you know? Yeah, but how do you know? No matter what anyone said, yeah, but how do you know? This video, just shut me up. I don't say how do you know anymore.
I'll definitely. I'll give it a watch.
It's very interesting. I'm not lying to you. It's
Does it? Is it
really good.
What is it? What is it arguing, or is it not? Is it just giving us a rundown on stuff?
It covers everything we've been covering and a lot more, but in depth.
But is it arguing what your point of view is, or
I don't know how to summarize it other than to say it's evidence of intelligent agent, a proof of creator. But if you watch the video, you'll see that it covers, like I said, everything they've been talking about and a lot more, but in depth. That's it. I didn't want to take up too much time, but I just wanted to.
No, I'm glad you pointed it out because I did look at it. I do intend to watch it at some point.
Oh, hold on, friend. What you meant to say was my neurons fired based on the sugars and dichemical saccharide electrons spinning because my auditory nerve was excited, because my eardrum vibrated, because the sound of your voice went through a speaker, because you decided to tell me something, because a star 3 trillion years ago and 40 trillion miles away at one time in the past did something, and the dominoes led to what we did today. And it doesn't really matter because it's all predetermined, and I don't actually have any agency because I'm just an electric walking mud puddle, not an actual individual.
Yep, that's everything I thought of in my head.
Yeah, so intuitively, you know that worldview is just nonsense, dude. The descriptions of yourself are self-evident to you that it's not the case that you're just a pile of electric walking mud puddle that's delusional and thinking that he actually is a person, right? You actually are an individual.
Well, I know I'm not a mud puddle, but I'm made up of water. I'm made up of chemicals, carbon.
No, that's what your body. Something. That's your body, dude. Yeah,
that's on my body.
Are you? Yeah, there you go. So so you're aware that you're more than just your body. Right? You're more than just your body, right?
Whatever's going on in my head is unique compared to what is going on to the rest of my body. I can't deny that because it is. I don't know whether you're going to call it consciousness, just the state of livingness that we have. But I don't know.
That's a new one, the state of livingness.
I don't know how to describe it.
Sounds like you can get lessons around 1 o'clock down the local community centre.
Dude, that's straight up. Dude, that's straight up. That's straight up from the
Make sure you
Bible.
bring your
right?
incense. So
God breathed into man the breath of life, and man became a state of livingness.
I'll tell you, X, if you watch that movie and that video and come back here and have something to discuss, that would be seriously interesting. Like if you disagree with something, that would be a very good discussion.
I will watch this one, and maybe I'll watch the other one when I get time, the 3-hour long one.
Cool. So you're actually going to come back with a progressed conversation, leaving off where we left off and continuing on with something new. Wow. So you're going to be like one of the you're going to be like one of the 7 people in the 8-year history of our platform and the 30,000 members and the 50,000 guests and the 100,000 listeners that actually decided to continue the conversation rather than just reset and come back and ask us, but how does gravity work?
Well, I'm not gonna just circle around the same questions unless I actually had more to add to it. Because what would be the point?
Holy crap, everybody listening right now that's a Glober, for the love of God, follow this man's example.
By the way,
Sounds
you
funny,
asked
but
how
it's-
long it was. It's a 40-minute presentation, and then there's about 15 minutes of commentary. Just to answer your question.
All right. What the Hoffman?
No, the one I linked.
The science versus scientism.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a word. Yeah. I'm not entirely familiar with scientism.
You're going to find out when you watch it, bro. You're going to find out, bro, that what you thought was science is actually a religion. And actual science is not what you thought was science. It's going to be great. You're going to love it.
Well, I'll see if it shakes my worldview. But I'm probably going to go for now. I'll look into this. I'll definitely come back because this is just definitely interesting kind of dialogue here. I feel stunted right now, but that's only because I don't. Yeah, you know.
I get it.
Yeah, you've been so great. We've gone through so many things here. Rodwin destroyed outer space for you. Then we went through the horizon measurements, followed by the problems in academia, followed by the creator, all kinds of stuff. We've gone through it all. Probably I missed a bunch of stuff in there. You've been very patient, Edgelord.
Also, I just want to point out the insults of the word retard, etc., was voiced numerous times, but never to the guest. So you can use epithets, awesome language for a party that's not present and get the same effect without violating the guest demeanor to where we have to escalate to where everyone's just screaming at each other and we lose out on all the exposition we just had.
I agree.
Oh yeah, and Cyclone asked somebody to send you the link to our home Flat Earth server, which I did send you a while ago. Because I was just going to send it to you again, and I'm like,
join
I sent you that like 3 hours ago. Okay, good. Because there's a lot of information there. If you go in there, there's a lot of information, especially the channels down there at the bottom. There's more about the long distance observations that we talked about and all kinds of stuff. Sure, there's stuff about the sun, like you want to know about, all kind of things in there.
Yeah, this is definitely a lot I want to try to understand from this.
Believe it or not, they love discussion with new people here. They do. Some new guys, they come in here and they just spend a few minutes, call each other retards and stuff. And it gets really ugly. It does. It gets really ugly because all we're trying to do is engage in conversation. They just can't. They won't. And then when they're asked certain questions, they don't have an answer. They just get mad and stuff like that. It gets bad.
Like I try not to be like aggro about anything, especially if I don't understand entirely how to argue it back. You know.
Well, you're a step above the others.
Yeah, well done for being normal and perfectly.
I'm probably gonna go for now and join my friends VC.
Normal? What's that?
No, I said join my friends VC. What did I say?
No, I was just talking. I was just giving kid idea.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Have a good night. Yep. We'll see you next time.
You too.
Rose, how long have I been on mute? Oh my goodness.
Oh, did you say something very profound that we missed?
Yeah. So I had to go to the future real quick. So what I did was I went and I cut out the 3 audios and I made an alternate version of the audio. And so the alternate version, after he arrives and he's in for about 10 minutes, he says a few buzzwords that would normally initiate buzzword catchphrase responses and then escalate very quickly into "shut the fuck up, you're a retard," why are you still here? These types of things. And so what I'm going to do in this alternate cut is I'm going to overdo those audios in there, and then I'm going to cut the audio from the stream and let it run for 2.5 hours of silence. And then we're going to vote on which cut is better, the edited cut or what actually happened. And then depending on the vote, we're going to emulate one or more of those behaviors.
Great idea. Post the poll. Yep, it's like a sliding door type thing.
Absolutely. So hold on a second. Give me a second real quick. Got to go on mute for a second. All right, I'm back for the future. Cut number 2 was downvoted into oblivion, and what actually happened was upvoted to the maximum with a few dissenters who just didn't know which button to press because they own an iPhone. So I think it's settled. Now, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean you can't eviscerate a Glober that needs it. But if you don't have the discretion to understand who needs it and who doesn't, and we have to forego good exposition because you're trigger happy, you're probably not going to last long in this channel. I'm just letting you know now. So I hope we all get the memo.
Yeah, I like it when decent guys come in, and you can always. Well, I don't want to say always. I've been wrong a few times, but yeah, you can usually tell who's not coming in just be a jerk, if that makes sense.
Well, look, don't get me wrong. We could have turned him into a jerk at any moment, right?
Yeah,
if we tried.
You guys have seen it all. I'd like to say you guys have seen it all. You guys have a lot of patience.
Yeah, you're right. We have a lot of patience, and we have a lot of patience. Mental patience. Sorry. Cleaning up a job site. So what was it? What was it? Does anyone remember his first question?
He came in on the tail of that golden retriever, and he was talking to Cyclone. Now I'm trying to remember. Because he kind of took over from whatever that other guy's name was, and Cyclone talked to him a little while, then Rodman. Yeah, I can't really remember what he was first asking about. I feel like he was, I don't know, somehow they got onto gas pressure with Rodman. I don't remember how that happened. He's probably asking about the sky. That would be my guess. I'm pretty sure he started out asking about the sky, seems like.
Don't they all?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like he was, I mean, at least at the beginning, I don't know if that was the very beginning, but yeah, he was like a bunch of those guys that come in here and they're totally sure that, yeah, that there has to be some kind of connection, that there has to be some kind of similarity between what he sees in the sky and where we live. Pretty sure we went on that theme for quite some time with that guy.
Yeah, usually it's speculation questions like what's the container made of? What's its shape? What's the Earth's shape? How thick is it? Like it's like what's under it? What's at the edge? It's like these are all speculation questions, guys.
Oh yeah, Warcock, that was the other guy. We talked to him for quite some time too. He actually was capable of coherent conversation.
Holy moly, dudes. Dandelion, how'd you become a flat earther?
You really haven't heard the story, are you? Are you just pretending? How many times have I told it? You want me to tell it a different way? How?
Maybe I'm
I
asking
can't.
you for the people that don't know.
I know. Yeah, I became a flat earther by trying to explain the why the Earth was a globe to school children. Yeah, that's why. Because that's a common thing in science education that you're asked to present common, to dispel common misconceptions and how to go about them. Usually it's by eliciting the wrong thinking and then explaining the proper methodology to get to the correct conclusion. That's for things that are actually settled and that can be demonstrated and proven. Oh, my mistake was picking the flat earth and deciding I was going to show how that was wrong because, it's very popular. I was very concerned as a school teacher. What is this? These rappers are saying the earth is flat on Twitter. Children are going to be led astray. I shall prove them wrong. And then come to be. Yeah, and so when I was telling somebody this the other day, maybe that was during ladies' night, I forgot that because I've mentioned several times that when I first searched it, I ended up sadly at the Flat Earth Society forums, which, as we know, is a misinformation organization. And whereas they did pose some thought questions that then I would go to physics websites and forums, where physicists discuss things and try to find an answer to their thought questions. Like that aspect of it was useful. For example, they would say, if the Earth is a spinning globe, why can't a helicopter raise up and wait for the Earth to spin? Like, why does it ever have to have forward motion? And then, of course, when I would go look that up, then I would find some places would claim the atmosphere moves with the spinning Earth, and other, of course, would say that it didn't. So there was contradiction right there, which was very disturbing. Pretty much every line of questioning that I tried to go down, I wouldn't find a definitive answer for. But sadly, for the term paper I was writing, which was for a physics class in graduate school, I did not find the math. At that time, I did not, nothing, of course, in the Flat Earth Society forum or anywhere else that I looked at anything about the geometry, the 8 inches per mile squared, the expected curvature drop. I never saw even one person bring that up, and I spent a lot of time researching this. I was not researching on YouTube, so maybe that was my problem. But anyway, but what they do there in the Flat Earth Society forums, they probably still do it if they're even still there. I don't know. They argue about the models. They bring up questions like I told you and don't answer them. So I went to try to answer them somewhere else. And then they sit around all day and argue about models and what is the actual model of the flat Earth. So I thought it was good you brought up to our friend there, our last friend, Edgelord, that, we're not claiming to be able to explain or see everything or have a fixed model of what the Earth is, that we're not necessarily meant to understand all things. We can't possibly be all-knowing. And to think that we would be extreme arrogance. And it's unfortunate that people think that is possible, that humans could determine the limit of Earth and explain all these things. And of course, every single person that comes in here is sure that somebody else has done that. And I was sure too, until I went and tried to find it. And then that's why I became a flat earther. How about you, Overlord?
So in the future, Neil deGrasse Tyson comes out as a flat earther, and I believed him. Then I went back in time to arrive where I'm at now as a flat earther.
Of course,
No,
because you had to have an authority figure. You had to have an authority figure tell you.
Yeah. But he had some good arguments in the future. So, for example, in the future, he realizes that, wait a minute, the crux of the issue is demonstrable curvature, not stories. Then he went out and he tested it, and he found out that the first claim, which is the horizon, cutting things off from the bottom, and that's the only reason why things can disappear from the bottom up, is actually false, because he met a lady who was a optics physics professor, and she told him, you do realize that according to the compounding factor of angular resolution and perspective, that things would disappear sooner, right? And none of this is congruent with globe geometry. And then he's like, aha, good point. So he went home, got his graphics program, started drawing out all the angles, and realized very quickly that the claim that the only reason things could be cut off from the bottom is because of Earth curve is actually false. And that was the first thread of the sweater of the heliocentric paradigm that he pulled on, and slowly but surely other threads started to come undone until he was naked and his big, bare body was exposed. And then he's like, oh crap, my model is garbage. Can't substantiate that the Earth is a globe because all the claims are just circular reasoning or, essentially folklore. And then he looked back at his military career. Oh, wait a minute, this is my story, not his. Then he went back on his military career and said all of these things that occurred couldn't possibly have happened if the Earth was a globe like they claim, at the size they claim. And it just kept going from there. Now, how I started on that road was I got into a legal issue that I had to research, and I started researching it. And that research led me to the straw man idea, if you know what that is, the legal fiction idea, and also the rights of people and their property, especially with their children. And then it led me to this whole big conspiracy that had to do with people stealing kids, and Nancy Schaefer, who's a Georgia senator, who wanted to initiate jury trials. So no child could be taken from a parent without a jury trial. And after she was going to start that legislation, very soon thereafter, she got killed by her husband of 50 years, who loved her adoringly, just decided to suicide themselves for some reason. He shot himself 20 times in the back of the head, and her first. So obviously they killed her for going up against the system. Right, now contemporaneously, while I was researching all those deep conspiracies, in her case it's not a conspiracy, because she had evidence that her claims were correct, that there was corruption in the family courts and all this stuff. But while I was looking at all that, I also have a history of doing apologetics and debates with atheists and stuff like that. And that led me to the ideas that I was talking about with our homeboy earlier about how sentience and consciousness is the creation of reality and all these things. And I have a lot of feeds that give me that info. So on one of those feeds came along a Flat Earth video, because it's about different perspectives on reality. And that video was about optics and about looking out what you see, what the Globers claim is the reason for why you're seeing what you're seeing, and how it's actually false about their claims. And when I actually looked into it, I found out, yeah, their claims are false when it comes to the horizon, why things disappear from the bottom up, et cetera, et cetera. And that's where it began, and it just took off from there.
Nice. Yeah, I think that because sadly it was after I had already written the paper when I came upon the measurements debunking the geometry of the sphere. But I think just like you, because I'd already seen Chicago across Lake Michigan, like that was part of my lived experience already. I do feel like that made it easier to visualize the whole thing, and it made so much sense to me. Like then it was, undeniable once I found that information, which, yeah, I first read that in a book called, it's Edward Hendry's book. I think, is it called The Greatest Lie on Earth? No, I can't remember what it's called. Proof the World is Not a Spinning Globe.
Yeah, I believe that's Hendry's.
Yeah. That's where I first found that. But that wasn't until after I'd already written my paper.
Yeah, I've got I think 4 or 5 Flat Earth books. I got Hendry's book, I believe. I got Parallax's book. I can't remember the other ones off the top of my head. There's one just titled Earth Not a Globe, but that might be Parallax's. Can't remember.
Yep, that's what it's called. The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof that Our World is Not a Moving Globe.
All right, AJ, you're next. AJ, why did you become a flat earther? All right, Doc his pay. All right, let's see.
Why did I become a flat earther? Well, originally I had someone speak to me about it, and I told them they were all crazy, etc. Talked about curving water on teaspoons and droplets, like most do. But I think the realization was I spent a lot of time out on the water, fishing and long distances offshore. And I really started paying attention to what I could see at what distances over water. And that was what really sold it for me, I suppose.
Gotcha.
All right, AJ, you got to pass the potato. Who do you not know about how they became a flat earther that you could ask right now that's in this room?
Let's go Elbow TV.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I've ever heard his story, actually. Something new. Finally, something new. All right, Doc hits pay.
We could go another Aussie. Daz 68.
Are you guys asking people their like story?
Yeah.
Nice.
Looks like Platzi just volunteered. Or not. All right, Doc Herpay.
Do you want to tell us, Flatsy?
My story about being a flat earther. So I had this revelation of all the evil things going on in the world. And I was like, if all of these evil things are worshiping the devil, because they were, essentially, that means there must be a God. So from there, my journey led me down a rabbit hole. I found flat Earth in the midst of all of that. I started on the Fact Hunter, which is George Hobbs. If you haven't checked him out, you should. He is a bit more on like a technical side of like people's tax income, and he'll look into that kind of thing. So if you like that kind of thing, you can go look into what he researches. But he's a really good researcher. He's also ex-military as well. Um, he calls himself the fact hunter, so he doesn't like to just believe things. But I wouldn't say that he's void of beliefs. So let's just say that off the bat. Um, he led me to flat Earth through, I guess, his interview with David Weiss was sort of interesting, but I was like, let me look into this David Weiss guy first. So I looked into him a little bit, saw his debate with Dave Farina, and saw how Dave Farina was a piece of crap, and looked further beyond David Weiss because I didn't think he was such a wealth of knowledge. I found Witsit and his debates with his now wife, Kai. They mentioned Ladies' Night on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So I was like, well, I love the idea of Ladies' Night because I do that with my friends, you know? So I was like, I'll go check out this ladies' night. And from there, I began my journey in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and then FED, and now I'm a FED panel member. On, I guess, I'm a panel member on both the shows, Nathan Oakley and QE Live, but I'm mainly QE Live, not necessarily not primarily Nathan, but I still love all those guys. I'm helping write the book that they're writing, so that's cool. And here I am. This is my journey in Flat Earth.
I
So
love
that
it.
actually wasn't too long ago then, Flatsy. That's probably
No, it's not.
a year.
2022. Yeah, 2022 was when I became a flat earther.
Wow, I'd forgotten that you came in because of Ladies' Nights, why you came into the Discord. That's great. Yeah, I love it. That's beautiful.
I know. Ladies' night is what did it for me, man, because I mean, that's speaking my love language. I love ladies' nights with my friends and with you guys.
That's cool. Okay, so when I'm tempted to be mad at Witsit, I'll just remember that he brought us Fletzy Klein.
Yeah, that's one thing you could think of. Exactly.
That's right.
Because I'm not a big fan of Witsit anymore either. Just it was a part of my journey here. So that's all that matters.
Yeah. Yeah, and things, God works in mysterious ways. So yeah.
Yes, true.
That's cool. Yeah, I wanted to just add because I feel like sometimes I am too subtle with my expression, because when I said I didn't research on YouTube, I realized, oh, did that sound like I was saying that was bad? No, what I was saying was maybe I should have been researching on YouTube, because I feel like people on YouTube at that time probably were talking about the measurements and the geometry, but I could not find that information until I ordered a book.
Me
You know what I
either.
mean? I couldn't find it on the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, me either. Like I had an encounter with an internet radio show because I was reading a book and I wanted to listen to the audio coverage of that book. AI, you're hot micing, by the way. Anyways, yeah, I was reading a book, Behold a Pale Horse. And yeah, George Hobbs was covering a lot of William Cooper, his old radio show castings, and also his book Behold a Pale Horse and all
Yeah, I
that
read
good
that.
stuff. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I got into all of this stuff because of that book, and I found my way to Flat Earth from Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper. So
Cool. Yeah, I read that a long time ago. And then, yeah, I remember I ordered it again and read it again. That was probably 2012 or something like that. Yeah. Because I'm like, oh, what I missed the first time. But now I don't remember what it said. And then I think I gave it to the Goodwill. So I don't know. But it's cool that, yeah, just kind of opening your mind to stuff.
yeah, that's pretty much what it
Yeah.
was. It was
Yeah.
it was the eye opener that I needed to this whole thing that's going on behind the scenes that everybody's unaware of. So that was kind of sort of my gateway into that arena. But honestly, when I got to Flat Earth, I realized that all of the other stuff was kind of irrelevant because I needed to be able to focus on, which I did like Behold a Pale Horse because he had all of his citations and things in the back of the book. I did like that about it, which was, something that I brought to the table for Nathan Oakley's book. It's that's pretty cool that all the citations are in the back. You could do that if you wanted to, but they are going to do a glossary in the back for terms that we use that aren't something that people would normally hear because we're flat earthers, and that's another term like flat earthers, globers, that type of thing. Just a bunch of different terms that we have to use in this arena or this topic. that need to be well defined. So there's a glossary for it, which is which is awesome. I think that's great. And then all the citations are within the chapters, so you can go check out the citations of everything that we're referring to. So that's really cool. So it's even better than Behold a Pale Horse in that manner. So I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the Hendry book that explained the mathematics to me. I'm looking at it right now. I got it sitting here. Yeah, it has 980 footnotes. I like footnotes. I'm always impressed with books. Yeah, of course you're going to have citations in your books.
Yes.
Yeah, because
I love it.
yeah.
Hey, Flatty, is this book going to come out before the comet hits us so we can read it and not just keep hearing about it?
It's being worked on. It's always been, every week we're working on every chapter, combing through it, making sure that it's perfect. So I mean, it's a process. So you can be impatient if you want to. I get it. I would be impatient too if I wasn't
Well, dude,
actively working on it.
yeah, but I gotta sell my red pen copy for charity. So I'm going to review it, red pen it, and then sell it with my signature for the highest bidder and donate it to charity. The Abused Globe Card, I got a muted fund to help them with their cause.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't really have an agenda for the book. I just like participating and helping, making sure that it's grammatically correct.
That's good.
Although I have been helping with certain other things, like how certain um, they've asked me for my ideas for certain things here and there. So that is pretty cool that I've been able to contribute that way. But for the most part, I'm only there to make sure that it's grammatically correct. And even then, sometimes what I say gets overridden because some people like to some people like to
Okay,
capitalize. Some people like to
that's good.
capitalize here, and some people like to capitalize things here and there, and enunciate certain things that don't need to be. Or I just I have
Yeah,
a way
you
about.
don't have to make a book idealistically grammatically correct if you're going for emphasis. However,
You're right. You don't, and I say that. I
however,
say that too a lot.
that gives you plausible deniability. Any errors, you're just like, well, the guys wouldn't let me take charge.
Well, that's another thing. So anything that would go outside of what I would suggest for grammar was overridden, and like comma is like, man, when you have to put in commas in the correct places and you realize that your sentence is too long and you're just going to need to just either divide it up or concisely say it in fewer words so there's not as many comma splices. Like that's another thing that we keep struggling with because I'm like, this is too much. You either need to divide this up into separate sentences or just concisely say it in less words without comma splices.
Interesting.
But yeah, that's really the only thing that I'm doing when it comes to the book. Here and there, I have certain privileges of helping write certain sections and giving my input on how we should word something here and there. So some of it is, you know, my wording here, but not really. I don't take any credit towards anything in the book because they already had the bones and structure laid out before I even was a part of it.
So, how many errors am I going to find in it?
Depends on what you consider an error to be.
How does that work? So, if I have an opinion that things are errors, that means it's errors. How would that be possible.
Well, if you want to be grammatically correct and not have the liberty to put a bit of emphasis on some things here and there, or like the colorful wording of some things here and there to give you some sort of a good analogy
Okay.
to something. Here and there, there's things that maybe I didn't agree on, and they still were like, "This is what's going." Okay, that's fine. You do
Okay,
you.
fair. That's fair. How many logical fallacies am I going to find in it?
I don't detect any logical fallacies.
Yeah, but like I said, how many am I going to find in it?
How am I supposed to know that when I don't see any logical fallacies and you're just like hoping that there will be so you can red mark it?
Well, what you should have said is there's plenty of logical fallacies, like when they're describing the globe claims.
What's a fallacy?
Yeah, we point them out though. So we lay out what the logical fallacy is and even cite it and all that good stuff. It's very concise.
What's a fallacy, real quick? What is that? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, it's when your reasoning doesn't follow.
Follow what?
Your premise, your like conclusion doesn't follow your premise.
That's what a fallacy is?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Or you could just say like a flaw in your reasoning, because there's informal logical fallacy and formal logical fallacies. So you can have just like a flaw in the way that you're thinking that can be pointed out. Because it's essentially the same thing. Your premise doesn't follow to your conclusion.
I predict three. Three direct logical fallacies in the book. That's my prediction. You can take your bets now. Over, under. I get to hold all the cash, distribute all the winnings.
Do you guys know how many valid arguments there are? Universally?
Countless.
No.
Well,
Did you just say no? What?
Yeah, the answer to that statement is no. There's not countless valid arguments.
Do you have some proof of the globe there, the Neuralist?
No. Do you have some proof of the flat Earth?
Yeah, we do. Tell us what you've seen before.
I've seen butterflies and women.
Well, most of our proof of the flat Earth is exposing how there's no curvature measured anywhere. So have you measured curvature?
That's not proof of the flat Earth. That's just not proof of the globe Earth, right?
Debunking the globe. Yep, that's the business we're in here.
The debunking the globe is totally fine. Saying we have debunked the globe does not prove your position, which is the flat Earth, right?
No, it does. Yep. We're saying.
No, it doesn't.
Measures flat. Yeah, it does. Yep. We're saying there's no curvature measured. Do you have some measured?
And that's not what it does. So, like, if you say, hey, we can't prove the globe, it doesn't mean that that's proof positive of the flat. You understand?
Well, that is the flat. That's what we're saying. There's no curvature measured anywhere. That is what we're claiming. Yes.
So in that case, all you're saying is that we can't measure stuff outside of this sort of paradigm. It doesn't mean that what you're claiming with that paradigm is actually the case.
No, when the Earth is measured, it's measured to be flat. So that's the positive proof that also debunks the globe. So we're giving you a description of the surface properties of the Earth.
In what way? I haven't heard these descriptions.
The description is that the surface is flat, yeah? And the proof of that is that it measures to be flat.
I don't know. You ever
Therefore,
seen
no
a mountain? Never seen a
Therefore, no
flat
drop
mountain.
over
That's very
distance.
weird.
Yeah, that's called topography, yeah? So
No,
all this
that's not called
topography
topography.
is over a plane, yeah? We have
No. Why would it be over a plane?
Please explain.
Why would it be
Why
over
not?
a plane? No, why
This guy's
is.
giving me Silence of the Lamb vibes.
Yeah, I'm having a friend for dinner tonight.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. What's the flattest object you can think of that
Something
exists?
like probably like a piece of paper.
Yeah, that's pretty flat. But the problem is if you zoom in on it, it's going to have divots, rises, fibers going every which way, right?
This is my point.
Yeah, so you clearly understand that a piece of paper is flat, even though there's divots, right?
No. That's the flattest thing that I can think of. Whenever I actually look at the shape of the world, what I notice is that we have mountains, we have rivers, we have trenches that go very, very deep in the earth. We have all kinds of non-flat. As a matter of fact, I don't think there's actually a genuinely flat surface known to man.
Right, so then how can you have a practical definition of flat if a genuinely flat surface can't exist? So we have to have a functional definition of flat,
Well, that would be a question for the flat earthers to define, because
No, it's already been defined, brother. It's the extent of the width
no, it hasn't.
is much greater than the extent of the height, all arranged between two parallel planes. That's the mechanical definition of flat, dude. Already exists.
Yeah, but it's not flat, right? We just went over that. How even though that definition
okay,
exists.
yep, okay, brother, let's do it.
Well,
Let's
hold
do
on,
it.
don't interrupt me. So, although we went over that definition, but we both came to terms with, even in this conversation, was that
we're not playing that game, dude. We're not doing that.
Yeah. Just interrupt me. That'd
we
be
don't allow
totally
that
fine.
here. Yeah,
Yeah, interrupt me. That'd be totally fine. Yeah, go on.
It is fine. Let me explain.
Yeah, no, go on.
You can't. Oh my god, dude. Yeah. I'm gonna wait. So you just say go on when I start talking. Get real, dude. Here, I'll just do that. There, problem solved. Now I'm gonna mute you as soon as I'm done finished, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, dude.
I've always wondered with these guys, right? So if there's no definition, if there's nothing that's flat, then why is the word flat?
Yeah, why does the word exist at all?
Yeah.
So I shut him down real quick, friends, because I'm not about to have a Bevite adjacent argument.
It's like a Bevite globe, yeah? Or maybe...
Yeah, that's pretty circular. I remember we talked to that guy before, but I don't remember anything else other than saying the Neuralist over and over because he was annoying me.
I can see why.
It was annoying me. I was driving. I'm like, damn it, I've got to say something.
Road rage. You're making your road rage, is he?
Yeah.
It was a valid try, AJ. It was good. Good effort.
Well, I understood what you were talking about. He just didn't want to understand it. Again, crazy.
Well, you can say the Earth has a flatness of plus or minus 7 miles.
I mean, you could just use the way that they get flatness scales for like mechanical parts, right? And you could just apply it to the tolerances of the Earth, and then it would give you that number.
Yeah, remember that flatness of U.S. states? There's some kind of study about that where they studied the flatness of all the U.S. states and which ones are the flattest. I used to have that.
Yeah, that's a good one. So Kansas is flatter than a pancake. Florida's flatter than a flat. Kansas flatter than a pancake flat. And then I don't know if there's another state flatter than Florida.
No, I don't know how true it is.
Been a while.
I don't know how true it is, but I've also heard globers explain themselves that even with mountains, hills, valleys, etc., that if we were to zoom out on this globe, that the globe itself, with all this topology, would still be smoother than a billiard ball.
I read a paper about that, and the guy argues that that's the claim, but it's not quite. But it's almost like it's still pretty good. And he did it with the he did it by doing different levels of what it means to be smooth and what it means, to be, billiard ball. Because billiard balls have a standard of how they're manufactured, and so he applied that standard, and he said like the Earth doesn't quite get there, but it's pretty close. So either way, if you rolled that out, and it was like almost as smooth as a billiard ball, he then said it would probably be like a used billiard ball, heavily used, like one that you've had for years, not one brand new. So if you rolled that out, right, then that would be a very flat surface, wouldn't it? Let's see, who's next? How about Grisp? Grisp, if you can get on the mic and are willing to answer, how did you become a flat earther?
You got me with that question earlier. I was laying in bed. I was sound asleep. I'd fallen asleep, and all I could hear was AI in my dream going, AJ, AJ. I'm like, oh, fuck.
My greatest dread, I do, I don't know, regularly fall asleep while listening. I'm like, oh, they're going to call on me. But I don't think it really happens. I just wake up. I'm like, oh, I was really sound asleep and heard nothing. But yeah, it can be soothing to go to sleep to, depending on what's happening.
Yeah. So I was getting beaten in this debate once. Then I woke up.
Haha. You used to be really good at those Friday Night Fights debates. You remember those?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like you, Indio. When I first came into the server, Alpha. Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, I think it was like the first week I was in there. He's like, "Oh, would you like to join the Friday Night Fights?" I'm like, "No, I don't think so." That sounds like way too scary. But yeah, I probably could have, because then they didn't even go on that much longer. I thought, oh, maybe I will eventually, but then they went away. But they were entertaining. I enjoyed those.
I remember what made me become a flat earther. It was pretty interesting.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
At least to me. Might not be, but I got on the internet one day. I was bored. I was at work, and I was like, all right, let's see what the new conspiracy theories are. So it's like, I need a new one. And then I saw flat Earth on there. I was like, oh, what the fuck is that? I'd never even heard of such a thing. So I'm like, oh, this is going to be easy to debunk. Let's do it. Oh, shit, that was like in 2015. I'm here today. Yeah, I haven't debunked it. But I thought for sure at first, I was like, all right, I'm into it for a while. I'm like, all right, gyroscopes are going to totally, they're going to totally disprove flat Earth, or something. Or not disprove it or prove it, one way or the other. And I don't know. I think long observations cover it. But then there's always that stupid refraction argument, and that only goes so far.
Yeah, well, just stick to the observations.
But it was just funny. I was like, oh, what is this? I saw curvature. I saw it. I watched the Red Bull jump. I saw curvature. And then I was like, oh, shit, that's not curvature. Oops. Oh, they have the ISS. I saw footage. Oops. That's all fake. Oh, man. It's a rabbit hole, man.
Yeah, I do feel bad. Yeah, maybe part of why I'm stuck here is because I did used to encourage teenage dreams of space, and I was teaching physics when they first put the ISS up there, and I was teaching at a charter school, and we had a international night, where every classroom was a different country, so we chose to be Russia. I chose Russia so that we could show our space obsession and make all kind of weird spaceship models and stuff. But the kids liked it. I should write them all personal letters of apology.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on that trip to Mars from Elon Musk.
Australia was supposed to be sending up a rocket 2 weeks ago. They've kicked the can down the road as well.
Jesus. Remember the railroad they're supposed to make at Mars as well?
Yeah, and I've heard about elevators to the moon, all sorts of things.
I'm still waiting on all these projects, bro.
Someone just the other day said that the funding was cut to go back to the moon again.
Wonderful.
It's like, hey, you want to go to the moon? It's like, yeah, not really.
It's so funny, the budget, and then they give you all these CGI pictures. Makes sense.
I'm really impressed that AJ woke up from a deep sleep and answered your question. I still can't get over that. If I ever don't answer you guys,
I used to run a fairly large company that was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I used to get phone calls or, people coming in, waking me up every 5 seconds. Yeah. I'd get 20, 30 phone calls a night. And I'm pretty tuned into the phone and all that still from that. But, I was up all night. And I had a couple of hours sleep, got up this morning and did a few things and went and laid on the bed and thought, I'll just listen to what everyone's talking about. And off I went again.
Oh, so you're napping because it's day where you are.
I was pretty out of it, yeah, because I'd been up all night. I'd had about 2 hours and then my wife woke me up for something. And I went back. So, I crashed for you. I was fairly out of it. I wasn't sure if I was dreaming. It was half in my dream, dreaming about AI.
Hey, you're still dreaming right now, man. This is all a dream.
Napping is good. Yeah, if I ever don't answer you guys, I'm probably asleep. I'm not trying to be rude. Yeah, I was just talking to somebody. Well, none of you. Well, Flatsy would understand. Yeah, I was just talking to somebody about pregnancy and nursing brain, and but it's this. It took me a very long time after I finally got out of this very long stretch of either being pregnant or nursing, waking up in the middle of the night, constantly on edge. I do feel like, I don't know, must even a couple years after that where I was still like you, where I would just wake up to every tiny little sound. But now I can sleep through the night. I've been sleep trained again, so that's nice. If you didn't have your phone there, AJ, then you'd be able to sleep better, right?
No, I sleep, but I hear it. Yeah, I'm really tuned into it. I think it's just because of all the years of work and having to wake up all the time. But you sound like my wife. My wife was pregnant for like 5 years straight.
Yeah, for me, it was 10 years. Yeah. And then the first time I started sleeping, I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot what it was like to have a full night's sleep. Like my brain was so clear. It's great.
Hey, AJ, that's why I don't get on my good mic too often. It's bad enough you guys dream about me, but if I was always on my good mic, you'd be gay by now. All right, Flat Lloyd, what are you doing? You playing Claire Obscure? Not paying attention? I know what you're doing.
Well, I was earlier.
You're going to make him tell his story now?
Well, it all started when I got to the Earth. I was a flat earther. We all were. Then a bunch of people around me were like, nah, we're on a globe. It is kind of weird to think about that way. Like, I don't know. I like when people ask that question, why does it matter? Because it's like, man, if we just stopped doing that, could have been a lot better. Yeah, we probably would have came up with some sort of lie and it would have still told the many folds of lies that they do, but like, man, that's the cool part about having a family too. They have the opportunity to like just teach them critical things and spend time with them. But for me, it was architecture, and I was a hardcore globie because of all those stories. I wanted to be an astronaut. Trained pretty hard to be until I realized you had to get into the military. And I didn't really like the military at the time. But long story short, it was in my master's class of architecture, and we had to spend about a month out in the middle of West Texas, and I made the same mistake as all the other Globers. I looked to the sky and started asking questions. However, I guess for me, it really started in 2012 with the Mayan calendar and thinking that the Earth was going to end, and 9/11 and 6th grade, and that Tuesday kind of just changing everything. But I still believed in space. I don't know. There was that architecture class, and I started kind of actually doing what Eratosthenes did, and looking at shadows when they were really, really long at the violet hours of the light, right? So at the sun in the 0 to 18 degrees, which is, of course, a flat Earth measurement. But that elevation of the sun is known as the violet hour, the golden hour, especially for like photography. And, there's a really good angle of the light for photography, architecture, all kinds of stuff. But specifically for this project, we were designing a residential home that, had to be designed to where the client, wanted to wake up with the sun. And the kitchen had to be in a certain area so that at the evening there was good light. So obviously you had to record that data, and I don't know, I just started questioning things because I was realizing that there was ancient cosmologies that were of a geocentric, flat, stationary Earth, and thinking like, how about that? And it is kind of weird that they make fun of flat Earth, or at least I remember in 2nd grade where they were like, yeah, and Christopher Colombo thought they were, no, it's actually a ball. But I don't know. It was just one of those things that, led to another.
Colombo?
Yeah.
Instead of Columbus, but Colombo.
Well, I say it because of crit.
I was thinking that it was on purpose that you said Colombo, because I was like, he wouldn't say that unless it was on purpose.
The heliocentric model is actually not that old as well.
Yeah, I didn't find that out until later. Especially with all the religious turmoil, the back and forth, and who knows? Because it does start to get all speculatory, right? I mean, however, when it comes to this topic, that's what I find to be so relieving. Is that you can't know the truth. You don't have to speculate at all. There's no liquid thermite. There's no 45 cut degree steel beams. There's no, there's just flat level water. And even though I made the mistake of really kind of looking at the sky, the moon, the stars, the sun, it wasn't until actually 200 Proofs came out that I actually went to Corpus Christi and just looked out for myself with a telescope and looked for some boats, and it was relatively close to me. I went again months later with some friends in architecture, and we went with the P900 that I got from eBay for I think it was $400 at the time. And there it was, just zooming boats right back into view after you couldn't see them with the naked eye. And it was enough to really know that. I mean, that was kind of that pivotal moment where I was like, wow, this place is more unknown than I thought it was, and how humbling that was. And then how it grew even more humbling to this day. And oh man.
That's an interesting point you said about the zooming in and the things cut off at the bottom. There's a cool flat earther back in the day. His name was Issa. I think he might go by Flat Earth Lawyer now. But he would used to come Friday night fights and stuff. But he told the Globers one time, he goes, if you guys just never said the only reason both can get cut off is because of Earth curve, you would have won. If you just never had that come out your mouths, you would have won.
I really like your story, Flatlord, because that means that you were a serious OG flat earther. So you were a flat earther pretty much even before Eric Dubay and all them started talking about that stuff. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's funny because I mean, one of the first videos I did see on Flat Earth was Eric's debate, the 200 proofs, and I reached out to him on YouTube pretty immediately and just kind of asked him about, question this, question that. It is like, I mean, one of the first quote unquote proofs is, what we say too, water. So I mean, one after the other, and even them are kind of repetitive in many senses, but yeah, I mean, that's why I kind of had the interview with him, because I reached out later like, hey, I talked to you way back in the day. There's this really great place, 24/7. That funny for me, my origin story with 24/7 is I clicked on an Instagram link and I was met by Crack Villain in the VC somehow, and we were talking about 3D printers, and he was like, yeah, you're going to do great here. But that's why I invited Eric Dubay, and he was like, I appreciate the invite, and I remember you from back in the day. We were talking about Asbestos Head, one of his early books. But he kind of declined the offer and instead said, hey, can I interview you, and you can talk about 24/7. And that's kind of how that happened too.
Oh, I didn't know you did that. That was like on the YouTube or something?
Yeah, on his like little podcast that he started up.
Definitely a good guy to talk to, I'm sure. And I'm sure you learned a lot from him as well in that moment.
It was kind of funny. He learned a lot too, just because I would share a lot of the stuff that I learned here. Like crypto one time taught me that an echo chamber, I really thought it was always, just anything repeating something over and over again. But crypto had added the element that, it was that you can only say this one thing and that it's reverberated, right? It's this room of just globe. And in fact, even though it's the majority, the globe is in fact this echo chamber, right? Of just saying the same thing. Oh, it's a spinning globe out in the middle of space, spinning globe out in the middle of space, refraction, You can just say the same things over and over again. And sharing some of that with him, shared Quantum Eraser with him, Witsit. He was kind of following Witsit in a weird way, but he just said he had his like eye out on him, didn't really trust him. But
everyone has their own way.
Where the hell is crypto?
That's amazing, man. That's an awesome story into like flat Earth. I like that. You've got a unique story, and I like it.
Thanks, Flatsy.
Yeah, I cite Eric Dubay on a lot of things because he's a very good one to use. His studies are pretty good, so I usually stick to him when I use some of my flat Earth knowledge.
It was kind of funny. I got to ask him if he was a shill, and I was like, "That's exactly what a shill would say, Eric." Because my dad, for the longest time, would argue that, oh, he's just, he could be, just dropping flat Earth, and it could just be this movement that's supposed to happen, and I don't know. I'll ask him. Sorry, Timbo.
No, that's all right. I was going to say he needs to brush up on some of his arguments.
Yeah.
He's I actually came to Flat Earth through 200 proofs as well. So
It definitely affirmed a lot of things. I was like, oh my god, duh.
Yeah. He's kind of stuck with these arguments, though, isn't he? And never changed one thing. Like, oh, okay, maybe that's not such a great claim anymore, you know, or... Although he's a bit of a recluse, isn't he?
He's definitely introverted, and he's a reader. You know, I mean, he definitely is not an egotistical guy. He's definitely pretty humble about things, but you can tell he's like still pretty talented dude. He's super tall. I didn't realize like how tall and lanky he was.
Yeah, really. I didn't think he was tall.
Yeah, dude, it's like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar ninjutsu, bro.
But yeah, I mean, he's hell of a reader. He can like quote a lot of people.
So who remembers his number one faux pas claim that came back to bite flat earthers in the butt really hard? Who remembers it? Or who can guess what it is?
The horizon always up to your eye level.
Correct.
Really?
The horizon is essentially always at your eye level, right? That bit flat earthers in the butt hard. How so?
Well, didn't he make a claim? Didn't he make a claim about train lines always being level or something? Sorry.
Yeah, he has all kinds of them. But the one that really proliferated itself as an easy Glober win was the horizon is always at eye level. They would just show a drop from eye level to the horizon and be like, okay, if the Earth is flat, the horizon would always be at eye level. Here's the horizon not at eye level. Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
Now, let's put that another way logically. So, the ground below you, hold on now, is below you. Follow me now. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. The ground below you is below you. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. How does that make sense?
Doesn't make sense.
Just climb a tree.
It makes sense on a flat Earth. So, if the Earth is flat, then the horizon, well, the Earth will always be below you.
I have a question.
Unless there's a hill.
Is the surface long distance photograph of 443 kilometers possible on a globe Earth, when taking into account for fraction as well?
What's that record? 273 miles.
Yes,
I think it's supposed to be 2 miles below the curve of the Earth.
This would be a Eric Dubai claim that I'm looking at actually right now. I was checking out some of his things, but somebody was trying to say that was fallacious.
Why?
A 430 mile ground.
Kilometer.
Kilometers, correct.
Yeah, that'd be about the same as that'd be 273 times 1.6 is 436.8.
Right.
Yeah. I think he's talking about the same one, yeah.
Yeah, that's about the same.
Let me post this in the chat real quick for you.
Can't go. It's impossible.
Don't we have all the info on that? Let me go and find it.
Yeah, I think that's impossible on a globe of 3959.
Post this for you real quick. A second.
I think anything beyond 10 kilometres would be impossible on a globe. At 6, that was one of the things over water that I came to flat Earth with. One of the sort of tests I did,
They even have a picture on it.
10 kilometres, 10 k's of water from beach to beach, from a beach on the mainland to the island, which at 6 foot is about 7 metres.
So there's other guys making the claim that it's not possible, and it's a fallacious claim.
Yes, you could not take a 443 kilometer. Maybe if you're like 1,000 miles up or something. I don't know, but not from the distance that particular picture was taken from. I think it was only 9,000 feet. I think it was taken. There we go. We got more info coming in.
Oh yeah, I got some more coming in.
All right, well, we got some coming in. Hang on. Hold on.
I'm going through all these ones in the server, but I've got no information on the actual pictures. There was a good one. Can anyone remember the shortcut for it? There was a good one of Canigoo with all of the heights and what it should be below the. So I've tried Memes Canigoo 2, Memes Canigoo 3. Let's try 4 then.
Dude, try typing Canigoo in the search bar, and then there's going to give you the option to search for links, media, people, messages, etc. And if you pick media or links, it's probably going to pop up a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, dude. So here, I'll post you what I did here. Duty poo poo poo. Yes, look at this search here. So if you go to our home server and you search in the search bar, look here, 1,000+ links, 1,000+ pieces of media, 1,000+ files, all about Canigoo. Don't get me wrong, some are repetitions.
Canigoo Media. Got it. That's good to know. I like it. Interesting.
So you can see that.
Oh, there's another flat earther that I love,
just
Flat
what it
Earth
is.
Dude.
Hey, what's up, Flatsy? What's going on, girl?
Just hanging out.
Yeah, me too. Hanging out.
Recognize this one, AI?
Where is it?
Oh shit! Did I put it in a different chat? Did I? No, I should have put it.
Hey, so guys, I got a story called Tales from the Retarded Carpenters Who Tried to Account for the Curvature of the Earth. So, I gotta fix this shower pan because the carpenter put it in and tried to account for the curve of the Earth by curving the shower pan. Right? So, if you know anything about that, that means that the water's not going to drain down the hole.
Right.
So I got to fix it. So what actually happened, friends, is that if you have a solid object and you curve it and it's not meant to be curved, then the top of the arc compared to the bottom of the arc is a longer distance. And so if the object is not meant to flex, it's just going to crack. So what do I got in the middle of the curve of this shower pan? Cracks that I've got to fill with silicone before the towel says. And it's retarded.
Fuck. You use epoxy, man. Fuck that silicone, man.
I ain't got time for it, bro. All I got is silicone, bro.
Fuck.
It's 12:45 where I'm at, bro.
Oh shit! No epoxy.
That's fair enough.
Fair enough.
You need a new carpenter.
Yeah, he does.
Well, I gotta ask your flat Earth dude. If movement occurred, therefore it cracked, why use epoxy? Because epoxy's hard and brittle. And when movement reoccurs, it'll crack. Silicone's more flexible.
True.
Yeah, you need some tape on that shit too. AI, some mesh, some fiber.
Duct tape. Get out of here.
No, he knows what I mean.
No,
Waterproofing tape.
Oh, dude.
Oh, the
No,
tape.
bro. Flex tape. Flex tape.
Flex tape.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
Yep. Waterproofing tape.
Dude, like, how do you, Jude?
I've been talking about this so much over the past months, but I just want to talk about it one more time. Like, how do you not know that you have to put a shower pan in flat and level? Like, seriously, how do you not know that? How do you think that you're going to curve a shower pan? Now, don't get me wrong, dudes. The floor is kind of like, it's straight here and then it kind of angles down. So the floor itself isn't necessarily curved, but you could kind of consider it sort of like a curve, because if you try to wrap the shower pan around it, you're going to have to curve the shower pan, right? Because you're not just going to angle the shower pan. You can't just have a straight half of a shower pan and then the other half just be diagonal, because that would just be broken immediately, right? So you have to kind of flex it. You have to kind of force it. And so one end is going to curve around. Like, in what world do you think you have to account for curvature on a shower pan, let alone a bridge?
I don't know. Some freaking stupid world, Disney World. Can you send us a picture of this fucking shit show?
I don't really think it'd show up in a picture, but I could send a picture of the cracks.
Yeah,
Sure.
whatever. That's cool.
All right. Dude, what's your DM? I'm going to send you a picture of my crack.
I don't know, flat earth dude.
So if it's on a globe, then the highest point would be at the drain, in the center.
Right.
That makes a lot of sense.
It makes no sense. I found it interesting that there's a lot of guys in construction in the flat earth.
Fucking nice.
It's just an interesting, or builders, whatever.
I mean, yeah, I'm a carpenter myself.
We all
Plum
build
is,
shit.
Plum is real. Leveling is real.
No doubt about it. I'm a guitar builder. I build guitars. The neck cannot be level. It'll fuck up. It's got to be slightly concave, actually. Very slightly.
Okay.
A few thousandths. But, we know what level is. The string's level every time. When I pull it tight, it's level.
I'll tell you what, I can't build a house on a fucking curved surface, bro. Or the fucking framing is not going to work the way you want it to. Framing involves flat surfaces.
Yeah, but even if you build on the side of a hill, man, you still got to have a level base,
Exactly. Still got to have that level base.
Flat
Right.
base.
Yeah.
Flat base, man. That sounds like an instrument.
But that's why you make the foundation of concrete. That's when that comes in. You build your own foundation at that point, or you level the floor out.
Exactly.
The hill.
Yep. You bring in some sturdy support beams and build that floor right on there. Yeah.
Same thing with raising floors. You ever heard of people raising floors that had dips in them? You know what they use? You know what they use to fix that curvature? They use a level.
They do.
Like a laser. It's actually like a laser. They shoot that laser right over the floor and raise it all to equal, the laser, and you go underneath and hydraulic press that bitch up.
AI, you got any super glue in you, bro? Super glue, man.
Super glue.
Fucking works every time, bro. I'd be all over.
It's like Windex, is it? Fucking everything.
Super glue,
Windex.
the real super glue, the good stuff, man. You guys,
man,
you know.
And if the super glue doesn't work, you go to speed tape. 100 mile an hour tape.
100 kilometers an hour. 200 kilometer hour tape. What is it?
You know what's funny, bro? I actually wanted to work as a fucking surveyor, bro. Just because I wanted to see how they viewed it. I never got to try one of the machines before.
Yeah. They're out there. Keep searching.
They cost hella money, I bet.
Next time you fucking see one of those dudes on the side of the road, half the time they're sitting around scratching their ass.
Yeah,
so
right.
You could probably walk up to them and go, "I'm still waiting for that Mongo to place that fucking pole." 200 yard. You can talk to them. Say, "Hey, man, what's up? Can I look in there? Can I try it?" Whatever.
Never thought to ask.
Yeah,
Ask him
why
how
not,
much
man?
curvature he detects.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
About the curve and.
Wonder how far out it goes. To be honest with you, as far as you can see at your horizon, I bet.
Yeah, it's not that far. You can't use those things.
Yeah,
long
That's
distance.
not what they're looking for, though, in them.
Yeah, true. That's not the point of it.
They're up
Yeah.
to like, what is it?
Just looking for elevation differences in the land and stuff.
Like 300 meters tops, right?
Yeah, that's in that. But then when you're surveying boundaries and stuff like that, it's a bit different, but they just use GPS for that.
Like perimeters.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, they'll half the
And
time.
drones now as well. They did a drone survey on my place.
Well, that's
Yeah,
probably
for
a
all
better
the,
tool to use in that case.
What?
Yeah, they use it for the slope and the topography, and they give you all your contours.
Slope, really?
Property.
Interesting.
Yeah, off the drone.
Off the hill or whatever.
Did they use the slope intercept formula on that, AJ?
I got no idea.
I have no idea either.
You guys are hilarious. AI, are you using silicone or Subaru? What are we doing, man? Well, you got to go home in like 8 minutes, bro. Best get busy.
At least Sikaflex. You got to use at least Sikaflex on that shit.
Here's some more pictures. Here. Oh, what the fuck?
Well, you're trying to level it out, so I think that's why you put the pencil there. It's still off.
It's way off, bro.
Yeah, that shit's off, my boy.
But it has to drain down towards the drain.
Oh, right.
So you have to have it.
You gotta have it, yeah.
That's a good mark, actually. It's in the center of the line to the left there. Yeah.
I see, because you're saying it's basically not draining. You need to raise your.
It's the wrong way.
It's the wrong way.
It's the wrong way, even with pencil.
Why is it dipping in? It's definitely dipping downwards on the right side. Absolutely.
A lot.
Yeah. That second one definitely is it. You can see it there. You can see it on this one.
They put the corner in the corner, right? And then they just flex the rest of the pin down and leave the floor. So it is over a half an inch flexed at the complete end.
Fuck, you're roboting, man. I can't hear you, bro. Fuck. I really want to hear what you're saying.
Yeah, we're all interested too.
I'm intrigued.
You gotta rip that shit out, AI.
Oh no!
I was gonna say you have to rip that shit out and put a flat topper underneath it and re-waterproof it.
Hey, you ain't gonna be able to bend that motherfucker. That's just not bendable.
Get a room full of fucking carpenters. This is what happens.
Oh yeah,
I would have ripped that shit out this morning. With a sledgehammer.
Thank you guys for the laughs, man. Sorry, AI, you got to deal with this shit show.
It's all good. Not too deep.
Not us. That fucking shower is a shit show. That
Yeah,
shower,
it is.
It's fucking.
You gotta kick the water in there. You gotta kick the water to the hole.
We got to kick the water to the hole. I like that term.
And that's what you have to do in that instance right there. That's how you drain that shower out.
Yeah, just tell them it's a foot spa as well.
Gotta kick the water to the hole, bro. You'll be fine. It'll evaporate. Just leave it in there.
And put a fucking towel on. Put a towel on the right side. Some shit.
Let's have a look through this list.
We got people in here.
Carrot Doctor, are you there?
What's up, Carrots?
Yeah. What's up?
What's up,
Hello,
man?
mate.
Just chilling, laughing about construction shit. It's pretty funny.
I have a sick carrot. I need help.
Nice. I like
Can you help me?
Yeah.
Have you got a bendy level?
And Lego's in here hiding too.
I've got a normal level that's straight.
Yeah, there you
Are
go.
you a flat earther or a glober?
I'm a glober.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, tons of evidence. Gravity being one of them. One of the easiest.
It's not evidence.
Let's start. Let's start with that one then. All right. What if the Earth was flat and had gravity? Why would it not be flat? Why would it only be a globe? Let's start there.
I gotta think of a way to like explain it so you'll understand. It's kind of.
Don't patronize me, fuckface.
Don't dumb it down. It's not necessary. Probably
gravity is caused by a massive object.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Ending
So
space
if
time.
the Earth was flat and was that massive object, would it have gravity?
Keep it family friendly, please.
Sorry.
I'm kidding, man.
What the hell was that? What the fuck was that? I'm like, keep it family friendly. I've never heard anybody say that.
Yeah,
it's a new goal.
So your
Okay,
claim of
since the
gravity,
Earth is a sphere,
okay, so gravity turns
everything
things into
points
balls,
straight
is that what you're
down.
saying? Well,
Wait,
if
what?
the Earth was flat, everything would point straight down too.
No, why wouldn't it point sideways or up or any
Why
other
would
direction?
it, dude? Have you ever seen something point sideways?
We love coming in here, man.
No, that's because we live on a globe. If it was
Okay,
flat,
go.
why would gravity pull things down instead of sideways?
All right. Well, your evidence of gravity, we can go back to that because that doesn't prove it's a ball. So, have you got anything that proves it's a ball?
Could you answer my question? Because it's a really important question and pertinent to the point.
What question? Go ahead.
If there was gravity on the flat Earth, why would things drop and point downward instead of sideways or up?
Why would they go sideways?
Because there would be nothing
Helium balloons do go up.
Your mass, bro.
straight down.
And you go down, right? You're pretty dense.
And evaporation goes up.
Yeah, like when we talk about gravity, you're just talking about a direction of up and down, right? Vertical direction, gravity. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Downward
so you-
ball.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. How does that make it a ball?
That doesn't
Because
explain gravity at all.
because if it weren't a ball, if it were flat, you'd have more of a gravitational like force on the sides, I guess. Like as you walk away from the center, you'd
Have you
get
got
like
a demonstration of that?
Yeah, do you see rivers going uphill or?
no.
Hold on, friends. We got a big error on the table. You're assuming a certain type of distribution of the mass. In fact, I got a paper from the professor, physics department, University of Rio de Janeiro, that wrote a paper about this very thing. They demonstrate that you can have a flat Earth with mass direct mass gravity just fine, no problem at all.
Your mic is kind of hard to understand.
Yeah, AI, man, you gotta fix the mic, bro.
Yeah, but did you hear what he said?
I
Kind of. He has
heard
a
it.
paper
Yeah, I know
from.
Can someone repeat what he said?
Well, it's talking about distribution of mass, right? So if there was a flat Earth on the surface, then you don't know what the distribution of mass is underneath. You can still have gravity pulling things to the ground, even though gravity is not proven. But you know, you can still have it. There's no reason why you have to have something that's on a ball. Like gravity makes it a ball. Why?
It's just it's hard to explain. I mean,
It's just explain it in your own words because we do understand English.
So like no matter where you're at on the globe, on land,
Yeah.
you're gonna have the same amount of gravity. But if the
Well, you
Earth were
shouldn't.
flat,
But you shouldn't though, because Earth's not
what do
Earth isn't a perfect sphere, is it?
It's not a
well, yeah, it's a spheroid shape. Yeah, it's mostly
Yeah, so you have more
Yeah, it's not a
areas that are
perfect
more
sphere.
dense and supposed to be bigger at the equator as well. So wouldn't you have more gravity at the equator? And then more where there's mountains and stuff like that, and then less at sea level because there's less underneath you. So if it's consistent, then that goes against what your model claims.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not saying. Well, it's. I just okay. So, like, how would gravity
You know
work
what?
if the Earth was flat?
I think you're
I guess-
struggling with when you say In what way can I make you understand it? I think you're struggling to explain your own concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're giving
Well,
up and
it's
trying to
just
reverse the burden.
hold on. Let me get a few more things here.
Fuck.
I'm gonna Google it.
Because the gravity
There's-
thing is like huge. That's like
Oh yeah. Hey, there's something. Hey,
But you're not explaining what gravity
Carrot.
is. Or,
hey, Carrot.
what's
in
up?
the
What's
chat,
up?
man. In the chat is an AI posted a link that talks about gravity, a big fucking shitload of stuff. So be careful. There's a lot of information in there. It's going to take you days to go through it. Be careful. But
Yeah, it essentially, right, you've got an observation. Your observation is up and down. You've got a direction, right? That's the only thing we observe. So you've got a story that goes along with your observation, because I see exactly the same thing as you see. We don't see different things. You've just got been told that because Earth's a ball, it has a huge mass, then everything's attracted to the center of mass. Now, the observation is that things go down or things go up. It's like a, straight up and down vector. Right? Helium balloons go up. Something that's more dense in the air around it goes down. So in the end, we have the same observation. Mine is on a flat plane because that's what we observe and that's what we measure. Yours is on a ball because that's what you've been told without proof. So you have a belief without proof. Well, belief is something without proof, but you can agree that the observation is exactly the same, right?
Acceptance without proof, but yes.
Yeah, thank you, Fletchy.
By
No
the
problem,
way,
buddy.
what AI posted was like only 5 pages in total.
only 5 pages. That's like long for me, man. I got one at a time here. All right, hold on.
Well, four if you exclude the first page because it's mostly all blank.
Okay, 4 pages. So long for me.
Is
But
our
let's
friend,
not,
friend still
I'm
here?
a Mongo. But you guys want to go through the paper with him, or what are you guys thinking?
He can read it in his own time.
That's what I was thinking. Let him read it. But it's still a lot of information, man. You get to get your brain around it and everything. It's going to take a minute, bro.
Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
It's not that
Did
hard
you hear
to
what I
understand.
said? Did you hear what I said about observation? Yeah.
Yeah, I did. What made you guys think the Earth was flat, or like what convinced you guys?
Well,
Water.
I'll give you 3 examples, right? So for me, it's, and then someone else can take over. But for me, it's every day in my everyday life, it's observed to be a flat, non-rotating surface. Every day I use it as a flat, non-rotating surface. I'm a builder and a plumber. Now, every day it's used by other people, airplanes, boats, as a flat, non-rotating surface, and it measures to be flat, not curving. So that's
But
all.
isn't that
our
just because it's a
senses
massive
work.
object? Doesn't that answer that?
Oh, they give you a size, right? So the size is radius of 3,959 miles. So from that, you can get the equations around about 8 inches per mile squared. So you square the mile, right?
Okay,
It's a
for
curve
what?
and
What
not a
does that
slope.
mean?
So you got 10 miles.
Drop over
curvature
distance.
would be 66 feet from the point where you're standing. So that's over 10 miles over water, because water is supposed to conform to the shape of a ball. Then you would experience a 6-story drop over 10 miles. So 6-story building would be hidden at a 10-mile horizon, right? We don't witness these things.
But isn't that just like a perspective issue? Like, couldn't that be explained with like other things? Like, what else?
Yeah. Well, we don't see these things. So yeah, you could say, okay, well, things shrink with size. That would be perspective. Shrink with distance. Sorry, that would be perspective.
They appear to shrink.
Appear to. Yeah.
They
don't
actually
actually
shrink.
yeah. That's right. But also light occlusion, I suppose. You know, like things disappear, look like they're disappearing due to air, moisture in the air. You got magnification. So you got a lot of things, but one of them is not Earth curvature.
Okay, let's forget the curvature for now. You said that you experience the Earth as flat, like you
Every
measure
day.
it as flat. Yeah,
Every
but
day.
that's just because
Yeah,
you're living
every
on
day.
a massive like planet.
I just
And
told you
you're
how
in a-
big you should. I just told you how big it was.
We know exactly how big it is, right down to the inch, bro. Check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just telling you the expected obstruction you would expect if you were on a globe and we don't see it. So it's not so big that you wouldn't see it. You would see it. That's what he was just telling you.
Okay.
Just 5 minutes after the hour, I posted a picture. It's called the Black Swan image. Are you familiar with that?
Mm-hmm.
You are. Okay, so this is why you don't want to get off the geometry and the curvature, because this is where it's all at. That's why. Because at
Okay.
one foot observer height.
So
you
what?
shouldn't be
Okay,
able
so
to
what
see
math
any of
are
it.
you saying is the reason why that's impossible to see?
All right, here we go. There's the math. Boom. 3 seconds.
Take him through it, Oblivion.
Well, I don't like to do the modus tollens and all that, but basically, if the Earth is a radius of 3959, basically it's 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet, which basically goes back to the picture I posted. At 1 foot observer height, the horizon would be at 1.22 miles, but we're seeing it well behind an oil rig, which is at 9.41 miles. You shouldn't be able to see any of that. That's the point.
Yeah, so that's according to the, official globe calculations that you could find if you looked up an Earth curve calculator. That's where the horizon would be expected to be, 1.22 miles, but we see that the horizon is beyond the oil rig, so it's over 10 miles. So it's not true what you said, that we wouldn't be able to see the curve because it's too big. That's just not the case. That's not even the case when you look up the official math and the official claim.
I said that you experience it like as flat because you're a tiny human compared to like the size of the Earth.
You're just a little tiny human.
No, but we're saying we're making real world observations that would be impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed.
I know, but let's just talk about something like more simple to understand. Like all this math, like I'm not gonna.
This is simple.
This is the
as
most
simple as it gets.
This is basic.
This is the
101.
Okay.
I think gravity.
Here it is.
Talking about
Here it
gravity is a lot more simple.
Okay, that's simple, is it?
Lord.
Because no one actually knows what gravity is, so that makes it really simple.
What do you mean no one knows what gravity is?
You
Okay,
still
what is-
can't
what is
connect
it?
why it makes it a ball.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually pretty simple. Like it's
what's
a
gravity?
sphere.
What is gravity?
What is gravity?
What is gravity?
Google it. Just Google it. Fuck it.
It's the natural force that pulls objects with mass
Not a
towards each other.
force. Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
Oops,
You're out of date. About 100 years.
Wait, 400 years? Got a day?
100.
He had it earlier. He was talking about bending and warping of space-time earlier, but then he just forgot it, I guess.
Oh, why'd you swap it back then?
Well, that's...
wait.
3,500 miles per hour.
Newton was 400 years ago, right?
Yeah.
That's when he came up with that shit. Is that right? When did he come up?
Yeah, but I think
And you're
Einstein.
saying that's wrong, or
Einstein was in 1920s, was he, or 30s? 20s.
You're saying
something?
Isaac Newton's theory of gravity is wrong.
Well,
Yeah,
Einstein. Yeah, Einstein took that shit to the woodshed, and he said, "Check this out, bitches."
Yeah, he
And,
improved on it. He gave a better like
No,
understanding.
it's nothing
of it.
like each other.
It's nothing like mass attracting mass, dude. It has nothing to do with that. Zero.
Okay.
By the way,
why can you show that or explain that?
Yeah, by the way, Newton said it's bullshit and don't ascribe gravity to me because it's impossible for some object to interact with another object like that. He said don't ascribe gravity to me.
Do not.
And then they waited till he was long dead before they ascribed gravity to him, and that's what you're citing. He said it was bullshit. Newton did.
Newton did say.
Where did he say that?
I think it's in some letters. Yeah,
I saved it. I'll try to.
It's in the chat. It's in the fucking chat. There you go.
Awesome.
That's where he said it, in the chat.
There it is.
Yeah, I agree with Flat Lloyd. There's no point going into gravity unless you can describe why it necessitates a ball.
Well, there is a globe reason, but I just want to see if you even know it, Pickle. Or sorry, Carrot.
Carrot.
Got
Pickle,
my
carrot.
got my cucumber and my carrot.
Vegetable. It's a vegetable. I get it.
So every planet we observe and like every moon is circular. Wouldn't that mean that like
doesn't mean it's
Earth
a sphere, dude.
is spherical?
Well, that's what you were told about the lights. But I mean, me and you see the same lights, right?
Yeah.
So how can you go out and verify that those are in fact? Oh man, dang! This is like a sphere in three-dimensional space.
Even beyond that.
Well,
what
why
do
would I doubt
anything? Hold on. What do any of those things in the sky have in common with the Earth? First of all, why would you look at those things that have nothing in common with the Earth and say, "Oh, the Earth must be like this"? That's
They're
crazy.
planets. They're planets.
There's
I mean,
no tree.
they're different, but they're all the same
trees,
shape.
bro.
They're all spherical.
There's no trees. There's no trees up in the sky, bro.
So because there's no trees on other planets, the Earth cannot be a sphere.
Other planets. You're begging the question that
Carrot.
Earth is a planet.
Why wouldn't
Back
Earth
to
be
the
a
reason
planet? That's just
The reason you
Lights
think
in
that
the
is because
sky?
you were
Is Earth a
told
light
a
in the sky?
story.
Go Flat
Right.
Lloyd.
That these lights in the sky are places, that they're terra firma, that they're gaseous, gigantic balls, and we're just, there's a whole story involved, right? However, you have to understand what you can only understand and verify for yourself. And in this case, this space story already breaks natural law. Did you know that?
Could you explain that?
Yeah. So me and you right now we're breathing gas pressure, roughly about 14.7 psi, right?
Right.
And in order to have gas pressure, you would need containment. And last time I checked, there's not a glass ball around the globe, is there?
Well, there's an atmosphere. It's not like made of glass. It's not like a physical object, but it contains the nitrogen and the oxygen and the carbon dioxide in the air.
So you're saying gas is holding gas at a location, mind you, that is the farthest away from the supposed mass that's holding it? Where it would be kind of the weakest, right, against a really strong opposing vacuum compared to this pressurized gas that we're breathing, right?
Well, a vacuum doesn't mean like sucking. You know that? Vacuum just means like the absence of gas, I guess.
Well, no, it would experience entropy, right? You would have, high pressure to low pressure every time, right? If you've ever opened a can of soda,
that's
right?
why
You've
that's
never
why I
seen
was
the
talking
gas
about
go
gravity.
into the can,
The
have
atmosphere
you?
holds the gravity. The gravity holds the atmosphere.
Right, but you can't demonstrate that.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
How?
In fact, I have a demonstration to the contrary, in which there's a vacuum on the top and gas at the bottom, right? And in the middle, it's almost like a little hourglass, right? But unfortunately, when he turns the valve, right, the gas doesn't stay down due to gravity. It goes up right into the vacuum. And that's
There's
due
no
to
change
entropy.
there's no change in energy, other change other than a change in entropy.
That's from Professor Feynman, isn't it?
They should do that
I'm not
meme
sure.
the other way, upside down. That'd be better.
Yeah. All right.
So you're in disagreement that gravity pulls gas molecules to the Earth, to the surface.
Well, have you ever seen a
There's
cloud or experienced evaporation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in dis.
That
sorry,
doesn't
you're in
disprove
dis-
the atmosphere
Hello?
and gravity.
You're in disagreement with everyone who says that gravity doesn't affect gas.
Correct.
You're the one in disagreement.
Okay, why do you guys disagree with that?
Because they know what clouds and evaporation are.
Interesting.
I got a question. Are clouds gases? Is clouds gas? Yes or no? I mean, can we?
I don't
Yeah.
think so. I think they're just tiny water droplets suspended in air.
So water vapor?
Wait, water droplets suspended in air above the gravity? Wait a minute.
It's ice crystals.
Wait a minute.
It can be ice crystals too, yeah. Water droplets or ice crystals.
What, just
Ice
floating?
crystal floating in the air? Defying gravity? The calculations. The measurements.
Although, Carrot, I wanted to see if you
data.
realized this is why you quote unquote needed gravity, right, for your globe, right? To hold in the air that you think it's holding. But I hope you can see through the demonstration that there is no gravity holding air down. In fact, that's where most of the air is made, is at the surface and at the water.
And then goes up in all directions.
Yeah, but it's contained in our atmosphere.
Oh, containment.
But that's already a contradiction of terms, right? Atmos meaning air, sphere being a shape, where gases have no inherent shape.
Okay.
It's already a contradiction of terms. You're already almost affirming the consequent, right? You're like already going like, oh, it must be a sphere.
Wait.
I mean, you could just call it
very
air, right?
We're jumping from one thing to the next thing without.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
It's really the same thing.
You have to. I'm not gonna lie.
You think you need gravity for this globe, right?
Okay, so how would
But you're
gravity?
realizing you don't even need gravity to hold air.
Okay, so
Globe
what
charts
is
are
causing everything to fall downward if the Earth is flat?
I don't know. Get in line, man. I drop helium balloons. They don't go down.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
Well, that's because the
not
helium is lighter than the air.
That's what
So not everything then. So not everything then.
Yeah, not
I remember
everything.
being
Anything with mass greater than the air, I guess.
All right. The heaviest gas in the atmosphere is radon. All right. Why aren't we breathing radon?
How is the ISS moving 17,500 miles?
No, we're on a different subject right now. We're talking about gas pressure.
Yeah, and he invoked mass. That's a whole nother problem. Every time he throws out a key phrase, it's a whole problem.
That's weird. Well, not really. But
Somebody just said, "Why aren't we breathing radon?" That's hilarious.
Isn't that funny? Come on. This
I
place
guess
is
because it falls into the ground, or it's stuck in the ground.
Into the ground.
There's not enough radon.
Why is it
to
in the
go around?
atmosphere then? If it falls in the ground. I think you need to. Like
Why aren't we breathing radon?
Yeah, well, it's the heaviest gas, isn't it?
the heaviest
If
gas.
gravity acts,
radon, bro.
acts upon gas, then
Gravity-
the heaviest gas in the atmosphere is radon.
Because it's so it's in like a lot fewer.
It's at the
It's way
first
less
millimeter
prevalent
to the
than
ground, right?
oxygen and nitrogen.
Enter excuses.
It
Well,
doesn't
why aren't we
matter
breathing-
how heavy or light
why-
it is if it's a
Why
lot
aren't we
less than
breathing?
the oxygen.
Why aren't we breathing carbon dioxide then?
We do breathe a little bit, but
Okay, why
like less
isn't the
than
bottom
1%.
layer carbon dioxide, and why isn't the oxygen sitting on top of
because
the
the
carbon
air is
dioxide?
mostly It's very
all
simple.
mixes,
It's actually
right?
like I'm not acting like you guys are dumb. It's super simple. It's because the air is mostly nitrogen and oxygen. That's why.
But it
Yeah,
mixes,
okay,
right?
but yeah, and it mixes. It's dynamic.
Okay, why? What is that? Is that a?
So
That's
gravity
not an
doesn't
answer
act
to
upon
gravity
gas.
or anything.
Gravity doesn't act upon gas, then does it?
Not
It
even in the
has an
globe
effect on
paradigm.
gas, but gas
How?
can be
Show
lighter.
it.
How?
Show it. Show it.
Because Earth is a massive object that has
Show
a
it.
ton of mass, so it pulls
Show
things
it.
towards itself.
Show it.
Okay.
Show gravity acting upon gas.
Rayon
We're back
gas.
to Newton again.
Actually.
We're back to Newton again. This is weird.
Yeah,
Go
right.
round and round.
Slipping right back in there. 400 years ago. Yeah, come on. Just slip it on by.
Yeah, that's more like it. Show gravity bending and warping space-time. Show gas bending and warping space-time. That would be a better one.
Gas bending and warping
Gas
space time?
warping.
Yeah.
I don't think that happens.
But that's gravity. Gravity is the bending and warping of space-time. If you say gravity acts upon gas, then gas is bending and warping space-time.
You're right. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's pushing the gas down.
Okay, so it pulls the gas down just like it pulls the liquids and the solids. Like there's no.
No, it doesn't. So why is the
gravity
gas
pulls
going
everything
up?
down?
Why is the gas going up?
Going up. Yeah.
Remember evaporation, clouds?
Because it's lighter than the air.
So not
So now
gravity.
water vapor is lighter than air.
What was that again?
So clouds, you said they're made of water vapor. Is water vapor lighter than air?
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah? And how did you weigh that?
Whoa, that's heavy, man. That's heavy.
I don't have to personally weigh that.
Okay, so water vapor goes up, so not acting upon by gravity.
Yes, acting upon gravity, but it's less dense than the air, so it floats up, and then it comes back down once it collects, and it gets more dense, and then it rains.
So gravity didn't stop it then.
Yeah.
Right.
Gravity
you didn't need gravity
stop
to
it?
explain that, did you?
No, it didn't
Yeah,
stop
gravity-
it because it's
didn't pull
lighter
it down.
than the
I don't
air.
care. I don't care for your excuses. It didn't do what you said it does to everything.
Carrot, you even left out the word gravity in your explanation.
Oh my gosh, I'm struggling.
Sorry, Carrot. I'm sorry, Carrot. Easy,
because
bro.
you realized it wasn't needed.
What if there was no air there?
What if there was no air?
Yeah, would the water vapor just not go up?
That's a vacuum pocket. Can't breathe in those.
Hey, Big got muted. I don't know. Oh, here you go. Oh no, Big. I don't know. Did Big do something
know.
bad? Fuck, I
No,
don't know.
I'm glad he's gone because he's.
I guess
He's gone.
Jerk,
Never
isn't
mind.
he?
Okay. Moving on. Back to gravity. How we doing?
we're doing great. I'm doing great. I mean, I would like
you're
to
not.
ask how gravity would work.
No,
if the Earth
man.
was
no,
flat.
you've got, dude. Just hang on. We asked you
Okay.
before if you can show gravity acting upon gases. Can you do
Okay.
that, please?
There's a balloon. Like you can fill a balloon with air.
Yeah. So a container. So now we've got a container.
Right?
I love containers.
Weigh the balloon empty, inflate the balloon with air, then weigh it again. The inflated balloon weighs more than the empty balloon because it contains air. Air mass.
Inside
air
of a
has
container.
mass that gravity pulls down. This shows that gas
Yeah.
isn't weightless. Gravity acts on it.
Can you show me that?
I gave you an experiment. You can take a balloon and weigh it, and then weigh it
Now,
after
can you
fill it.
show me that being done?
Maybe.
What if you take it?
Yeah, go look it up, man.
Show
See if
gravity
you can do
acting
that.
on gas. I mean, it's a simple
Hey.
experiment. There must be something.
Yeah, I know some guys that feel
So now what you've done, right, is sorry, mate. What you've done is what's in air, right? What's in air?
water.
What is in air? I mean,
Water, right? So when you blow up a balloon, you're condensing the air, aren't you?
Right.
Compressing the air, and then you get condensation inside the balloon. So what happens then? Right. So the air inside the balloon is going to weigh more. Notice how you used weigh more again.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of saying gravity acts upon the balloon because of the air is getting pulled down before it. So you've got something in the air that you're putting more of into the balloon. So it's going to be heavier, isn't it? More equals heavier.
Yeah,
In
but
some
it's
cases.
not like your saliva. It's not like the water vapor from your saliva. It's the air that's contained inside the balloon having more mass.
So the more air you put into the balloon, right? So
Right,
you're
more volume it has.
condensing the air, right, into a smaller space, and you're making it more dense than the surrounding air.
Yes.
Yes. So gravity or density?
Gravity,
So not density.
not density, more like mass and volume.
So how can you pinpoint it down to gravity when all you've done is change the density?
Because okay, let me try to reason this.
Reason with yourself.
How does gravity have an effect on gas? Gravity pulls gas down. It pulls the gas towards the surface, creating an atmosphere.
Pulls it down from where?
From above.
Above.
Produced at ground
Okay.
level. So it goes
Yeah.
up and then pulls it back down, or what?
Like the atmosphere?
Gases.
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Talking about gases.
Yeah, it pulls it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it goes up. So it comes out of the ocean, comes out of the trees, right? All of that shit goes up, and then gravity goes, oh shit, I'm supposed to bring it back down, and then brings
my
it back
bad.
down. Yeah?
I'm gonna bring it back down here where it
No,
belongs.
it's more like gravity has a constant pulling effect, but the gases can be lighter. So they can float around underneath the atmosphere or even in
All
an
right. So the
atmosphere.
biggest producer of carbon dioxide is the ocean, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So why is when you go to the ocean, it's not just carbon dioxide sitting there because gravity, when the ocean released the carbon dioxide, it just sat on the ocean surface. Or did it go up and mix in with the air?
It mixes
It
with
went
the
up
air
and
'cause
mixed
it's
with the
tiny.
air?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the trees breathe in that carbon dioxide and turn it into oxygen.
And then gravity says, "Oh, I forgot to pull you down. I better pull you down."
No, it doesn't do that. It's always been pulling it down. It's like a
Always
constant.
been
It
pulling it down.
doesn't turn off and on. So gravity is pulling everything towards the center of the sphere. But if
Not
it was
everything.
a flat
Well,
surface,
you don't even
let me just get this
But
analogy.
You don't have
off.
a sphere yet.
Let me just assume we're on a sphere and gravity is working normally. Gravity usually, like how everyone else understands it, is that it pulls everything towards the center of the massive object. Because that's just kind of how space-time works. Like, it's kind of complex, but what we experience is anywhere on the Earth, if you drop something, it goes downward, like towards the center of the Earth. And that makes perfect sense if the Earth is...
Oh, wait, that's confused. I'm confused. Don't you mean inwards?
No, downwards. Yeah, inwards, downwards.
Yeah, inwards. No. Those are two different things. So inwards is a radial to the center.
Yeah,
Downwards
assuming it's a sphere,
is
downward would be the same.
perpendicular to horizontal. No, it's not the same. That's your problem. You have a functional problem with words. Okay, like I told you when this all began, dude, and you asked the question. I said, I have a paper for you from a university professor at the physics department in Rio de Janeiro. And he models a flat surface with mass attracts mass gravity just fine. So no, you're wrong. Hold on, bro. You're
Downwards
wrong.
equals inwards on a sphere. Correct?
Dude, was I not
you had a sphere.
talking? Was I not talking? What were you doing while I was talking? Just not listening?
I was reading something to get some more information. So I wasn't listening. That's my bad. Go ahead and re-say what you said.
Yeah, so when this whole convo began, I told you there's a paper from a physics professor of the university physics department at Rio de Janeiro University, right? I told you that. I posted it. And he clearly demonstrates as an exercise that you can have a flat Earth and have mass attracts mass gravity, and you experience the same field lines as if you had a globe Earth with mass attracts mass gravity. There'd be no distinguishable difference, dude.
I disagree.
Well, I mean, you could disagree all you want, but why would you possibly disagree, dude?
Okay, let's not talk about some paper. Let's just talk about like what we're talking about.
Yeah, let's talk about a professor who actually mapped it out and did the math and applied the laws. And let's just hear your explanations. Okay, let me put it to you as simple as I can. Your claim is that things are attracted to each other because of mass. You then tried to claim that if the Earth is flat, that can't be true. That doesn't even make sense, dude. The homeboy put it to you.
No,
why is it the case that only globes?
Said it wouldn't work
Why is it? Okay, dude. But why? Why not?
Okay. Let me try to explain it. So, when you're on a sphere, anything you drop is going to go downwards.
Right down.
Right down towards the
therefore the Earth is flat. I agree with you. Everything falls down, therefore the Earth is flat. I agree.
No.
Okay, so you just said if the Earth was a globe,
why would things fall down if the Earth was flat? Why would
Dude,
they go
I
sideways?
already told you. Pay attention. I already told you that this was modeled on a flat surface, and it doesn't change anything. Things still experience to fall down. Okay, down perpendicular to horizontal, dude. What don't you understand? Why in the world?
What I don't understand is because.
Why do you think things would fall sideways? Why are you even bringing this up, dude? Please, for the love of God, elucidate that point.
What the
because
fuck?
why wouldn't they?
Were flat.
That is the
why would things not just fly in any direction? Like, you have to have a sphere because the mass plus the spinning pulls things towards the center.
Crap, dude. No, spinning has nothing to do with gravity in your worldview, dude. What is wrong with you? I think you're confused.
Bro.
I'm not trying to be offensive here, but I think you're confused, dude. Spinning has nothing to do with gravity in your worldview. I don't know what you're trying to talk
forget
about.
the spinning.
Unless you don't believe. Okay, so why is it that a flat object can't attract things to it? Why not?
Because. Okay, maybe it could, but no thing is flat. Like, no planet is flat. We don't observe that. We don't
sorry.
that.
Yeah. So let me ask you. Let me get this to you, bro. Let me get this to you, Carrot Doctor. So all the other things you observe that aren't the Earth are something that the Earth isn't. Therefore, the Earth is something. How does that follow logically?
I wasn't. Well, I wasn't.
Yeah, Carrot Doctor.
Like,
you were attempting to slip a non sequitur conclusion under my radar without me noticing. And that didn't fly.
Okay. So
think about what you said. Other things that are not the Earth are this, therefore the Earth is this. That makes 0 sense, homie.
Okay, so let's say we were on a flat Earth and gravity was pulling everything down.
Yep, then everything would fall down. Good
So
job.
what would happen as you walk to the edge of the Earth?
Okay, so here's the problem, dude. Here's the problem: is you didn't look at the paper I posted. You're imagining a Earth that has no depth. You're imagining Earth that has no depth and no disparate distribution of mass. So in your worldview, it's the distribution of mass that causes this thing. So if you have a flat surface that has depth to it with a disparate distribution of mass, you can model things falling down with your mass attracts mass gravity. It works just fine. It's no problem at all.
Okay, but that didn't answer my question.
Yes, you're not going to tilt. You're not going to tilt sideways because the center of mass isn't the center of a disk, dude. So no, you're not going to tilt sideways, just like the professor
I never
in
I
his
never said
paper.
anything about tilting sideways. I said, okay, imagine we're on a flat Earth, like you claim, and there's gravity. What would be the effect, or what would happen as you walk or travel towards the end or edge of that
Yeah,
flat
the
Earth?
same thing that happens everywhere, dude. When you drop something, it would fall down.
Imagine this. He wants to
Now,
talk about everything.
hold on, bro. Yeah, the point is, dude, is that you're trying to say that you wouldn't be diagonal, but what you're actually trying to say is that the center of mass would be way over there in the center, and as you go towards the edge, gravity would start pulling you sideways, which means you'd have to walk at an angle, which is exactly what I said. I knew what you were going to argue before you argued it, because it's the same tired nonsense argument I've heard for the past 10 years.
Wait, are we back in 2015?
Yeah, so for example, friend, your argument relies on a nonsensical strawman caricature of the Earth as essentially a flat disk with no major depth and no mass distribution. Whereas the university professor who wrote a paper about it wasn't so dumb, and he actually put in there a thick Earth, like a cylinder kind, and has different mass distribution. So your thing only works, dude, as an argument if you make a canard of the concept of a flat Earth. So no, gravity doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, and it works just fine if the Earth is flat, and it's actually irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
So, okay, so if gravity pulls perpendicular to the surface, how does it behave?
Like everyone experiences.
Right.
Holy crap, dude.
The mass distribution would be different.
Hey, dude, were you paying attention at all to what I said?
He wasn't listening to anything you said, AI.
I know what it is because I went to school and I learned these things.
No, you don't know. No, you don't know because you paid attention to zero things that I said, dude. Zero. You're just waiting to give your regurgitated response that you learned a long time ago and never actually thought about.
Okay, I'm thinking about it right now.
Well, you brought it up an hour ago, and here you are revisiting it because you didn't understand.
So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you one more time, dude. Okay. In the paper that I posted, the guy modeled exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, he modeled exactly what you're talking about with the attempts to see how what you're saying, whether that would be true or not. And the way he modeled it, you don't get that. Everywhere you go on the surface, down is down. There's no sideways down.
Maybe
there's no
that's because
diagonal
we're
down.
on a sphere?
No, it's because he modeled a flat surface with a disparate distribution of a thick cylinder base, dude. For goodness sakes, are you you can't hear? Do you have a
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not understanding it because it's so schizophrenic.
Oh boy.
What are you trying to say?
Dude. Yeah, it's schizophrenic, dude. Okay. If you have a flat surface, right? Is it zero dimensionally thick, or is it actually have thickness to it? Is it thick or thin?
Okay, if it had thickness, what would that change? Okay,
now that it has thickness, now that it has thickness, distribute the mass in a manner that causes it to wane or gain as you go towards the edges, dude, which is exactly what the guy did.
Okay,
I don't think you get it, dude.
I don't really understand that. No, I don't get it.
I know. Maybe you should read the paper or, get on my level. One of those two things.
Okay, all right. Okay. So
Okay, look, bro, you're imagining
okay,
essentially a
go
disc
ahead.
where the gravity is pulling toward the center of a spoke, like on a bike wheel, dude. And so as you go out towards the end,
like how everyone
yes,
understands.
that's
So if you were on a flat Earth and you walked towards the edge,
not how everyone understands.
the direction would start tilting inward.
No, that's only if there's, dude. That's only if there's no depth, dude. What don't you understand about that?
I don't understand how giving that shape depth at the edge would change that. Like what? I guess what shape are you describing?
It would change, dude. It would change the distribution of mass relative to your location. It would change all the
maybe it
vectors.
would, but that's not the shape of the Earth.
How do you know that?
You have to prove that. You have to like show a satellite image of that weird.
No, hold on, friend. You finally got it. No, Creation Bear. He finally got it. Claims about gravity don't prove the shape of the Earth. He just admitted it. Great job, Carrot Doctor. You've advanced the level.
Does he understand it though?
Oh, but AI only.
I don't because
not to prove it.
No, I knew it.
Gravity provides strong evidence for the Earth's sphere, Earth's shape as a sphere.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's a claim, bro. You're not. What are you talking about,
bro? Okay, all right.
Bro.
Okay.
You guys are talking to a brick.
Dude, you have a concept of how gravity works on a sphere.
I just want to get like a simple.
Yeah, dude. You have a concept of how gravity works on a sphere. I told you that same concept can apply to a flat Earth. You then said, well, you would have to prove that the Earth is actually flat. The same applies to you. You'd have to prove the Earth is actually curved. So what we need to do is go to the surface and see whether it's curved or not. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't even think we need to do that, but we can do that. We can go to the surface and see if the Earth is curved.
Oh, so we don't need to actually measure or test the thing itself to see if it's curved. We can just make up stories.
Just rely on one little like math thing that you want to do. Like
that's one of the many that you can rely on. Absolutely, actually.
So look, guys, if a thing is flat and I say it's a globe, we don't need to rely on the fact that we could just measure whether it's flat or a globe to decide whether it's a globe.
Okay. Why does everyone on Earth think the Earth is a globe? I just want to know that.
No, not everyone thinks that.
Why do like 99% of people that like go to school and graduate
that's still
don't even
wrong.
question that? You don't think 99+% of the world thinks the Earth is
absolutely not? That's an assumption.
No, there's like 30 million. I think there's like 3 million flat earthers in Brazil, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me ask you, what
You're getting all the religions, bro.
Let me ask you this.
I think it's more like 11 million. I think it's 11 million. I'll find that reference for you.
I mean, he made a good question. Why does everybody that goes to school think that the Earth is a globe? Then
that's not true. Though.
Would that not make it that they're sorry.
Indoctrinated.
Get my words. Yeah. Doesn't it make it obvious that they are teaching this and indoctrinating people to believe that the Earth is a globe?
There you go.
Okay. Let's assume they are, but why would they do that? Like, what could be the incentive? Or like, why would they
control population? Maybe
the teacher might not be incentivized for nothing other than that she's just teaching what their curriculum is.
Speculation again. Isn't that the pattern here? Nothing but speculation.
Hey, friend. Before we go on, Carrot Doctor, we actually have a teacher of that very same vein who was a science teacher and was teaching kids about things. Then started to teach about the globe Earth versus the flat Earth and started to realize that the claims were actually wrong. And then she became a flat earther. She's here now. In fact, right now she's going to get you the study about how there's 11 million flat earthers in Brazil. And that's not even the other countries, dude.
Okay. But it's still a minority.
Yeah, 1 in 5.
1 in 5.
What's your point? Yeah, what's your point?
1 in 5 of the Earth.
Of the Brazilians.
Oh, okay, of Brazil.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just saying your 99% is wrong, but nonetheless.
Okay.
Popularity does.
A majority of people believe and don't even question the Earth being a sphere.
Of course.
Does that make it true? Does that make it
That's
true when objective evidence when
okay,
objective
no, I
evidence
agree.
shows that there is no curve?
Okay, I disagree on your last thing that you said, but I do agree that just a majority of people thinking something doesn't make it so. But
So then, what's your
You
point?
disagree that disagree that there's no curve. So you
the
have
surface of the Earth.
measured a
I
curve somewhere.
1000%, like you could put a gun to my head, I would tell you that the Earth is curved.
Oh my
Yeah, but
gosh!
you don't have
The
no
Earth
proof.
is 100%.
Oh wow!
You would die over
That's
that.
very sad. Very sad
Damn,
because
dude.
you don't have any evidence though, right? Like, where's your evidence? Where's the curve?
That's
Google Earth?
That was a
What?
dumb
Google
response,
Earth is
man.
my evidence. Google Earth, pull up Google Earth.
That's a
This
You
shit-
got your
That should only
you
been lying.
know, if
No,
my
that's not my
eyeballs
thing.
can't
That's-
see the curve, then it's flat. If my eyes don't see it,
Okay,
You know that Google
Giganarf.
Earth. You know
We
that
don't
Google
need a
Earth.
peanut gallery right now.
You know that Google Earth. It's stitched together by a model, right?
Well, yeah, it's stitched together using
Okay.
satellite images, not like
Yeah,
just
they
a
take
made-up
flat
model.
images. They take flat images and accommodate it to the model.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, not a picture of the globe. They model the globe and stitch it together.
Okay, Elbow TV, why does it work in real life? Why can I choose two different locations, plot it out on my Google Maps, and then drive from one city to another city? And it works perfectly, and it's the exact distance they say.
You're just going from point A to point B. That doesn't make the Earth a globe just because you went and
Creation
traveled
Bear,
from
do you
one
not
point B.
understand that that is like a direct follow-up point to my previous point?
Okay, imagine if I said I went from point A to point B, therefore it's flat.
Yeah, it wouldn't match up with the Earth's like Google Maps that shows it's a sphere.
What are you talking about?
Google Maps-
hold on.
Okay, listen. Hold up, real quick, real easy. If on Google Maps it's saying it's using the model of a globe, and it says, hey, from Phoenix to Los Angeles, it's this many miles. On a sphere, that'd be perfectly normal distance. Everything would check out. I'd drive from Phoenix to LA. It would check out. But if it was on a flat surface, the distance would be changed, would it not?
Oh, no, it wouldn't.
Why would it change?
Because
I mean,
you're,
do they have?
you're unrounding the, like, instead of it being a sphere,
Do
it's
they
straight.
do they have any radius in their calculation of the time and distance?
Radius calculations?
Right. Those just
Probably
aren't in it,
not.
is it? Exactly. So then, why
Probably
would you
not.
say? Then why would you think that it takes account for the radius of the Earth, for the globular shape of the Earth?
It takes into account the shape of the Earth because that's the shape of the Earth. And when I
No, it
drive
doesn't.
from a city
There's
to another city,
nothing. There's nothing in their calculations that has to do with the radius.
does that? Okay, I don't think
it's
that
just
that
a linear
matters.
It's just from point A
linear
to point B.
distance, dude. Yeah.
Yep, from point A to point B in a linear distance.
But do you understand that there would be a discrepancy if they
No,
were
it wouldn't,
showing it
because
as
no,
if
there
they
wouldn't,
were
because
showing it and you
all maps are flat maps.
okay, but the Earth is a sphere,
No,
and
you
that's
haven't proven that
reflected in
yet.
the maps.
No, you haven't proven that yet.
I don't think it's on me to prove it. I think it's on
Yes,
you
it
guys to
is.
prove the Earth
Your
is flat.
claim. It's your claim, dude. What are you talking about?
The Earth and science and all of humanity.
The Earth
claim
and
is that the Earth
science.
is a sphere.
Earth and science. You think science
doesn't
proves
claim
shapes?
it.
You're taking all of human discovery, all of human scientific knowledge, and you're taking a
Stop
shit
saying
on
all.
it
You
and
can't even
going,
name one.
fuck all of
Stop it.
humanity. This is
Stop
a
it.
flat.
Again,
Dude, wait a minute, dude. Are 1 in 5 Brazilians not human?
That's racist, dude.
I never said
Yeah,
that.
that's racist, bro. Yeah, you
Okay,
said,
so
you
you're
said all
saying-
of humanity.
You're saying
You said
4
all
out
of
of 5
humanity
Brazilians
thinks the
can't
Earth
do
is a
science?
globe. No, dude, what I'm
So what
saying
you're
is
saying
what
is
they
the
did.
other 4/5 of Brazilians can't do basic science?
Dude, let's see you do some science. Do some science for us.
What
Science
science do
boys.
you want me to do? What science do you want me to do?
I don't know. Pick anything that's science and let us know what it is.
Okay. I'm sad that you would bet your life on baseless claim of the fantasy globe. That's just a hilarious.
What?
I am sad because you said gun to your head, you'd still stick to the globe. And yet, do you have objective?
No, it's a globe.
How
It's
do you
not
know?
something-
Where?
Okay.
Okay. Can you please let me speak for like 3 seconds?
Go ahead.
Please present your evidence and measurements of curvature.
Okay, that's not how I would prove the Earth is a sphere because I'm not
That's how you
good
would
at,
prove
like,
it, yes.
curvature math and stuff like that.
That is exactly how you would
That
prove
is
it.
one way you could prove it, Creation Bear. But
That's the only
put
way
it
you need to prove
gravity
it.
because that's just such an apparent, obvious,
Oh
like,
my god.
gravity
It's not obvious.
forces every object to be a sphere. Like,
No, it doesn't, dude. You don't even know what gravity is.
bro,
Just
then
stop.
why does
Holy
every
crap.
single planet we look at,
We're
it's
not a
all
planet.
spherical? Moons.
Earth isn't even a planet.
Earth is not a planet. Earth is not a planet.
Correct.
Okay, we've gotten a new...
Newsflash.
What is
Yeah,
it
ratio
then? What is it then? A
nothing.
piece of cheese? What is
He
Earth?
just did a full 360 fucking reset.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Reset.
Creation Bear.
Default.
Creation Bear. What is
Yeah.
Earth if it's not a planet?
It's not in outer space.
Okay, where is it then? Where are we? Are we in a
the Earth
simulation?
the Earth is where you think the Earth is an object in a giant place floating around. Newsflash.
Yeah.
Outer space isn't even real, first of all, and it's not a planet.
Oh.
Well, look at planets. Planets move. Earth doesn't
How
move.
do you have internet then if there's no satellite?
crap, dude. Holy crap, dude.
What the fuck?
You wouldn't let me finish. Okay, if there was
Stop
no space,
it, dude.
how would we
Listen, you
send...
earlier. Okay, we're not going to pretend that you didn't say we could measure the curvature. That's all you need to do.
Okay,
So you need
I
to
don't
worry
want to do that because I'm not great.
Yeah, hold on,
at,
Carrot Doctor. Carrot Doctor, I'm going to answer your question. I got to put you on mute so you don't talk so that everyone doesn't try to
Self obvious where internet comes from.
The question you were about to ask is how do you have the internet without satellites? Well, have you ever heard of these big ships? They're called cable ships. They are a giant ship, and in the center of them, they have this huge spool of cable. And then they lay it on the floor of the ocean, and then the internet goes through that cable, bro. That's how it works, in case you didn't know. All right, I'm going to mute you so you can thank me for teaching you something.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for muting me. I needed to be silent for a couple seconds.
Facts.
So, when your phone is wirelessly picking up data...
Oh my god.
Here we go. Here we go.
We don't believe in satellites.
All right, dude. All right. I gotta mute you.
Cables and towers.
I gotta mute you again, bro. Okay, so the cellular network is based on cellular towers, dude. They have a limited range, a very limited range.
Correct.
It's been advanced since it began, but if you notice, like, you lose signal, and then when you're driving, then you get it back. You lose signal, then you get back. That's because you're swapping towers. It's just towers, literally fixed to the ground. Okay, so the regular average cell phone has nothing to do with satellites, dude. Okay.
I think like what, 90%? Is it 90% of communications run through the cables?
Do you think you would lose connection when you go camping if it was satellites? You would have connection all the time if it was satellites.
Yo.
He's think about
himself.
Okay, I deafen because, like, I don't want to be muted, and then, like, that's
You're
kind
gonna
of
get
mean
muted.
to do that.
All right,
No, I'll stop talking.
dude. No, dude.
I've
Dude,
been
we mute people around here. Just pay attention. We mute people around here occasionally. For example, I clearly said, I'm muting you so that you won't speak through me, so that other people won't chomp on the bit, so that I can speak and be heard. That's my prerogative, dude. If you don't like that you're occasionally muted, you're going to protest deafen, then we're just going to kick you out of our room, dude. It's that simple.
Period.
Not a big deal to
How
get
about we
muted
have this
occasionally.
agreement? I don't like the feeling of being silenced and, like, I will be quiet and let you say your
Okay,
piece.
hold on there. Hold on, bro. Let me mute Creation Bear real quick. Let's see if he spazzes. All right. Let me unmute him real quick. Let's see if he survived.
Station Bear, you still with us? You alive? You didn't bleed out?
Fuck AI, are you fucking serious? Oh my god, I feel like
Yeah,
you shouldn't.
I know, right? You isolated me.
Okay. Here's the thing.
Carrot, let me just tell you one little thing. He clearly told you he was muting you to keep everybody else quiet because you say like so incredibly outrageous things that we just like can't resist from reacting. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry. You're
Okay.
just you're a trigger. You're a trigger. So
I understand.
he was trying
I
to
get it.
yeah, he was trying to keep decorum in the room. You don't have to take it personally. Yeah, there you go.
So,
Smash out.
I'm an extremely respectful person. I'm not. You're not going to hear me like call you an idiot, and I'm not going to like talk over you guys because
no one else has done that here either, though. Yeah.
correct. Yes, we've had a very cordial back and forth, and I like that.
Yes.
But when I get silenced, and then you're like, "Let me explain the internet to you," like that's
Okay,
I'm going to protest, Stefan.
I'm going to stop talking about that now. Okay. All right. That's
Okay,
over and done.
I'm-
with.
dude.
Okay,
Yeah, bro.
right. Let's move on. So, what AI said? Do you agree with that about cell towers? And then we can move off all that stuff because we don't require satellites, right?
Well, okay.
Cell
there's an
phones use
example-
towers.
okay, I
right?
understand what he was trying to say, but I disagree because there's a scenario where cables cannot. Okay, go ahead.
Incorrect. 99% of all data and communication run through through those cables. 99%.
Towers.
Yep. And then cell phones use towers, not satellites.
But the satellites connect
Only account for
information
probably
from one area to another. Like,
no,
And
they're
it's not a
all
space, bro.
99. Listen to me. 99%. 99% run
Yeah,
through
you can look at
data.
this
All the
yourself.
data and communications run through those cables.
Kara, I'm sending you a video right now of satellite hoax. Okay.
He loves that.
satellite hoax. All right,
Okay,
let's see it.
definitely.
Let's see it.
Well, no, it's about 8 minutes, so you're gonna have to do this on your own time. I send it directly to you.
Bruh.
But there is also, right? So what you call satellites and what we call satellites, they're different things, right? But we can agree that there are
Okay, then
things in the
let's-
sky that hang on. There are things in the sky that communicate with each other, right? And we
Right,
communicate with, right? So NASA had this thing called the Satelloon program, and it's there, right? It's on their website. They called it the gold standard of communication. So what they did was they had these helium balloons that they filled up. They were the size of football fields. That was their description. And they said they can move them around or keep them geostationary by increasing their altitude, getting to different winds, different directions, and they can keep them geostationary. Now, they loved this. They said it was the gold standard. Now, if you say that something's a gold standard, you're going to keep using it, aren't you? They were doing this stuff in the 1940s. I think even the 1930s was the first Satelloon.
Right.
So they've had this technology for a very long time. Now, we can prove that, but you can't prove that there's a big metal box falling around the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour. That's a different claim.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
when you say satellites, like, oh, we have satellites, therefore globe, that's not the case. Not necessarily the case. You can plead your case if you'd like and try and prove satellites, but we do have communication in the skies.
I also posted a Newsweek article about the percentage of communication done by
But
cables.
that wouldn't be able to connect a remote area.
Okay, I just told you, in addition, they've had them since the early 1900s. Satelloon
Are you talking
program.
about satellites that are orbiting in space, or are you talking about something else?
There's no satellites orbiting.
Holy crap, dude.
Oh my God.
Dude, no, hold on, Fred. Carrot, I'm going to give you a chance. Bro. He just talked about a high altitude transponder platform that receives signals and rebroadcasts them. He spent like a good 2 minutes talking to you about it. What was that thing he was talking about? Can you answer?
Right. My question was,
No.
is that in space
You gotta
or is
answer the
that
question,
in
bro.
Earth? Like in the
Okay,
atmosphere?
you got to answer the question to pass go, brother.
He was talking
Wellness
about
check.
technology we had from the 50s that was
Which were what?
described as a satellite, but I wanted to know if that was in space or on
No,
Earth.
it's on balloons.
Holy crap! What were they made out of, dude? What were these things made out of?
Metal?
Balloons, dude. Helium balloons.
He told you they were gas-filled balloons, dude. What's wrong with you, bro? Were you not paying attention?
No, he's not listening.
I didn't remember
too
that
much
part.
information.
I didn't remember.
It's too much
That
information.
was the main part.
Because I'm trying to...
It's only the whole point. You see, here's the problem with guys like you, bro. You want us to take you seriously with this, oh, I respect you and I wouldn't talk over you. But he's literally telling you all this good information that's actually salient to the whole point, and you're just completely ignoring him.
Okay. What we were talking about was internet, and then he brought up gas balloons. That's not
Right, which are what? Holy fuck, dude! Listen, a balloon that's high up that can carry a payload, and that payload is a receiver retransmitter that carries the internet signal that it receives from the ground and then rebroadcasts it somewhere else. Why would that not be relevant to this conversation?
Okay, that's
That's
is
actually
relevant,
possible.
but that's
Exactly.
possible and that's relevant, but that's not what I'm trying to get to.
We said
what
outer
I'm
space
trying
is
to
fake
say.
news. There's satellites. Okay, let me just rewind the tapes because you've lost the thread. I think I said space is not real. You're like, but there's satellites. Well, we have tech in the sky. Doesn't have to be in outer space.
Oh my god!
Saying that there's satellites
Okay,
doesn't mean there's outer space, bro.
Yeah, it's in
If
the
it was in
sky.
the sky,
exactly.
it would need
It
propulsion
would be. It's already
to stay
is.
in the sky.
Hello, we
Holy
just talked
crap,
about balloons. Are you
one more
fucking
wellness check.
retarded?
One more
Okay.
wellness check.
Here's
One more
the
wellness
end
check.
of my
Hold on, Carrot Doctor. Carrot Doctor, I got to do a wellness check. Okay.
Okay,
I might have to
wellness check, go
prescribe
ahead.
you. I might have to just prescribe for you some memory medication. So I'm not
Yeah, I
sure
might
yet.
need some of
But
those
check this out.
neuro.
Yeah, like the focus factor. So check this out, bro. He explained how the things move and what keeps them aloft and how they can be relocated. Did you miss that part?
No, I got that part. I got it re-explained to me. I get that.
Right. So then they don't need propulsion systems as if they don't have them because he already explained to you that they have them.
Okay, but now that it's the modern day, we have satellites that are in space. No,
No.
we don't have satellites
assumption.
orbiting the planet,
No.
giving us the
Yeah,
internet
no.
and other things.
There is no outer space, bro.
So
Well,
what
I
are
asked you, right? I
meteors?
said,
Like, where
when I
do
was
meteors
telling
come
you-
from? Where do...
When I was telling you about the satelloons, I asked you, I said, these things we can prove, right? Now,
Right.
can you prove that there are satellites in the vacuum of outer space falling around the planet at 17,000 miles per hour?
Yeah, that's how we get
Go
images from
ahead.
space.
Prove that they're out there.
I posted a
We've
few
got the
images.
ISS.
I
We've got
posted a few
missions,
images. Check it out.
people
Check
from
them out.
the ISS. Those are some pretty interesting balloons.
They're
And then
gold
that's a pretty
standard.
nice
It's on
soy
NASA.
jack image.
Yeah, they're called Saturn bro. That's what actually you can see. Can you give me a picture of a satellite in space?
I could, but you would probably
Vomit
come
infection.
back and say that's
No.
CGI or that's fake.
Just get the non-CGI one. Just get the non-CGI one.
Yeah, find me a picture of a satellite in space.
Oh wait.
Okay, hold on. Just bear with me. Bear with me.
Hold on your
Live
seats, chat.
4K of Earth.
Satellites in space.
No, not of Earth. Of the satellite.
Let's see if it also shows the satellite.
Yeah. He's looking for the first
Well,
time, chat.
It would be proof that, I mean...
No, just get the satellite. The non-CGI one.
I mean, I don't think this is CGI, but you guys probably might.
But is it of a satellite?
Let's
Yeah,
have it.
it's a NASA live stream.
No,
of
no, no.
Earth from space.
Does he know what you're
The
asking? No, no.
ISS.
Not of Earth, of the satellite.
Yeah, it shows parts of the satellite. It shows like
No,
the
dude.
wing or whatever.
Dude.
But all right, the ISS is claimed to be at 240 miles up. Right? What percentage of the Earth do you can see from there?
I don't know. A big chunk of it?
Just under 3%. Now, what do they show you when in those images?
Okay, so let's say that's true. That is
true.
Okay, so then why would they be showing you more than 3% if
Yeah, you
they
should ask
knew
yourself
that
that.
math
Yeah,
would only show you 3%?
why would they? Why would they be doing that?
So you think they're just like blatantly lying like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, that's like so impossible to believe. That's like
Okay, so can you show us, seeing as it's your claim that that's the image of Earth from the ISS, can you show us how that is verified?
I mean, the word of the government and the word of...
That's not a verification process.
What do you want as verification? Like, what would be valid?
Daddy said.
Look at that video I just posted, Carrie. It's just of the satellite right there from Brazil that they found. And it's on a balloon as well. And there's actually 2 of them I sent.
Satellites hoax exposed.
I mean, this is part of a big
we're off to
video.
a great start.
Yeah, well, you've got NASA. You say the government always tells the truth. So
I never
can you
said the government. I
demonstrate
never
the
said
government-
that. I never said that.
Well, you said, I
Tell me how a
believe the
balloon works in
government.
space.
Okay,
though,
you
bro.
will never hear me say the government always
No,
tells
wait,
the
hold on.
truth.
Tell me
You
how
just
a
said
balloon
it.
would work in space.
I just
If that was
posted.
the
I
case.
just posted one for NASA Glenn Center.
Wait, okay, hold on.
I just
He did
posted
just say
one
that.
of
Let's
their
completely drop all this satellite stuff.
Hold on.
Wasn't there an
Oh,
experiment?
wow. Okay. After you get proof, it's just drop it. Okay.
Well, it's like I think we're at an impasse on the satellite thing.
No, Carrie.
No, you're just a
You
fool.
just don't know.
You're sending TikTok videos about some
No, I actually
random.
posted a video
Oh my
from
god.
NASA's
Okay,
own
we're done.
YouTube channel,
Format
NASA
complaining.
Glenn Center, of them launching a Satelloon.
Do you guys remember the final experiment? Like there was
Here we go.
Yeah, so 24 hours.
Didn't they take like flat earthers down to Antarctica and do a
you put that
24-hour
in a-
live stream of
can you
the
put that in an argument?
Hold on. Before we go back to that, are you conceding? Because first you were questioning the evidence presented because it was on TikTok. Then Elbow showed you the Satelloons right from NASA. So you're conceding that point that they are putting these balloons
Sure.
into...
Let's concede all
Okay.
that. Sure.
Okay, good. All right, go ahead with
Wow.
your next
Okay,
question.
sure.
Okay. So the final experiment where they took a couple flat earthers down to Antarctica and they live streamed the sun for 24 hours, never setting.
Yeah, can you put that in an argument form? So the Earth is a globe because.
So Antarctica is on the southernmost point, like that's the southernmost continent. And if the Earth were a sphere, you'd see the sun never setting in the summer time, because that's when that part of the Earth
was a
tilted
sphere?
towards the sun.
So how does this prove it's a sphere? Sorry?
All right, let me get it into a format that will be really, really like easy to say and like easy to understand.
Okay.
How does the sun never setting Antarctica
Chat
It's gonna be
GPT.
easy to say what you're saying if it was the truth.
prove the Earth is a sphere?
Also, while you're looking that up, does
Okay.
the sun set on flat Earth, by the way?
Well, because well, I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't live on
Think
a
about
flat
it.
Earth.
Does the sun set on flat Earth?
I wouldn't know. I don't live on a flat Earth. That's what I
Well,
just said.
Yeah, you do. You
Okay,
just
but
don't
let
know
me-
it.
The sun doesn't go under the Earth, so it doesn't set down below the Earth. So it's always above the Earth. So did the sun set in Antarctica?
No.
Cooked. Well, there you
during the
go.
summer. No, it doesn't.
That was
Well, there
easy.
you go. Right.
That was
Putting in an
easy.
argument. Have you got the argument
Okay.
yet?
Yes, only a sphere allows 24-hour daylight at the pole. On a globe, as Earth rotates, the polar regions experience months of constant sunlight or darkness, depending on the tilt. A flat Earth model can't realistically explain.
Depending on the tilt. Hear yourself. How is there
There you
tilt
go.
on a flat Earth?
There's a.
There's
there's
not
the straw
a flat
man.
Earth. That's my point.
Dude.
Okay,
No,
let me get.
no, there's no.
There's
That
no
makes no
tilt.
sense. What are you talking
There's the
about?
straw
There's
man.
tilt.
Yeah. So
the
you just.
sphere,
right,
Alright,
there's made an argument right there.
There's no tilt on a flat Earth. I mean,
There's
there
just a
might be.
real
But I don't
Exactly.
live on a flat Earth.
there, Carrot.
And the
There's no
straw.
tilt at
You just
all.
straw man a model.
Thank
Okay,
you.
what you guys did
I
was you
seen
guys
that
cut
right
me
away.
off.
What are you
and let
talking
me
about?
finish.
You got to stop
Let
that
me
whole argument.
You want me to restart the whole argument?
No, you have
Please
to
don't.
stop that.
Yeah, because
Okay,
you're presuming
Earth
a
is
model,
tilted.
right? You're saying that because what they're saying is that this is your map.
I'm
This
using
is
what
what the-
humanity
no, just hang on.
has. Okay,
I
go
know,
ahead.
but the AI is wrong because as a flat earther, we don't have a map or a model, so you can't say.
Because you know why you don't have a map or a model? Because you don't believe that the
Horizon remains horizontal.
Otherwise, you would be able to show us a model that the Earth is flat and that there's
Hold on,
actually
Kylie.
a model that where you can show like
but you're
24
taking
hours
it too
and
obvious.
in the
Everything
north
else,
and in the south, but you can't.
Hold on, Nancy.
Wait, Guardian, why are you
What's wrong
so
with this
like?
guy, man?
Why are you so
Mad.
spun out of control?
So what the
Oh,
problem
because
is,
you
right? So
fucking can't do it. So show me.
Hold on, hold on,
I'll
Nancy.
join your side if you can show me. But you won't. I know you won't. You will
Hold
not
on.
show me a model where you can have.
Betty,
the fuck?
Betty, just relax.
That guy's so funny. Okay.
Golly.
Anyway, Carrot, you were saying something.
Okay. I was getting through why this phenomenon only works on a spherical Earth. I was trying to explain that.
Yeah, and then you strawman a map.
Let me give me like
Right,
45
go.
seconds
Alright.
to get through this point. Okay. Earth is tilted 23.5 degrees on its axis. During
Ooh.
Antarctic summer.
66.6.
Could I just get through the point?
Imagine saying that though. The Earth is tilted. That's retarded. But go ahead.
Okay, we know the Earth is tilted 23.5
No, we
degrees
don't.
on its axis.
You don't know that, but
Let me just
Someone's tilted.
Let me just get through the point without
him
going.
finish,
That's wrong. I don't believe in that. During Antarctic summer, the South Pole is tilted towards the sun. Because of this tilt and Earth's curvature, the sun remains above the horizon for people near the South Pole. Only a sphere allows 24-hour daylight at the pole. On a globe, as Earth rotates, the polar regions experience months of constant sunlight or darkness, depending on the tilt. A flat Earth can't realistically explain how the sun would circle in the sky without setting, especially below the equator. Flat Earth models usually show the sun as a spotlight rotating over a flat disk, but in those models,
that's
places
fucking
like
cap.
Antarctica would
you
always
saying flat
see
Earth can't
sun
explain
from an
how a
angle.
sun is circling over the sky? What do you mean?
Finish. Oh my
You shouldn't finish, honestly, because you're just reading off lore and then you're providing a straw man.
Bro, okay. It's like
That's
20
incorrect.
v1 up in here. I'm allowed to use AI. Come on.
No, you can use AI that's for you though, but you don't need to read us the lore like we've never heard that before. Pretty much everyone used to believe what you just said, but then you got into the flat Earth straw man, that like it's a disc with a light shining above it. That's not even our position. It's cap what you're reading, and that's lore also.
Okay.
You would need when they say because of Earth's curvature, that's why we need to prove that there's Earth's curvature, which we're still waiting for.
Let me just
That's really what it all comes down to.
Let me know when you're
If there's
done.
no curvature, then nothing.
All right, I'm about to finish. I need like 20 more seconds. Summary. The midnight sun in Antarctica only happens because the Earth is tilted.
You already said
rotating
that.
sphere. A flat Earth model can explain how sunlight would reach and stay over the South Pole continuously for weeks, but the spherical model predicts and explains it perfectly. So, my question
Yeah,
would
you already
be...
said that.
Okay, now I'm done reading the chat GPT. My question is, how would the sun continuously stay and rotate 360 degrees in the sky around Antarctica in the month of summer if the Earth was not spherical? How would that happen on a flat Earth?
I can might as well ask the robot you're talking to.
You want me to ask it that?
I'm sure it would work on a flat Earth. Absolutely.
Honestly, bro.
Check its own fallacious reasoning, it will tell you.
Wait, what was that? What was that?
Just ask your ChatGPT to check the fallacious reasoning in its own post.
So what do you want me to say to it exactly?
Oh my god.
Check this say.
Hey, wait! I got a good one. Why don't you type something? Type this into it. If something measures flat, what is it? Type that into it.
Okay, that's kind of a different thing, but
not really.
See.
Well, don't you want to know what the answer is?
Level, I'm assuming.
Yeah, is level flat?
Yeah.
Got him.
Absolutely. That has to be, right?
Are the oceans of the world level? Do we have sea level?
Yeah, we have sea level, but that doesn't mean that's not the same definition of level. Like
there is no other definition of level.
Well, there's leveling up in a game. Like I'm level.
Well, there's not level equals curve.
Obviously, we're not talking about that.
Well,
There's
you
no
said there's
curve level.
Someone just said there's no other definition to level. I just said there
in
is.
terms of like, it doesn't mean curved, bro.
Come on, bro.
Got him.
Okay.
Fuck the ChatGPT. Honestly, it said due to Earth's curvature, blah 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 blah. If there's no Earth curvature, then it's cooked. Doesn't even matter anything that just said. There has to be curvature for all this to be true. Problem is, there is no curvature.
I propose a model to understand how the sun would even reach that, and we're not even proposing a model. And on top of that, right, like he said, we're going off of curvature.
Could you propose a model?
I don't propose a model. I just know that what I see is flat.
Okay.
What we
So
measure
you
is
guys,
flat.
as the flat earthers, don't propose a model, but all of human science and technology.
Well, obviously
and
they would
human
propose a
understanding
model
of
for you to be comfortable with, so they can control you, bro.
Okay. Why would...
We're not trying to control you. We're just trying to tell you to test and
Where
see
did
what
this
you observe.
conspiracy start that the Earth is a globe?
Not a conspiracy. Oh, God.
So you're saying the Earth is a
again,
globe?
this started with ancient civilizations before you and me and all of us were alive. Do you know that? This has been alive before we were even alive. So it doesn't even really matter like of where it really started. Just know that it's been here.
So, okay, in order for there to be like a conspiracy theory, that means like people are in on it and
But you're saying conspiracy,
stuff
but how is this
and
conspiracy when it's wait, hold on. You're calling something conspiracy that's been proven to be I guess true. So
What do
you
you
can't really
mean?
call that conspiracy.
Are you saying the Earth has been proven to be true, that it's flat?
No, well, drop over distance has been proven false on a globe.
Okay, we're not. Okay, that one thing is not.
Well, that's
what I'm
curvature.
asking.
That you have to. Isn't that everything about your globe is curvature, right?
Your
That is the one
misunderstanding
thing.
of that math is not.
It's not our misunderstanding of math, dude.
You're not
Okay, give me
understanding. That's the
give me.
problem.
Okay, then let's go down this rabbit hole. Give me the exact math that you guys are using to prove the Earth is not spherical.
Just so you know,
Let's see if that
it's
checks
not
out.
our math. It's not flat earther math, right?
You're
If a
gonna
flat
send
earther
me a
says 2 plus
picture
2,
of-
hold on a second. Just because a flat earther says 2 plus 2 equals 4 doesn't mean it's wrong. You guys have this weird syndrome called everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. So if I take the Earth's globe math and give it back to you, you're going to say, your math is wrong. You're doing it wrong. It's not our math, bro. You guys always
How
do
about
this.
we
I'll
just
give
do
you an
this?
Earth curvature calculator, right, created by Globe Earthers. We're going to cite the math for you, and you're going to say, no, it's wrong. This is your math, dude. It's not flat earther math.
Just, I never said anything about, like, I'm going to say
You just
this.
said
if
we're
you give me-
interpreting it wrong.
I've just said I'm just going to analyze the math and see. Well, actually, I'm not going to. I'm going to have ChatGPT analyze your guys'
Oh my
math
God.
and see what's up.
Squared.
That's fine.
So where's the math? I'm awaiting the math. I'm awaiting the
Okay,
math.
there's a video. I'll get it for you.
Because you guys always go. You always go.
It's just funny how like Lobi's always use Chat GPT, but I've never used that to find out the truth about this. Like it is, I find that so hilarious that you guys need that much.
Maybe because you're untrusting of things that don't deserve
First
your
of all,
untrust.
like I always tell people, I never met these guys at all, and how we came to all the same conclusion makes no sense, but it makes sense obviously in the long terms of things because there's truth in this somehow or some way. And
Eric,
that's
you're
all
doing it all
I mean,
backwards anyway.
I'm
You're supposed to
open
do
to
the
the-
searching before you yap. But what you guys do is you yap first, and then you chat GBT later to try to see if you can catch up. You're supposed to do the research first before you speak on it. But it's fine. I'll get you the
kind of
math here
true,
for you. in
kind of
just a second.
true, but
yeah, I know
I
it's
don't know
true.
everything. I don't know everything as an individual person.
Yeah, but if
like,
you just
I've only been
rely
alive
on a freaking bot for everything, what are you really learning, bro?
It's just a large language model. It's just getting me information faster than what I can find on Google.
That's
'cause
not what he
Google
asked
wants
you.
you to see ads. Okay,
It
what
does
did he
have
ask me?
restrictions. You can ask it, and your AI will even admit that it's restricted and limited in certain ways, and it's going to be bound to those restrictions. So it's not going to tell you any information.
Yeah,
that
it's
not allowed.
limited, but
Exactly.
it's faster and more accurate than just like typing
No, that
something into Google.
you dismissed what he said. That's not
You can give
accurate
it
at all.
multi-
It's not accurate. You just called it
Okay,
accurate. But
you
hear what
think
he
it's
just said?
not accurate? I think it's accurate. There we go. We'll agree to disagree.
Cool. That's fine.
ChatGPT.
So I'm awaiting the math. I'm awaiting the math.
I got
Show
you.
me
I
the
got you.
math
I got you.
to
I got
The
prove-
fact that it can make fallacious arguments and you could actually correct it, that shows you that it's not true.
Okay,
Look, we can keep it.
Let's instead of
real-
going down that rabbit hole, let's focus on the math that will prove Earth is not spherical. I'm awaiting that math.
Well, we just use your own math against you.
Pause everything.
From your own globetards, jump on to Google, since you love it so much, and type in Earth Curve Calculator.
How about
Look,
you
we
just
keep
give
it-
me
we-
the math?
I got you.
How
I
about
got
you start
gotta
listening?
Hold on, I can do it for him.
You want me to go out and find it? Like what?
No.
I got you. Just stop yapping for a second, Kara. I got the math for
I
you
appreciate
right here.
that,
Very
Creation Bear.
simple video. It's a very simple video from a channel called Brain Stuff. It's like 60 seconds long. And this guy talks about how high off the ground you would be, and then the distance to the
Yep.
horizon. He's going to talk about some of
That's
this math.
exactly what I was going to say. You guys were going to say.
Perfect.
You're going to give me some
Hold on.
distance
Hold
over
on.
horizon,
Hold
and you're
on.
going
Hold
to say
on.
that
Kara,
we shouldn't be able to
You
see
asked for
this
the
thing.
math. Kara, you asked for the math.
Okay.
Let it be provided. And remember, this is not from flat earthers. You got to keep that in mind. I know you're having a flat earther tell
That's
you
fine.
math,
That's fine.
and you're going to say it's wrong because we told you it. But this is, again, from a channel called Brain Stuff, How Stuff Works. This is not flat earther stuff. Listen closely.
Cool. I wasn't gonna knock it, even if it was from flat earthers.
Relax.
Where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves. Which, if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky.
You gotta slow down. He's just gonna give you some quick numbers. If you want the link, I'll put it in the chat.
I'd prefer
Listen
the
closely.
link instead of just trying to like
Just
discern.
relax. We're on YouTube, so other people want to hear it as well. You don't seem like you want the answers you're asking for. But since we're live, we're gonna play the video. Shut the fuck up for a second. We'll post the link as soon as it's finished. It's like 10 more seconds.
All right.
This a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean, as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon.
Okay, now let's do a quick Google search. I'm just going to go to Google and search, how far can I see? Boom. You can see roughly 3 miles before the horizon. Boom, right there, first thing that comes up. Now, this exactly matches what he said in the video. Remember, this is not flat earther math.
Okay.
They're saying that if you're 6 foot tall, your distance to the horizon would be 3 miles. If you're 8 inches above the water, the distance would be 1 mile to the horizon. They're saying that the horizon, and that boats go over everything, the sun goes behind, etc.
Okay.
You tracking so far? Let me get the link for you.
I'm tracking so far.
Cool. Now, this is math that you can put to test in the real world. This is really where the rubber meets the road. If this math doesn't stack up in real life, then this whole idea, like, well, depending on the Earth's curvature, blah, 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 nothing even matters if there is no curvature, which is testable. As you heard him say in the video, exactly the numbers you can test.
Gary, how many miles can we see?
3 miles to the horizon.
Just make sure you're paying attention.
All right, there's the link in the chat. Now, we'll get you an image here. It's already been posted, but I'm going to grab another one.
No, not an ad.
Something. Yeah, I know the ad. This was brutal.
I hate ads.
Okay. Boom, copy image and paste.
The oil tankers. Oh my gosh.
Well, let me ask you a question. Have you seen this before?
I have. And this is a classic, like, not to like poop on you guys, but like this is such a
1 second, Garrett. 1 second, buddy. Hold on 1 second. If you've seen it before, why don't you tell us the argument?
Okay, you're saying based on this math calculation of how far we should be able to see, we're seeing objects that we shouldn't be able to see, or we're seeing the horizon past objects we shouldn't be able to see. But there's so many other factors and like things that could explain that, like perspective.
Okay. Yeah, we know. Those are our variables, by the way. Just so you know, just one thing to keep in mind is that the only variable that you need is this horizon, the hump, the curve of the Earth. That's the only variable that you need to worry about. Because our argument is that there's tons of variables for why the horizon is and does what it does. Perspective, refraction, weather conditions, how tall you are above the horizon. All these variables play into factor, and the only variable we're stripping away from you is this Earth being curved, this horizon hump, etc. That's the only variable you need to worry about. So, why don't you tell us, where is the horizon in this image?
It looks like A.
Correct. So, and now you understand why the oil rigs are there, or do you want us to walk you through that?
Yeah, I get why the oil rigs are there. They're
Why?
off the coast of wherever those oil rigs are at. I don't know the exact location, but
Santa Barbara.
What's the purpose?
I don't see
What's
the
purpose of the
problem.
rigs? Okay, well,
Well,
we'll
the
walk you
purpose of
through
the
it.
rigs
That's
is to
fine.
show you how far away
Boom.
you're seeing.
Correct. Exactly. Because if you were just looking over the ocean, you don't have a way to gauge how far exactly you're looking. So those oil rigs give us a distance marker so we can exactly see, kind of gauge how far we're looking. So if the horizon is at A, then it has to be behind at least farther than 9.41 miles. At least. Now I'll show you, since you say you don't see the problem, let me post one more thing for you here. This is from an Earth curve calculator. This is in orthographic view. Here. Now, there's the blue arrow, which represents our observer height. This is 1 foot above the surface. Got a camera at 1 foot. The dotted line would represent your line of sight. The green line, that curved green line, would represent the water. D1 is your distance to the horizon. That would be at 1.22 miles. Remember, the video said if you're 8 inches above the water, the distance to the horizon would be 1 mile. Since the camera is 1 foot, just a few more inches than 8 inches, now our distance to the horizon is at 1.22. So the number just scales up a little bit. Now, that red arrow represents our second oil rig. And the problem here is that we're seeing the water behind the rig there. I circled a little question mark behind it. We're seeing that green line. The horizon, or the curvature of the Earth, is supposed to be blocking your view of this horizon that we're actually seeing in reality. That's the problem.
But wouldn't that be explained by atmospheric refraction?
That's
Bending light
our
downward
argument.
as it travels through layers of air with different
You
temperatures.
still need a geometric horizon, though. So
Okay,
we
hold
can
on,
take
Tubo.
that geometric horizon away. Go ahead.
The maths for your so-called atmospheric refraction, all they do is just assume the ball is bigger. So instead of the 1.22 miles that's written up there, that gets jumped up to 1.29 miles. And for the case of extreme refraction, 1.34.
Okay.
So if you wish to do the calculation again at 1.34, you're more than welcome to do so.
So
the results don't differ.
And we've got to keep in mind the thing that you need the most is the curve of the Earth. Just like in your ChatGPT answer, due to the curvature of the Earth, which is supposed to be right there, that's the only thing you really need. Which we can take away right here, right now. And what you should do, honestly, you don't have to believe us. You can go do these observations on your own.
Well, what do
You've
you
seen
want
a
me to
body
believe?
of water that's
There's
big
no...
enough. Don't believe in it. Just believe the Earth. Because the Earth isn't going to lie to you. We're not lying to you, but if you think we are, just go trust the Earth. The Earth's not going to lie to you.
This doesn't prove a flat Earth, though.
Yes, it does.
Or disprove global Earth.
It does
does
definitely.
disprove globe
It just proves globe Earth because they say that after 3 miles, there's a drop over curvature.
Remember, he said at 6 foot tall, the distance, the farthest you can see is 3 miles. We're seeing like 10, 15, 20 miles here, bro.
So
remember, I know you're going to
that's
say,
an
but there's
optical
other
illusion.
variables.
This is coming from that. This is coming from the globe creators, right?
That's called
Remember,
a
it's not
superior
a
mirage.
hold on. Listen.
No, it's not.
Your horizon is supposed to be physical. The thing that boats go over, the thing that the sun goes behind when there's a sunset, it's a physical curve of the Earth. So when you say, well, it's optical, blah, 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 that's our argument. You don't realize that you're making an argument for us. The horizon being an optical thing that moves around, that's our point. The only thing you need to worry about is the horizon being physical, the curve of the Earth. He said it in the video. Due to the Earth's curvature, you'd be this is the distance you can see.
Okay,
right?
So you're saying if the Earth was spherical, the rig should be hidden behind Earth's curvature.
No, I'm just saying that there would be a geometric horizon. There would be a curvature of the Earth, which is not there.
There is a curvature of the Earth in that image.
Where? Oh, whoa.
You literally see it.
Whoa. Where?
What image are you talking about?
The top line,
Where?
A, you can see that it's
That's not the curvature
the horizon.
of the Earth.
That's where
dude. No.
the end of
That's not the
your sight.
curvature of the Earth.
If that's the case,
the
it would
end.
be in front of those rigs.
So, did you know that all he would have to do is zoom in more? If his camera had a bigger zoom in, that horizon that you see there would not be there. It would be a new horizon.
Just to fill you in a little more, that image that you so hate all of a sudden is off of video footage. That's just one frame out of video.
Right.
I think another way that you might
nothing
understand this is
wrong.
Carrot, listen. if you just said A, look at that. It's the curvature of the Earth, and you point at A. I think it might help you to understand this. If that were the curvature of a sphere, then that would mean that the Earth has a radius of 250,000 miles. It's more like the size of Jupiter. So do you believe that's true?
Why would that mean that?
And that would actually debunk what they say anyway.
Because in order for the horizon to be that far away at that height over water, over a body of water, it would have to be that big.
Why would it have to be that big? Why can't it
He's
just
not
be explained
understanding.
by an optical?
Okay, Carrot,
it's a little too explicit.
you've got to
too high
remember,
IQ.
this mathematics is based on the information given to us. The claimed radius is 3,959 mile. That's the claimed radius that comes with the Helio model, or this ball that you believe you live on. So if you believe you live on a ball, you've also got to have the little tag that comes with it, R3959. From that, we can work out how tall you have to be, and this is what the Earth curve calculators are for, how tall you have to be to see over said horizon. You know, the furthest you can see where the sky appears to meet the ground.
No, Carrot, do you even know your own model? Do you even know the model you're trying to defend, or what are you doing?
It's just tough because you're not allowing anything. You're not allowing any any other explanation besides.
No, there are tons of other
Proves
explanations.
the Earth is a sphere
Carrot,
because of this math.
You got to listen closely, buddy.
Not what we're saying.
We are allowing the other variables, which is what I've been saying. Those are our variables.
Those other variables explain why that phenomenon.
Those variables show why it's optical. You even said it's an illusion. This means it's optical. The only variable, you just need one variable to debunk everything. You need one variable. Physical curve of the Earth. So when you say, well, there's other variables like these other optical phenomena. Yeah, I know. That's our point, dude. That's our point. That would not
explain
physical.
it. That would. Okay.
No, that explains it for us.
Okay, then
you don't realize you're making our argument for us. I typed it in the chat, so it was very clear.
How
you
about,
just need the horizon to be physical. That's it.
What you do, grab yourself 3 buckets. On one bucket, write flat Earth. On the other bucket, write globe Earth, as in sphere. And on the third one, write both. And what you do, come up with an explanation. Bakak, refraction. Does refraction work on a flat Earth? Does refraction work on a ball Earth? Does refraction work on both?
Right, but you're saying...
And what you do is you put them... Hold on, don't get too excited. You're already trying to make excuses for excuses. You put them in the bucket. And you will find 90% of the shit will land in the both bucket. Not much stuff will land in the globe.
Okay.
The one thing that wouldn't go.
I originally asked for math that would disprove the Earth.
It's in the chat.
Yeah. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's your equation. Go out and do your own observations and assign that equation to what you're looking at.
That's a side point.
That's not a side point, that's the equation. You asked specifically for the mathematics, I just gave it to you.
I asked mathematics.
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You're laughing because I gave you what you asked for.
Yeah, that was
Okay, so we use that math on our image, and you're saying, oh, the math should limit our sight to a distance before.
No, math does not limit your sight.
No, they're saying the physical curve of the Earth, the hump of the curve of the Earth is the thing that would block your vision. We just looked it up on Google. We watched it in a video. I don't know what else to tell you. The only thing that would not go in the flat earther bucket in this example, Carrot, relax. Yes, it does. Hold on a second. The only thing that wouldn't go in the flat earther bucket is that physical curve of the Earth. That's the only thing that's all you need. I don't know how you don't see this. That's all you need is the curvature of the Earth.
The reason why you see all that is because
you don't have
it's an optical illusion, bro.
Yes,
not an optical
you're just
illusion.
repeating yourself. Saying it's optical.
So there's no
is
problem with the
our
image.
Carrot.
There's no.
There is Carrot. God, dude, I gotta pop him on mute, guys, for a second. He's just repeating himself. Saying it's optical destroys your entire worldview. That's our point. I don't know how to make it more clear. You need the horizon to be physical, the thing that boats go over. It's not physical. You're even telling us yourself that it's optical. Gotta wake up, dude. Make sure you go clip this and rewatch this back on YouTube so you can hear yourself saying it over and over. It's optical, it's optical, it's optical. We know that. That's our point. And you say, well, you're not allowing for all these other variables showing why it's optical. That's our literally entirety, our point, bro. You just need one thing, physical curve. You can't
Okay,
give
I
us
think
that.
we're
No
talking
one
past each
can.
other a little bit.
No, we're definitely not. It could not be more clear. We looked it up on Google. You can see 3 miles to the horizon.
I'm gonna quickly summarize what just took place. I asked for the math that would
I just did
concrete
that for you.
disprove. Let's
And I
give
gave
you an
it to you.
opportunity to talk.
We gave it to you.
Matrix, you can rattle off that equation again. It's one what?
1.22
One what?
Okay.
times the
Times.
square root of the observer's height in feet. So, however tall you is, 1 foot, 2 foot, 10 foot, you might be huge, I don't know. You might be standing on a ladder, 15 foot. You might be up on a high cliff, I don't know. Wherever your observation height is, off of the water.
Okay, so you're saying that this image has
So,
an observer height of
elevation.
1 foot.
So, square root of that. Whatever your observation height is, square root of that. Times 1.22. That's it. Or if you hate doing maths, just use the Earth curve calculator, because it does it for you.
And I posted all the screenshots in the chat for you. All this math is straight up from a globe Earth curve
I would like an
calculator.
opportunity to talk for a second.
But you gotta listen though, because we've already explained everything to you.
Look at that.
So what happens is, when you punch that data into an Earth curve calculator, like the one that Creation Bears put up, it gives you how far the horizon should be based off of that elevation and also the radius of 3959 miles. So that's what you've got to remember. If you believe in the ball, you also believe the radius is 3959 miles. That's not negotiable.
And height of object
what
does not
happens
matter,
is,
Guardian.
When we observe further than that, the only way to make that correct is to make the radius bigger. That's why they said earlier that this disproves the ball.
Explain the issue with that math on that image. Like,
well, the issue with that math
I did that for you.
is the math doesn't have a problem. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The observation height is 1 foot. Square root of 1 is 1 times 1.22 equals 1.22. So the horizon, that line that appears at the furthest distance where the sky appears to meet the ground or water, should be at 1.22 miles. The problem is, we know how far them oil rigs are. They're just demarcation. It'd be much better if they were traffic cones. Nice and simple. There's where the markers are. The horizon should be in front of those oil rigs. That's it.
And my
That's all it is.
response to that is that formula and that picture with that math.
Your response was
not
atmospheric
assume
refraction.
Refraction, yes, exactly.
Okay, now stop. That's where, if you're going to assume some form of refraction, you would have to, number one, prove it, which is going to be somewhat entertaining off of a photo. But if you wish to have large amounts of refraction, instead of timesing by 1.22, moderate refraction 1.29, extreme refraction 1.34. So how about we change that now? 1 times 1.34 equals 1.34 miles. Now, how far out those oil rigs again? Let's scroll back up because I've lost them. There we go. The closest one is 6.21 miles. So the horizon, assuming you've got some bullshit amount of refraction, or atmospheric refraction as you called it, would be halfway between the observer and those oil rigs.
Okay.
That's the problem. That's with your refraction. So
You
what it
still
means
need a
is,
geometric
number one,
horizon.
it's flat, or it's a ball that's a lot larger. And based on the back oil rig, so capping it at 10 miles, based on that, using the so-called formulas, it works out that the ball should be a radius of something like 250 to 270,000 miles. Do you think the Earth is 270,000 mile radius? No.
No.
That's just retarded, isn't it? Right.
Yeah,
the
that
other
is.
thing to look at, if it is a ball of that radius, every single astronomical unit gets thrown out the shithouse because everything is based off the Earth's radius. That's the problem. Is it's not just, oh, look, the radius is wrong. No. Every single astronomical measurement, distance to the sun, distance to the moon, all of that shit gets thrown out the window because it's all based off one measurement, the Earth's radius. Pretty hardcore.
Okay.
I know it's a lot to take in one sitting, but yeah, you'll be right, mate.
Okay, I see.
Love your work, Matrix.
W.
Cheers, mate.
You need a Donna Marco.
So comforting hearing someone explain something to him in a simple Australian accent.
No, mate.
Now, did you understand him?
I understand him. Yeah, he's saying that with refraction, it would only change the equation by like a tiny percent, like 15%.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's what they claim anyway.
So the really cool part about this is there's heaps of these long distance observations that should not be possible. Like at 29 past the hour, you can see the two images I chucked up there. On the coastline one there that you can see, which is a pretty cool drone shot, if you click on it and have a look, see where the cars are all parked in that half circle down the bottom?
Yeah.
From that point there, from the centre of that roundabout, we'll call it, and then scroll up to the top of the image, and if you have a look across the horizon, you can see right up on the right-hand side where the cliff stops along the horizon. You can see it step down. So from the centre of that roundabout right to the point of that cliff is 143 miles.
Right.
Now, it's estimated that that image is taken from about 300 foot to 500 foot. Now, if you punch in 500 feet observation height in an Earth curve calculator, and then you put in 143 miles, you'll work out something like about 9,000 feet of curvature. Does that image look like it's got 9,000 feet of hidden curvature where it's bent at the back so you can see it?
No.
No. This is just a sample of reality, mate. This is why we tell people, go out and have a look for yourself. You know the formula now. It's super basic. And like I said, if you don't like doing maths, and some people just hate it with a passion, just jump on Google Earth Curve Calculator. Punch in the distance. Punch in your elevation. And it will tell you how far you should be seeing. And if you happen to have a set of binoculars or a telescope or something that allows you to see a lot further, and you're sitting there going, hang on a minute, this shit ain't right, well, guess what? It's probably correct because it's not right.
So, you guys think that... Well, hold on. How do I say this?
Here comes the straw man.
Refraction explains how light from the oil rig reaches the observer beyond the normal horizon and is well understood in optics and meteorology.
Good luck.
The black swan image shows a refractive phenomenon, not a violation.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on a
You have
second.
to
Can you
determine
post
that
up
they're-
the link of the webpage that you're reading for everyone?
It's ChatGPT.
I'm reading ChatGPT.
Yeah, but it's going to go to a site. It doesn't. ChatGPT doesn't come up with this. It's got to be a site that it's taken you to. A reference. There'll be a reference there.
No, it's just its own thoughts.
Yeah, but when it says the Earth's curvature, that's that physical geometric horizon that we're saying that you have to have. That's not there. He doesn't know that back in literally back when I first joined this whole discussion, 2017, this was what all the argument was about. Horizon. Was it physical? Was it optical? Flat earthers were saying things like, well, there's perspective, there's refraction, there's all types of variables like weather. And they said, no, it's the physical curve of the earth. So when you say, well, there's like refraction and all these other variables, that's our point, dude. You don't realize it, dude. All you need is a physical curve of the
Well,
earth.
I'm saying that refraction is why you can see further
He's just
than
repeating
what you
himself.
would expect you would see.
Yeah, because that's what you just read that. Yeah, you just read that in the article. Now, have they got a demonstration that would show the refractive index to be at almost 1?
So you need to say that. Right? You have to say that. You've got no other choice but to say that if you want to keep your ball.
Please don't take my ball.
That's like
coming home and saying, "Oh, honey,
thing to think
at the club, your Barney wanted me to stay and have a chat." Yeah.
What did you say? Is an
I didn't get. Remember earlier when we were talking about Antarctica and the 24-hour sun? Like,
yeah, it doesn't matter because if you measure the surface, if you measure the surface to be flat, the sun is doing whatever it does on a flat surface. So it doesn't matter.
What do you mean, whatever it does? Do you understand?
Because you're gonna straw man a map, and you're gonna say that Antarctica. They're giving you a map that Antarctica is on the outside of this flat plane, right? Encompassing the whole of the known Earth, right?
Antarctica is on the south. Is like the South Pole.
Oh my God! You don't.
I've
You
yet
have
to see real in-person pictures of the edges.
Hey, shut the fuck up. So, you're not listening again, right? You're not listening again.
Go
dude.
ahead, Timbo.
I said in the article that you read out about that final experiment that's not an experiment. It says.
So what do you believe it is? Like it's CGI?
Bro, what the fuck?
Bro, there was a 24-hour live stream of the sun in Antarctica.
That was due to curvature. We just took the curvature away. You're done.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you?
So
wait,
it said,
go ahead.
What it
say
said
that again?
was, it said, just hang on. It said, if the Earth was flat on the flat Earth model, and it presents you a model, right? Now they're presenting something to debunk. It's not ours. We don't claim that model. They're debunking their own straw man.
Yeah, it's also proving the Earth is a sphere on top of debunking
No,
a
it's
flat
not.
Earth.
Hold on.
How would you?
We've already got rid of that curvature bit. So how can you have a sphere with no curvature?
Bro.
That's the point.
Okay,
you don't
that's
realize
one
it. It said it was
point.
due to
That's
Earth's
one
curvature.
Yeah, that is a pretty big point. If I have a sphere, a major component of that sphere is its curvature. If I have no curvature, what shape do I have?
I don't know. We didn't establish that there was no curvature.
Yeah, we did. That's what the Black Swan destroys.
You said... Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you're just starting to catch on. I know it hurts.
Don't reset. Do not reset. We just
don't reset, please. Yeah, okay. And I explained to you about refraction.
That's an excuse.
Now,
just an excuse.
But there can be more refraction.
Let's go through it again. Let's go through it again, nice and steady. 1.34 times 1. What does that give you? 1.34 for the kids at the back of the bus. Excellent. Now, is 1.34 before or after the oil rigs?
Before.
Excellent. So when we look at that image, the horizon should be clearly before those oil rigs. Is it? Yes or no?
No, the horizon is not before the oil rigs.
Excellent. So you have two options. Number one.
No,
okay, I'm going to give you two options now.
You're talking about.
Based on that image, we've debunked the radius of 3959 miles. You now have two options. Number one, it has a radius of 250 to 270,000 miles. Or option number two, it's flat.
I think that there's a stronger refraction than the standard refraction. It's got
That's not standard. That was extreme. We could take you back to standard, which was 1.29.
It could have 6 to 10 miles plus.
Dude,
okay, just so you know, hold on, Creation Bear. We've just got to let him fill him in here. I told you earlier how this was off a video, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, the problem is, and this is something you don't know because you haven't seen the video or asked for it yet, which I find surprising. Prior to that shot that's frozen there, there's an island over in the background that's 30 mile away.
I'll post it. I'll post it right now.
We're getting away from
Doctor, you've got a problem. I don't care what they saw down in Antarctica. They could have seen penguins camping in their tents. It doesn't matter. Because if you've got no curvature, you've got no ball. Full stop.
They showed the curvature.
No, they didn't.
No,
they showed the sun up in the sky. That's it.
Yeah. They showed it.
Can I ask you a question? If I got you to recarpet your lounge room, would you go and measure your ceiling?
No.
Or stare at the light bulb? Why? Why would you measure the floor?
Because I know a little bit about carpentry.
Excellent. So you wouldn't look up at the ceiling at all, would you?
No.
If you knew anything about carpentry, you'd know that carpentry's got nothing to do with carpets.
Yeah, I know.
So you're telling me they've gone down to Antarctica and they've looked up in the sky and this proves the ground. And then in the next breath you've told me that when we're working on the ground, we look on the ground.
Are we not able to think a little bit more like...
Okay, then how about we step it up a notch if you want to think. Let's do this properly. You wanted to step it up to the next level. I want you using the TFE, trip to Antarctica, to put in a logical syllogism for all the panel on how a 24-hour sun proves that you live on a sphere. Please.
Already tried that.
That's very simple to do. I already did that, actually. Let me scroll up.
No, you didn't put it in a logical syllogism, though. You just gave an explanation from an article of why the Earth can't be flat because we saw a 24-hour sun. And you strawmanned a model.
And it said due to curvature, right? Which we just took away from your dumbass. So it's over.
You put it in a logical
I love the way you guys like talk and argue. It's so funny.
Yeah, facts.
Why?
It's all based on measurements.
That's so funny.
I mean, facts.
What's funny about the way we argue?
The one American guy that's like, I think his name, he's right under me, Creation Bear. He's like, wait, what did you say? The curvature. He's like, you need the curvature, which we took away from your dumbass. Like that is just
facts.
That is so funny.
Yeah, facts.
To hear. Okay.
Look, that's all you need.
Put it in a logical syllogism.
So it's over. Go ahead.
All right, he's going to put it into a
premise one. Okay, you want me to just paste it into the?
Yeah, paste it and then read it out.
Okay, bang. Control C, Control V. Okay. Premise 1. If the Earth is a rotating sphere tilted on its axis, then during Antarctic summer, the sun will remain above the horizon for 24 hours a day. The midnight sun. Premise 2.
Go ahead.
You want me to prove, like...
Premise 1, but go with premise 2. Go with premise 2, that's right.
Yeah, keep reading. We'll rip it apart afterwards.
Premise 2 states, during Antarctic summer, the sun is observed to remain above the horizon for 24 hours a day. Conclusion. Therefore, the Earth is a rotating sphere tilted on its axis.
What the fuck? AI gave you that.
That's a perfect modus ponens. I mean,
okay, proof premise 1 then.
The globe model predicts the phenomenon. The flat Earth model cannot reproduce or explain it without contradiction. The observation matches only.
We don't have a model. I've already explained this to you. They're giving you a
Then you're not living. Then you're not living on Earth.
Carrot detector.
What? The fuck?
What?
Your premises.
We don't
that are
have a
in
model.
We never
Therefore, you're
claimed
not
model.
living on Earth. That's retarded.
No model that you.
Okay,
there's
all
no model.
the rest of humanity does. We use maps and.
You don't know that.
All right, we don't have a model. Do you know why? Because
Why?
you can't have a model of reality.
What do you mean? What is a model to you guys? Like, what does that mean?
A model is a scientific model, right?
Right, like
So the explanation is to explain all things on the Earth.
Okay, let's get back to this syllogism. What's wrong with the syllogism?
Just listen. You don't have a model either. So stop.
Yeah, I do.
Saying,
The Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, where's the model? Where's the model?
Okay, where's the problem with this syllogism? What's
proof premise 1?
Premise 1's flawed.
Is that how
Premise
logic
one seems a bit loaded, if you ask me. If the Earth is a rotating sphere tilted on its axis, this has to be proven. You're claiming that as a base axiom. It is not. It has to be proven. So you've got to prove that. Anyways, then during Antarctic summer, the sun will remain above the horizon for 24 hours a day. So slightly loaded. Why do we need to tag on then during the Antarctic summer? What's that about?
It sounds like circular logic more than more than logic.
Affirming the consequent. Yeah.
Well, you're stating a premise that's never been proven.
Based on
right?
geometry of
P1.
No,
P1 has never been proven, and then P2 is saying because this thing that's never been proven, I'm going to use that. Then, if we see a 24-hour sun, then the Earth is a globe spinning on its axis. It's circular reasoning.
For the syllogism to be sound, both premise 1 and premise 2 must be true or demonstrably supported. And
Excellent. So demonstrate it.
Conclusion.
So demonstrate it. If the Earth is a rotating sphere, tilted on its axis. So number 1, you've got to demonstrate that it's rotating, and number 2, you've got to demonstrate that it's tilted, and to add insult to injury, the word sphere in there, you've got to demonstrate it's a ball.
So the AI didn't even give you a logical syllogism.
Right. Even our biggest hater in here right now thinks it's bullshit. He just posted it in the chat.
Who?
Lego. He said, "Hey, the problem is that this one is not valid. The conclusion doesn't follow."
Yeah.
Nice. And this guy hates flat earthers, by the way. Carrot. So.
The AI is not that smart, right? You guys just use AI for everything.
I think
you kids use it for. Why do you keep on fucking interrupting me?
Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
You
That's
kids
why I stopped
use it for.
talking.
Oh my god. You kids use it for fucking assignments and shit like that. I would stop using it for that shit and just do your own research. It just gave you just asked it for a logical syllogism and it gave you a fucking circular reasoning argument.
Logical syllogism. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, but it doesn't follow.
How? What? Okay, give me exactly what I need to say to disprove the logical.
Stop using the fucking AI, dude. Use your 2 remaining brain cells and rub them together as hard as you can. Maybe you'll figure some shit out.
You said P1 and P2, P1 and P2 have to be proven facts.
See, what you're trying to do is prove a globe. right? That's what you're trying to do. So your claim is the 24-hour sun proves a globe. But here in the first sentence, if the Earth is a rotating sphere, so it's telling you it is. So you're using a statement that it is to prove that it is.
Yeah, you can't use the thing you're trying to prove with the thing you're trying to prove.
This is so painful.
You can see how broken the
No.
logic is, can't you?
No, it's perfectly sound, but your guys don't understand.
Of course it's perfectly sound. It's perfectly sound because
Because
you're
it's not
indoctrinated into it has to be a ball, it has to be a ball, it has to be a ball. And because that says Baltard, you agree with it. You don't understand that the logic's broken.
Well, it's
Bro, even
perfectly sound
Lego-
because it's perfectly sound. That's his.
Look,
that's
Carrot.
his argument again.
Like, even Lego is one of our biggest ops right now. He does not like the flat earthers. He thinks it's bullshit. Even he's in the chat saying it's wrong. It's not valid. It's not sound. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. You should think about that. He's on
You even
your
read
side.
out why
He's
it's
trying to help
not.
you out. He's on your team.
Get back onto ChatGPT and type in there. This logic is fallacious. Try again, please.
Yeah, try
Or
that.
just stop
Yeah,
using that
I'm
shit.
I'm interested in what it would say.
It's just
Maybe ChatGPT's a
impossible.
globetard.
Facts.
Okay, so let's just ignore this for now or table it.
Yeah, facts.
How would a sun
So can I just recap? So you've given up on satellites in space, and now you've given up on Earth being a sphere because there's a 24-hour sun.
You did.
So that's two you've given up on. Is that right?
I believe in satellites in space. That's not a huge.
I believe
Doesn't
I can
require-
It's not like believing in unicorns. Like there are
Yes, it is.
satellites in space.
Yes, it
It's
is.
worse.
Remember when you said you get a picture of a satellite and you never got
Yeah,
one?
and then I sent you a 24-hour live stream of.
No, that's not what we asked for, Ding Dong. Because remember when we posted pictures of the satelloons, not what the satelloons would be taking images of, the actual satelloon itself. Then you said, "Well, I can post pictures of satellites." And you're like, "Well, here's a stream."
Okay,
of
well
Earth.
you're gonna
That's
say
not
this is
even
AI.
what was asked. No, that wasn't even what was asked of you. All
Okay, I got you.
right, go ahead and post a picture of the satellite.
No, you don't.
You're gonna say it's AI or it's
No. Just post
Yeah.
it. Just post it. Just post the real one.
It depends which one you post.
I'm trying.
Each one of them's got
You were
their own
supposed to post
issues.
this like an hour ago, by the way. Just so you know.
Bang! Oh shit! It's not copying. Wait, can I not send images here?
If you
Post the
can't, just
link.
DM it to somebody. Or link, yeah.
Copy image.
That's crazy. He's probably going to post a live stream of Earth from a satellite.
No, it's
again.
not a live stream. It's just an image, but it's not letting me paste into the chat.
Image of what? A satellite?
It's just a picture of a satellite from Earth. Or
A
of
picture
the
of a satellite
ISS
from Earth?
Oh, a picture of the ISS.
No, that's not what was asked of you, bro. Oh my god.
Oh, let's just pull this thing
You want
apart.
a picture of a
How
satellite.
big is the ISS?
That's what you said you would post.
Doctor.
But
How
just
big
DM
is
it
the
to somebody.
ISS?
I don't know.
You don't know? Because you should have a look at how big it is, and then have a look at how far away you'd be looking at it from, and think about if you'd even be able to resolve it as an
Why the
image.
fuck can I send this? What the heck?
Just DM it to somebody, bro.
Send it to me and I'll post it up. As long as it complies with TOS, you'll be right.
Okay, I got you. Do you need like Discord Nitro for this? Oh, no you don't. Okay. I sent you a picture of a satellite from Earth.
From Earth. Why not just have another satellite in space take a picture of a satellite in space? What the fuck is that?
That's what he sent me.
Bro.
What? That's what he sent me. I just pass them on. Done.
That's not a very good picture, so I'm going to try to find a better one. It's kind of small and dark. Bro, what the heck? Oh, what about that SpaceX video of the Tesla?
Oh my god.
SpaceX picture. I mean, that's not a
What
satellite.
about
That's
it?
literally a car.
I think that does it for me, chat. I'm gonna roll out. You guys have a great rest of your night. Shout out to the Kangaroo guys, and shout out to Zeka as well, bro. Been cooking as well. Have a good rest of your night. Shout out to the Carrot for the content. Yeah, W.
God bless.
Zeka.
See
All
ya.
right, boys. All right. Peace.
Catch up.
All right.
Bro, I just can't send images. Crazy. I think I got perms removed, maybe. Well, I'm the only person in here that believes in a globe, so I'm kind of the smartest guy in here.
I'm glad you said believe. You don't know it's a globe, you just believe it. I love that. That's awesome.
I could say the same thing to you. Like, you don't know.
No, we
that
know it's flat because it's measured flat. This is the
You
big
know
deal.
it's flat because of an image of two oil rigs.
What's
No.
it? Carrot. Pay
What's
attention
up?
to the
What's
side
up,
chat.
P-Dub?
You've been gifted the ability.
Oh,
to
dude,
post.
sweet, cool. I appreciate that. That makes my life easier.
Now that comes with a role, community role. That means every time we ping that role, you're going to get notification. Is that cool? You cool with that?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna do anything.
Keep
with
it
that.
clean in the chat too, please.
Cheers, man. Cheers. Good shit, man.
Don't
Let me
post
guess.
anything
You can tell it's
silly.
real because it looks so fake.
Well, it's just like, why would I think that's fake?
Do you honestly, with all your heart, believe they stuck a
Why would you
Tesla
think
in
it's
space?
real?
Yeah. Why would you not do that if you were Elon Musk? Like, you're rich as hell. You just
Hold on.
throw up one of your cars in
This
space.
kid is so broken.
Who's the cameraman? Who's the cameraman, buddy?
Does there have to be a cameraman?
Okay, so how's the camera sitting there?
Can someone post up the
attached.
green screen of it, please? Oh, man.
You know, he said. You know what he said. You know, he said he didn't change anything on that car. You know, there's.
It's a toy
you know, there's,
fucking car.
Yeah, you know, there's air in the tires, right? So if that went to space, those tires would explode.
Exactly.
What?
You see that there? That's what Elon said about his own shit.
Yeah, I
When he
get it.
saw it.
I understand that. And that's actually true. Like, it does look kind of fake. That's how you can kind of tell that it's real.
You're a fucking idiot, man. Seriously. Oh my god.
Comedian.
He's fucking cucked, man. They've got him. There is no getting him out of that. It must be real because it looks so fake. Now he's repeating what Elon Musk said and saying, yeah,
Now
that's
ask this
how we know
question.
it's real.
Why didn't the astronaut turn his head at all? That person in the car. Why would he just stuck forward?
Because that's not an
What
astronaut
side?
in the car.
Nah, he's a
Exactly.
mannequin.
What side
That's
of Earth
just
is
a
that?
suit.
Where's all the land? Is this
There's no person in the car.
Waterworld or something? Is this Waterworld?
Oh, where is the land?
I don't know. It's all the continents.
So, like, every image from NASA is fake. Like, everything from any government that goes to space is just all fake.
This is your story.
I mean, I'm asking you, like...
Yeah.
Oh, you just made a statement. Oh.
Well, if there's no curvature and they're showing a curved water ball Earth, yeah, it's fake.
Bro, you just said that you believe it because it looks fake.
So where are the
So
images
how
of...
easy are you to
of-
fool, brother?
Where are the images of the flat Earth?
They don't even need decent
those
images from
images?
space. They just need shit that looks fake, and you're convinced. Give me a break.
I can show you a couple.
That's not an
I've never
image.
seen
Doesn't
that
convince me, dude.
car
They're
one. That's a new one to me,
Like
but that's
gravity
crazy.
convinces me. The moon phases convince me.
Remember earlier about
Tides
the carpentry,
and
doing your
eclipses.
carpet? You're not staring at the light bulbs. Stop staring at the lights. Down the ground. That's what we're measuring.
That's such an ignorant thing to say. Like, don't look at the moon phases. Don't look at the
Okay,
sun.
what?
Look
Hold on,
directly
hold
at the
on.
flat
You've just
ground.
made a
Like, what
claim.
the
Yelling
fuck?
at me's not gonna fucking help you. Stop it. Why the fuck would anyone in their right mind look up when they're working on the fucking ground? You're measuring the ground. Why are you staring at the lights? What is wrong with you?
Because it's another way to show or
It
like,
doesn't prove
evidence
shit.
of-
It's not the ground.
Okay, the ground that you experience is flat because you're on a massive fucking planet. You understand that?
So this is another
You're on a
claim.
massive planet.
How big is it?
It's like 8,000 miles circumference.
But that goes back to our point that we're telling you there's over 3 miles, there should be curvature from our perspective of view.
Or diameter, not circumference. The circumference
we
is like 25,000 miles.
Regardless. We can see too far.
So looking at the moon phases would tell you that the Earth is round.
Tells you
Like,
nothing.
that's- Okay, then how would there be?
It tells
moon
you
phases
nothing to
with
do
flat
with the
Earth?
shape of the ground. This is
It's
where
not
you
the
keep
ground,
getting
it's
stuck.
the shape of the
It's like,
entire
hey,
planet.
look at the lights. It's like you're a fucking bug that's mesmerized by the light on the back porch. What is wrong
Matrix,
with you? Ooh,
it's
the
like
lights are
you
on. I must fly towards it.
You
Fuck me
can't
dead.
understand what I'm trying to say. Like, you refuse to understand.
Because what is in the sky has fuck all to do with the ground. So every time you say, look up into the sky, all I think, Superman.
The moon phases have
You're the one that
something to
has
do with
broken logic. Again, if you're going to measure the ground, why the fuck are you looking up into the sky, bruv? What's wrong with you?
You don't need to, but if you're trying to explain to someone that is like untrusting of everything, images from NASA, any sort of like
all stuff
I
that
don't
you
know.
can't verify. Have you noticed that?
No, here's what I'm doing.
Exactly.
I'm just pulling out like the most
Things
like
out of your ass.
greater
Yeah,
things
keep going.
to understand. I'm pulling out like the most elementary stuff to understand. Moon phases, brother.
You're right, elementary.
I'm telling you, moon phases are proof that the Earth is round, and you're saying,
Okay,
what
let's stop.
does
Well,
the flat
let's go there.
ground have to do
How
with
does the
fuck all
moon
of
phases prove
What?
the shape of the ground? Yeah, before you have a meltdown, hold your breath. Don't break yourself. How do the moon phases prove the shape of the ground? This is going to be great.
It proves the shape of the Earth. Thanks for muting me,
Yeah,
by the way.
how?
I appreciate being silent.
How? How does it prove the shape of the ground?
Because the sun is very, very, very large, but also super far away.
So the sun being large and far away has what to do with the fucking moon phases proving the shape of the ground.
Mate, will you let me finish?
Why are you laughing whilst you're doing this? Are you telling lies, or you're making shit up?
So upset at me, and you're not letting me finish.
I'm not getting upset with you. Do you know how I know? Because you're still here.
Ooh,
exactly. Now you're telling us how your little moon phases prove the shape of the ground.
It's super easy. Let me go through it, okay? It's more than like one sentence, so you're gonna have to let me get some words in here.
Less meta.
The huge sun is far away, and when it beams its light onto Earth, and the moon, if it's ever behind the Earth, if it's in front of the Earth, if the moon is in front of the Earth, the moon is way closer to the Earth than the sun. So it's able to literally block out the entire light of the sun sometimes. That's a solar eclipse. Okay, you following? Do you agree with that?
Okay, how about we shut this shit down now? Have you heard of a Solidelion eclipse? Yes or no? Also known as the impossible
Solidelion eclipse?
Selenelion.
Selenelion eclipse. No, I haven't heard of that.
Also known as the impossible eclipse. How this works is the sun and the moon are up in the sky. You can see them both. Now, the problem is you claim that the Earth is what's causing the shadow. If both sun and moon are up in the sky and you can see them, that means Earth's not in the middle. It's not in the way.
No,
so
it means
the GIF that's on the screen now, the GIF that's on the screen now, I put up for you at 22 minutes past the hour.
Oh, great, a GIF.
Shows the impossible eclipse. So, on your Baltard, please explain to everyone how that works.
Okay, how that works is the sun is way farther away than the moon is.
They're both up in the sky together. They're not behind the Earth. You need to understand that bit.
The sun is not up above us in the sky. It's in our
in an impossible eclipse.
Do you understand?
In an impossible eclipse. Hey, stop talking. Zip it. In an impossible eclipse, they are both visible in the sky at the same time. You pick a direction. East, you'll see the moon. West, you'll see the sun. In order for you to have your ball curve shadow, I'm quite certain the Earth has to be in between them. That's what your normal claim would be. The Earth blocks the light, leaving a curve on the moon. Well, that means the Earth has to be in the way. In an impossible eclipse, it's not. So, now that we've established that, please enlighten everyone on how it works.
Why are you muting me?
Because you're one of these kids that won't shut the fuck up and listen when it's time to listen.
I've never talked over you. Like, I always be quiet. There's no reason to mute
Tell us how the eclipse works.
Alright, but if you mute me again, then I'm gonna kick rocks.
What, you're gonna run away?
Well, I'm gonna go do other things with my time instead of just be silent.
I just want to know how the eclipse works.
Okay, let's go back to 6th grade, middle school, like...
Impossible eclipse. You might want to Google that shit first.
Okay, I don't need to do that.
Good luck, then.
The sun is super, super large and far away. The moon is very close, but smaller than the sun. So an object that's really, really far away, like a big burning ball of gas, the sun, which we orbit around, that's called heliocentrism. All the planets in our solar system revolve around the sun. It's not that the sun is just in the sky above us. That is retarded to think that. When the moon gets in between the Earth and the sun, that's what causes a solar eclipse. Now, what causes the moon phases is when the sun or the Earth gets in between the sun and the moon.
He's not talking about moon phases.
Okay. I was talking about moon phases, and then he brought up an impossible eclipse. Like,
Yes, it's got nothing to do with moon phases.
okay, but what does that have to do with what I was talking about? I'm talking about something that literally annihilates flat Earth. Like, you cannot have this happen. You not being able to understand it doesn't
This is
mean-
the listening bit. This is the listening bit that you don't do. Impossible and headphone yourself. All right, you can stay on fucking mute and run away. Good. How long was that kid on before I turned up?
It's been a good 3 or 4 hours.
You're joking. So about the only thing he doesn't know how to do is slow cook a goanna. Who else have we got? Cosmo. Oh. Are you a flat earther, Cosmo? Flat Earth or globe Earth? Which way do you lean?
Flat Earth.
Oh. Bloody legend. Who was that that called out Flat Earth? Is that you, Timbo? That's funny. I can't believe he's tipped a couple of hours into that kid. Wow.
Nothing else to do.
Oh, fair enough. It's not like they're lining up out the door.
Yeah, and to give him credit, he was kind of a polite kid too, so.
Didn't like listening though. Information
No, not
was
at
just
all.
given straight through him. Yeah. I notice they do. The young generation do get quite upset when you tell them to shut up and listen. They get highly offended.
And it seemed like he was a couple of cans short of a six-pack, right?
No, that's how indoctrinated some of them are. I've been listening in on a few of them, and yeah, that's how broken they really are. Soulless shells
Yeah, but to say,
around.
yeah, I agree with that. It's real because it looks so fake. You know what? What do you mean you agree with that? The fuck is that? That's not something you agree with.
Isn't it crazy how we've spoken to other globers, and the first thing, anytime someone mentions the Tesla in space, oh, that's just retarded, that's just all bullshit CGI. Even the globers themselves are saying that. And then you get other kids that'll go, oh no, she's real, that's great. That's a typical Elon thing to do. That's where I need the whole Jim Carrey thing. And they're buying it. Oh, shit. Were you on the other night, Timbo, when I chucked up the South Australian one?
No.
Oh, I'll chuck it up for you so you can have a look. That folder.
What was it?
The South Australian coastline.
That's it, thanks.
Right, she's up. Now, from the roundabout down the bottom, from the middle of that, right up to that point that's right up the top, is about 143 miles.
Let me reset because I'm not getting any of the chat. I've just got to jump out and jump back in.
Yeah, cool.
It's how far?
143 mile.
Really?
Yeah.
And what height's that?
Well, the cliffs are 60 metres, we know that. It's estimated from the ground where that's taken.
200 metres, something like that?
About 300 foot. So that's from ground level.
And what's the calculation on that?
Well, I based it at 500 foot, and it's about 9,000 something feet of missing curvature.
Yeah, because you can see the water at the bottom of the far cliffs, like the far point, right?
I know. Oh, crazy stuff, eh?
That's a clear shot, man. That's crazy.
I got that on Facebook. All I saw, I'm skimming through Facebook looking for dumb shit like normal, and this image pops up, and I looked at that and went, now that is a mad horizon shot. I'm going to steal it. So I yoinked it, bring it over, show everyone. Everyone's like, oh wow, that's a great picture. How far is that?
Flat as fuck, yeah.
You don't realise how flat it is till you drive across the bastard.
Yeah, I know. No, especially the You know, especially the center. Oh, unbelievable, isn't it?
Well, that's like if you go out through up the Roxby Downs. If it wasn't for that set of power lines that runs through the middle of it, it'd just be flat in every direction. Crazy. It's the only thing that stops you from falling over when you spin around. You get dizzy spells.
Mining, yeah? Mining place.
Yep. I actually lived down at Andamuka for a while. I'm never going to get that back.
That's funny.
Shit. But no, I found that there, and I jumped onto Google Maps and had a look, and the only spot I can see, like I know that lookout because I've been there. So I found that lookout, and the only spot that I can see a point where it's got that big, jagged,
and there's an inlet.
Yep, is where I've marked on the map underneath. So 231 kilometres.
Crazy.
I think it's appropriate. Another black swan from the state of black swans. But I would like to go down there and retake that. So to verify the drone height. That's the only thing I'm not sure about is the actual height of it.
You could do your own too.
Yeah. It'd be nice to go and grab a theodolite and go and survey from that roundabout all the way back the coastline the whole way, and drop in all the angle measurements, an awesome photo like that, distance from point A to point B, and just lay it down and go, well, how do you like these apples?
Sorry, mate, that's just the register. That'd be interesting, right? Because those cliffs run the whole way along that southern coast.
Yeah. So I allowed 500 foot off ground level up for the drone. Now, it's also down to water level. It's another 60 metres. So that jumps us up to 656 foot from water level. So if I hit calculate, that gives us 8,308 feet.
Curvature.
Yeah. Hidden.
8,000.
So in order for us, 8308.6447. And that's based at 656 feet elevation.
To where that cliff, that point is.
Yep.
And you can't call that, like, you can't call that a high refraction day because that air looks like it's dry as fuck.
Fucking clean, isn't it? So let's be generous. Let's say I have no idea how high the drone is. I'm going to go eye height, 2,000 feet. Even at 2,000 feet, the hidden target is still 5,191 foot below the horizon. Refraction your way out of this one, globetards.
Yeah, you just move the slider, mate, until it matches the observation.
It doesn't go that far. Oh shit. So how high can our drones go? What are we? We're 500 meters.
Is that how high they can? Is that the legal limit? Is it?
Yeah, DJI drones are locked at. Well, you're supposed to only go to as far as you can see them. You have to keep them in visual line of sight. So my little drone, I've got a little DJI.
You can't see them at 500 meters. No?
Oh shit, no, you can barely hear the thing. So at 500 meters, I'll put that back to Imperial. So that's 1,600 feet. So assuming I go down there, the best I'm going to get is 1,600 foot and 5,816 feet. Assuming we get a clear day like that and we can see that point.
It's still going to be covered by curvature. Still supposed to be.
Yeah. And the actual horizon distance should be at 49 mile.
I took my drone up 500 metres and I could see the whole bay, Port Phillip Bay, from Sunbury.
Really?
Yep, I sent an image. I took a photo. I sent it to Miggy back before my place burned down and lost my drone. The whole bay. You can see the whole bay.
So Sunbury to Werribee is what? 40
No, don't go Werribee. Go Point Nepean. We're talking the whole bay. You can see the whole
I'm just
bay.
thinking. Yeah, because I was going to add, because I think from that widest point there is like 87 kilometres or something like that across the bay. Is that right?
Yeah, probably about right. Yeah, it's a fair distance. Yep.
Yeah. So it's just adding that to how far away that Sunbury was from that point. What elevation were you at?
I was 500 metres above Sunbury, and Sunbury's 200 metres above sea level, so that's 700 metres high.
Yeah.
That's still a fair distance to see with a little camera off the Mavic Pro.
Oh yeah, fucking hell.
I'll give you another one. I was actually at Point Nepean in my boat, right? So this is at sea level, and I could see the city outline from my boat.
At Point Nepean.
At Point Nepean, just inside the heads. I was just inside the heads.
What's that? I reckon that's about 100 k's.
Yeah, probably would be if we look to the city. But remember, the city's a little bit elevated.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I wasn't. I was on the deck of the boat, and my deck probably sits at sea level. And I could see it with my bare eyes. No camera, just vision on a clear day.
Crazy.
So if you're at Point Nepean Lookout and you're looking back towards Melbourne town, there is what is it?
You on
Point
Google Earth?
Ormond Lookout, and you've got 54 k's
back to the Melbourne City.
Back to Point Ormond Lookout. So from Nepean Lookout to Point Ormond Lookout, where are we? 54.49 k's.
No, go Melbourne CBD.
What bit's classed as a CBD? I don't live there. Remember?
Oh, you see where the two rivers meet? Right up,
Zoom in a
right
little
up,
bit.
right north part of the bay.
There's Port Melbourne.
Yeah, that's right there, Port Melbourne.
Right, Port Melbourne, mate. That's right on. That's right on the
57.
edge of the bay.
57.
And I'm at sea level. I'm standing at sea level, literally on the water in my boat.
57. What's the highest building in Melbourne? Is it still the Eureka?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Eureka. What's the Eureka? 200 and something meters.
Yeah, I'm driving. I can't have a look. Are you free, Matrix? Can you type in Marine?
Distance 57. Elevation. What are you? 5 foot or lower?
Mate, I'm not that short. I'm nearly 6 foot.
I was waiting for him to say I'm lower. I'm lower than a bloody snake's guts. What's going on? What elevation?
I'd go standing on the deck of the boat, 5'8", maybe 5'7".
Go 6, make it easy.
Yeah, I just round it to a 6. That goes in their favour. So target hidden height 700 foot. Switch that over to metric 213 meters. So it has to be taller than 213 before you can see it.
Go.
Okay.
Eureka Tower.
I think Eureka Tower must be 200 plus metres above sea level, but it's not like you could see the top of the buildings. You could see all the buildings.
Yeah, it wasn't
Eureka
like it was
Tower.
just one building. It was like, all of the buildings, like 297. And then you saw all of the ones around it.
You see all the ones around it, the whole lot.
Like Docklands, everything, yeah?
It's bizarre. It's bizarre, mate. You could see all the way down. At Altona, they've got a couple of refinery towers with red lights on top of them. You could see them. You could see them clearly. During the day, mind you.
Cool. Anyways, guys, I gotta go and have a hit of squash, de-stress myself. Kids annoy me. So
Cheers, mate.
Not that I've got kids. Just talking to another one.
I'm surprised you've still got squash courts over there, mate. All the ones down here are closed down.
Yeah, we turned them all into
I'll
gyms.
squash your mum on my dick hole, cunt. You shut the fuck up, cunt.
He's drunk again.
Oh, stop dribbling. Go and have another beer. Fair dinkum. Anyways, I'll catch you all later. Peace, guys.
Hey, mate.
Cheers.
What the hell was that?
Some drunk bloke can't, mate. That's the best they can do, I tell you.
Oh, mate. It's like walking into someone's house and just fucking start screaming at everyone.
That's what they do on the other server. I have the app running all night, and they just jump on and they just they go nuts, these people. They got nothing better to do, mate.
Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's annoying. Like, that was quite funny, but when we're actually having a conversation and then someone jumps in and does something stupid like that, that's not funny.
Yeah, shut up, you fucking retards. That's something you'd say to a mate on a work site, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. What, you think the Earth's flat, you fucking idiot? You must have been dropped on your fucking head.
Well, I tell you what, I told a few people that I'd met at table tennis tournaments that I thought the Earth was flat. I didn't say I knew it back then. I said I thought. And, mate, they started harassing me. I had to block them all on Facebook, right? It was so funny. Now, I ain't telling you one. It's just sometimes you get the hint that someone's a bit of a conspiracy theorist, and you ask them, "Oh, yeah, what do you think's a conspiracy theory?" You'd be surprised how many people come up and say, "Oh, fuck, I think the Earth's flat."
Sorry, mate, I got a phone call.
It's all right. I'm driving home. Just dropped off a couple of my Kiwi friends to the train station.
Yeah, I got to start making dinner for everyone too. So
So you're the breadwinner and the dinner maker as well, mate.
Oh, I don't know. Mrs. makes just as much money as I do, mate.
What is she, a lawyer or something?
He is. One sec. Sorry. She's a sales executive, the international shipping.
Wow, that's unreal, eh? That's good money then if she's making more than a builder.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, more than I pay myself. Yeah. That's what I mean.
Funny, you know, because a friend of mine came over today, and he's like a sales rep for, you know, where Epping, where they've got the farmers market where all the produce goes. He's a sales executive.
Melbourne Market, yeah. Melbourne Market.
Yeah, that's it. 180 grand a year.
Yeah, I know. If you get these positions, that's why she goes out there all the time. She's got a lot of customers that are out there. So does a lot of meat and things like that. Now she's more in exports now, but
If you're doing that sort of money.
What's that?
Why would you
What's that?
own your own business if you can earn that sort of money?
Exactly. You go to work. She does work a lot of hours though. Like I'll give her that. Like I'll get home and she's still sitting on the computer at her desk, and could be 7, 8 o'clock, and she's still there sometimes. But it's all worth. Like she enjoys it, and it's worth it.
Yeah,
In the end.
okay.
You should see the
Well, look,
bonuses they get at the end of the year. They get a percentage of sales and stuff like that. They get fucking these bonuses, and they go, "What the fuck?"
Does she think you're crazy believing in a flat Earth?
No, not really. Not really. She just goes, yeah, whatever. Like, we don't really talk about it much. But when she sees me, we're at a dinner party, and someone says something about space, I get the fucking evil look. Yeah, like, don't you dare. She can see my ear.
I won't say anything. But it was funny when I told my wife that I said, Anne, they've lied to us. It's flat. She goes, I knew it. I knew they were lying to us. It's impossible us living on a ball.
Good on her. Yeah. My wife's kind of the same. She's a very critical thinker. She knows that governments, and she's Colombian, right? So she knows that she can't trust the government, right? They're all liars. So she said, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. She said, but women are not interested in this shit though. Most of them, they don't care. They go, yeah, whatever, but they don't really care.
Look, I don't get on the mic very often, but when I do, my wife, she looks at me and she goes, why are you fucking arguing with these idiots?
Yeah.
So if some idiot come online and he gives these fallacies, and I think, I've got to jump in. There's nobody there to say anything,
Yeah, it's our channel. We have to protect it. Yeah. I know. She thinks I'm wasting my time. But, yeah. Oh, well, whatever.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what my wife thinks as well. But I enjoy listening to it, mate. It's a bit of background entertainment, because I'm telling you, mate, the Globers come in with some of the most ridiculous arguments that I sit there and I laugh. Like sometimes I'm driving to table tennis at night, and I'm listening to it, and I've got me AirPods in, so my doubles partner is just sitting like playing his game on his phone, right? And he sees me laughing, and he goes, "What are you laughing at, Rob?" And I go, "Here we go. I'll put it on loudspeaker, and you can listen to it yourself." Now, hey, he's heard all the arguments, and he goes, "Hold you on any of the arguments?" He goes, "But it means nothing to me." Right? So he knows that going on. And when he listens to the Globers, he's not a flat earther, right? But when he listens to the Globers, he literally shakes his head at the bullshit they come up with. All right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not. And you explain something to them, and 5 minutes later, they just jump back to the same old shit again that you've already explained.
Yeah.
You think, what are you dumb? Are you dumb? I asked you to drive that nail
used
in,
to not
and you're
listening,
still standing there fucking looking at it, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear that guy before? You spent 3 minutes explaining about Satelloons to him, and he fucking reset. Didn't hear anything I said. He said, but what about satellites in space? I was like, what the fuck?
No,
Breaking
I
up a
jumped
bit,
on when
Batman.
Matrix. I only jumped on when Matrix
Yeah.
was Look, do you know what? I've got to hang on.
You're right. You're starting to break up too, man.
I've got to connect to the Wi-Fi here. When I'm in the Jimbo, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, I'm connected to the Wi-Fi. It's stupid. When I jump into my new car, it creates this 5G Wi-Fi in the car, and it disconnects me from the home Wi-Fi, even though I'm right next to the transmitter. You know, the little Wi-Fi ceiling mount thing that we got down here.
Yeah.
And it's patchy, mate. Down here in Clarkfield, I hardly get any reception. That's why I've got Starlink. I'd love to know what this Starlink is.
Have you got it?
Got it. It's fucking brilliant, mate. Absolutely brilliant. Never drops out. Just consistent.
Yeah.
100 bits. Right. Down here, the best we could get off a telecom tower was about 5 to 6 megabits.
Wow.
Hard to run a business with 5 to 6 megabits. Starlink connected it, megabits straight away. Never, as I said, never drops out. It just fucking works. I'd love to know what it is. And the other day,
Interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Like you just go, fucking, what is that thing?
And the other day, my mate came out, goes 130, 140 megabits, 145, 150. That's what I'm getting. The other day, my mate came out and he goes, Rob, have a look at those lights. I go, yeah. I go, what is it? He goes, that's the ISS. I go, you fucking kidding me? It looked like it. The ISS, like the sort of the lights that you see in all these videos, you know. And I thought, mate, I can't confirm it or deny it, but let's just say that there's definitely something up there. What it is, who the fuck knows, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And
yeah,
like it could be airplanes for all we know.
Yeah,
the one that really gets
the
me.
reason why they say it's going that speed is because the distance, right? So they say, oh, because it's this far away, it has to be going at this speed.
Yep.
If you just change that distance, then it doesn't have to be going at that speed.
That's exactly it. But Starlink is the interesting one. Do you know how we get internet? It can't be something flying across the sky. It's got to be something like balloons up there.
All linked together.
Yeah, it's got to be something.
Sending transmissions to each other.
Yeah. Well, they do that now from like telegraph pole to telegraph pole. Like, because my mate to work installing the communications between poles, right? So they literally create a big mesh network. So there's nothing stopping them from creating a big mesh network up there as well.
In the sky, exactly.
Yeah. Why isn't the ISS taking photos of these so-called Starlink satellites?
Yeah, look, the Starlink satellite just went past, you know?
It's ridiculous, the bullshit that we hear from these guys.
Most of them don't even know anyway, you know? They just come in, think they know an argument, and they don't actually know. They just...
So I had a guy
repeating
the other day,
something, you know? Yeah.
I like arguing with the guys on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
I just can't. I can't help myself. I can't help myself, you know. And the funny thing is, I bamboozle them half the time with the shit I type out. But you know, the last one that I got lighthouses prove that it's a globe. And I
What?
replied
How
to the
does that
guy.
work?
Yeah, I replied to the guy and I said, well, what about the Rayleigh and light extinction? Right? And then he replied to me and said, that R thing you're talking about means nothing. Right? And I'm thinking, you fucking idiot. Right? I go, you need to prove Earth curve first before you can talk about anything else, mate. Right? And he goes, that's already been proven. This is all they ever come up with. It's already been done. They never come back with any proof. But we're the dumbasses.
Yeah, where's it been done? Oh,
Yeah,
I don't know, but I think it's been done.
Yeah. We're the dumbasses that can build houses and sheds and, design stuff and repair motherboards and do all the complicated shit. But we don't know about anything else. We haven't gone to school, We didn't do physics at all. Hey, I got a mate.
Uneducated.
Mate that's for the Melbourne Metropolitan Board of Works. I don't know what they're called now, right? But they do all the sewer line, right?
Yes. They're in different sections now, like Western Water and Southeast Water. That's those guys.
I told him I'm a flat earther. I don't care, right?
Yeah.
And I said to him, what about Earth?
Ask him when he lays his barrel drains.
He goes, count for Earth curve at all. He goes, but we don't go long enough. Because they go from pumping station to pumping station.
It's not a fair way, though.
Yeah, but they don't calculate because they just go deeper.
Yeah.
They have a slope.
Yeah,
they have a grade.
It's got to be on,
right?
Yeah, it's got to be on grade, self-cleaning. I think those bigger drains are on 1%.
So anyway, he goes, calculate for Earth curve at all. In any of our calculations.
Never.
Through this shit, I think he said to me, the longest pipe they've ever run is 10 mile or something. And then it's like pumping station again. 10 miles a fair way.
Yeah, it's 66 feet of drop. So that would change your grade. And if your grade's too much, then you overwhelm the pumping stations. So it has to be at a certain grade.
There you go. Yeah, they teach you that when you went to school.
Hey?
They teach you that when you went to school.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't have thought they'd teach you stuff like that. I thought they'd teach you about like industrial and household plumbing,
No, it's all it's all relative, yeah. So it's all the same.
Yeah.
So when they talk about because you've got to do it's all when you learn about retention systems and stuff like that. So like stormwater retention systems. They teach you all that. Then you learn all these stuff about pumping stations, but
we've got
pretty low.
Got a pressurized. Do you call it a pressurized? Because we collect water in the tank.
A charged system.
Is that what they call it? Charged. Yeah. And the other day, friggin' the guy working on a big slab at the back of my shed fucking ran over the pipes. Fucking crushed
no. What?
And it was a junction. Broken, mate. It was in his backhoe, and it just the ground is like, and he sunk with the weight of his backhoe. And I spent freaking half a day cleaning it all up, and because it's not easy when you're trying to patch those things, right?
No,
we got hundreds.
You got two fixed points, yeah.
Well, we got two fixed points. One actually went round the corner, and then we had another drop in. They come like down the wall of the shed, around the corner, and then drop into the 150 mil pipe that went over to the tank. Right? He smashed all of that. Right? No, it was fucking pain. And the amount of water that came out and made everything muddy and floppy.
Yeah, because it's all under pressure.
Yeah, it was under pressure. And he went to the we got like a little enclosure that we've got the two water pumps and the two water purifiers purifiers, one for each house and that. And he went over and switched them both off, and the house didn't have water. He couldn't understand where all this water was coming from, mate. He's a bit autistic, I'm telling you. Right?
Yeah,
But I
'cause you can
was
still use your tanks when you got a broken system. Yeah,
correct. We
because
had
he's trying to stop the flow of water.
my tank's 356,000 litres, and I had about 40% in there, but we probably lost, probably 1,000 litres of water that was in those charged pipes, because every downpipe would have been half full, and that's a 50-metre shed. There's 4 downpipes on either side. And then the runner, which is 150 mil by 50 metres, right, there's a fucking ton of water, mate. I'm telling you.
Yeah, because if you imagine a 100 mil pipe, every 100 millimeters of that 100 mil pipe is a litre. So if you got 150, it's significantly more, over 50 meters plus all the downpipes. A lot of water you lost.
Yeah, at 50 metres, that was a 50-metre run, so it was right on the end of the run before it turned to go back into the tank. That was a lot of water. Oh, fucking made a mess. And then we had to turn around and leave one of the inspection hole right at the tank. We had to leave that open so as it could clean the pipes when we got the next lot of rain. I had to go out there in the rain and put the cap back on. And just, I tell you what, living on a big property is sometimes not a good thing.
Yeah, exhausting. There's always stuff to do, yeah?
Yeah. Here we go. They do take photos of Starlink. Here we go. Where are we?
From the ISS.
So it's in the chat. They do take photos of Starlink satellites. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at these. Yeah. This page you were trying to send you to.
I thought it was just us two in here. I didn't know there was anyone listening.
Except all cookies. Let's have a look. Time-lapse image shows the passage of Starlink satellite cluster bright streaks through a telescope's field of view at the Cerro American Observatory in Chile in November 2019. Well, where the fuck are these? Let's have a look. SpaceX dark satellites are still too bright. Mega constellation of hundreds of internet satellites launched by the aerospace company SpaceX has been causing headaches for astronomers by outshining celestial objects, set to eventually include tens of thousands of spacecraft beaming high-speed internet to the entire planet. Starlink has a downside for stargazing. The satellites reflect enough sunlight at night to be seen clearly with the naked eye, not to mention sensitive telescopes. Their brightness is only accentuated by the long trains they are arranged in, which pass across the heavens like dozens of glowing beads of on a celestial string. So where are these fucking things? They just look like bright stars, but they're claiming they're Starlink. It's amazing. Like, why show me this image when you clearly can't see a satellite?
People just grab articles. They don't know what's in the article.
Have you seen it?
I've never seen them, no.
Seen the image the guys put a link to?
Oh, no.
It's ridiculous, mate. It's just like bright dots. I want an image of an actual Starlink satellite, not a...
Yeah, from the ISS.
Yeah. They all look like all these really bright dots in this image, right? They look like the night sky.
Oh, it's at the streaks. Is that what they're
And
saying?
it's the streaks. I don't know.
Yes, the streaks, because those images that they're taking are what are they called? Long exposure shots.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so those streaks are the yeah, that's them passing through.
That's a good image of a Starlink satellite, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a streak of light. It could be anything. It could be, you know, when they, like you see them all the time, those claim to be satellites that go past, right? You see those lights all the time. Every night, if you go outside, you can look up and see one, right? It could be just those. Like, who knows?
To be honest with you, how do we know that there isn't some mechanism up there that'll allow a object to literally orbit?
Yeah, we don't know that. Could be.
No, they're claiming that an orbit is something traveling a little bit faster than it's falling. Got to keep that momentum happening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you'd think that.
So it doesn't come down to Earth. Yeah. So because it needs to speed around it, so it stays on that trajectory.
That's correct, but they've never shown that either. But we got mathematical calculations that show you can do it. Okay.
Yeah, we just got
Show
lights
us in a
going
lab or
across the
something.
sky,
Mate.
and that's it.
Yeah,
Nothing.
that's exactly
Then they go
it.
show those pictures of satellites in space, and you go, "Who the fuck's taking that picture of that satellite? Is that taken from a satellite? It's a satellite taking a picture of the satellite."
You know, that's the telescope pictures taking time lapse of the so-called Starlink satellites.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, we want ISS pictures.
What my Starlink dish that locks onto a satellite doesn't move. It's still in the same
direction
position
does
it
it
was.
point?
I don't know. I'd have to go out there and have a look. I would say east, because we get the sun so-called rising from the back of our house, and it supposedly sets at the front of our house. So it goes east-west. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, there are a lot of unexplained things on the globe model, and there's a lot of unexplained things on our flat reality. There's no doubt about that. But
for sure, yeah.
All I know, I don't have to come up with explanations. All I know, when I go out and see way, way, way further than I should, and I believe you can have a vacuum next to a gas, right? I don't believe, you know, they say that our atmosphere spins at the same rate as the Earth spins. What a load of crap. You can't get a torque converter to spin at the same speed as an engine spins, right? And that's using a viscous liquid like transmission fluid with vanes, right? It's got vanes to help it, and it still spins slower one side, like the transmission side, than the engine side.
Yeah.
Right? And they're saying that the air does that. Well, we should just put air inside our torque converters, right?
Yeah, it'd be fine.
Come with it. And we have a 1-to-1 ratio, you know?
Yeah.
That's why they have lock-up torque converters, because there's slip in a torque converter using a fluid, a viscous oil, you know? Yeah, air, no problems, mate. Air just spins at the same speed.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me at all.
No, so
Yeah.
you can't have.
And then they claim Coriolis too, yeah, like in a, you know, and you go, what? Is it spinning with the Earth or not? You know, these silly fucking Foucault's pendulum and stuff like that. No one's can
Yeah.
even show a consistent result with Foucault's pendulum ever.
No, that's right. Yeah, no, right. And hey, what about the other one? Tides.
Tides. The
Oh,
fuck.
we got tides because of the moon. And you know what? Nobody says this. I go, we know there's a moon up there, and we know the moon travels above us. So why wouldn't it cause? Isn't it?
Yeah, you can
The
have
fact that
tides
there
with the
is-
moon. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
I know, but they're saying that proves the globe Earth. I'm going.
Nah.
How does that prove a globe Earth? A flat Earth has a celestial body up there of some type, right? It
Yeah.
supposedly
And it
travels.
has tides.
That's what I mean. You know, it's just
Yeah.
dumb arguments, mate. They're just such dumb arguments.
This is my new thing. Like I don't even argue that much anymore. But my new thing is, okay, well, tell me how that relates to a ball. You can't have a moon on a flat surface? Like, what do you mean? Or
They'll turn around and say, "How do you keep that rock up in the sky?"
I don't know, but I know the Earth measures flat, so
Yeah, that's exactly it. Prove Earth curve. You know. Hey,
Exactly.
and here's another one for you, right? If you turn around and you get a box and you create a vacuum in that box, right? And we can only go down to 10 to the negative 6 tall, right here on Earth. That's as strong as we can create a vacuum here. Some people say we can go a little bit more, but now let's just say 10 to the negative 6 tall. That's the the vacuum that they can create in those big vacuum chambers that I believe NASA owns. Right?
Yeah, the one with the big concrete walls with the steel plates in the middle, yeah? Yeah.
That's it, right? 10 to the negative 6 tall. Now, if you were to turn around and open a valve, how fast would that air be drawn back in? That would be violent.
That would explode.
Violent. Yet, the negative 17 tall out there, and we have a gradient. We've just got a gradient happening, you know? It's fucking retards, mate. Fucking retards. Right.
And then they
I gotta
claim
go,
a gradient. A gradient. Yeah, no worries, man.
Yeah.
Good to chat with you.
Good talking with you again, mate. All right.
You too, man. I'll catch up with you next time.
See ya.
All right, who we got? Cosmo. Oh. Just Call Me Mike. We've got Crit. We've got Daz68. Elbow TV. You just heard Flatman. We've got Flat Earth Ranger. Heretic. KC Kingsley. Luster Bonnie. Not sure who you are. Like a Stone. Orange. Pony Soldier. Quetzalcoatl. Quiet Noobs. Sid Monster. AKA Ryan S. T-Dub, The Viking, me, Ultimate FE Final Boss, Zayka, and Horizontal. That would be Ethergrass. What's up, guys?
Hi.
Hi. Who was that? Is that Luster Bonnie? Was that you?
No, it was me.
Who?
What do you mean who? You can't see it? Can't see me lighting up over there?
That was a
Hello,
big
hello,
list.
hello.
I actually can't.
I'm the one with the Cookie Monster face.
Ah, hey, how you going?
Oh. I'm
Yeah, I can see you. You a flat earther or believe in a globe?
I don't believe in globe.
Okay.
I'll answer all your questions in one statement. You live on a non-rotating, three-dimensional plane. That's all there is to it. With maybe a dome or something over the top to protect you from getting sucked out or drowned, one of the two.
I would agree with you.
My belief is that there's water above your head, not, so maybe it's a liquid up there, maybe it's a crystalline dome, who knows, right? But there's got to be some kind of barrier, otherwise, yeah. Either what was up there would get down here or the other way around, right?
It's funny that, those stories as well about them saying that the waters from Noah's flood came from, a tear in the sky, like where the Milky Way is. It's kind of interesting, isn't it?
That would also coincide with the fact that stars are in the firmament, too.
Okay, simple. There's a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere during the northern solstice.
Gotcha. Right. So you're going to need. Right. So you're saying that that is only possible on a globe. Is that your case?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to need to prove the globe first, right? For that to be able to work.
Nope. Go watch the video that I posted earlier.
Okay. So you need the Earth to be a globe for your prediction to work, right?
Yep, but I'm saying
so you
guys
need
refuse to give up any model. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so all I'm saying, look, I'm just questioning your reasoning, right? So you need the Earth to be a globe for your model to work, right?
Yep,
so that's fine. Yeah, so you would need to validate that there's curvature for that.
Nope, don't need to prove curvature.
You need curvature to have the globe to have your prediction.
Yeah, and that. Okay. Go watch the video, and it can actually show you that there's curvature based on that experiment they did with the shadows. That'll prove you there's curvature, my friend.
So you're just going to affirm the consequent then?
Oh, fuck off. You want to mute?
That's what you're doing if you're saying, my model says that I should see this. I see that, therefore my model's correct. And the Earth is what I think it is. That's called affirming the consequent. It's a formal logical fallacy. It's a logical reason. It doesn't mean you're wrong, but it's a bad argument.
No, you're full of shit. I don't give a care about your fucking this, that,
that, reasoning, then.
Here's a very, very simple thing. You will not give a model that can show
you don't need
that
one
the
from
Earth
us.
is actually flat. Is that what you're saying? That your model is the Earth is actually flat?
I'm going to respond. I've heard this all before, so I don't need you to finish. I can tell you now that you don't need one from us in order for yours to be correct or incorrect.
How about I ask you a question? This is very simple, okay? If your model is true that the Earth is flat, you're saying that it's flat, right? You're not saying it's some other shape. You're saying it's flat, right?
Flat's not a shape.
Are you saying the surface of the Earth is flat and not curved? Am I wrong about that?
No, that is correct.
Okay. If I can show you, such as that video shows you, that the sun is doing a full circle and remaining at the same height and same angular size in the sky, that shows, and it can only be done
It doesn't do that. It doesn't do that in the observation from the south, right? It doesn't stay the same angular, the same height in the sky the whole time, right? It doesn't even show that. It varies a bit because they're not at the South Pole, right?
Well, in your model, they can't go to the South Pole.
You're having to make a whole bunch of exactly. So it doesn't do exactly what you just said it does. Regardless, that doesn't even matter, right? You're just seeing the sun move over the top of a flat surface, right? You don't know exactly how the sky works. You have to make a bunch of assumptions. Okay, so what I can do is
you're so sad. You're so sad. I'm sorry. But I just came back on you.
I can show you empirical evidence. Okay, so what we're talking about here is something that would be required for the Earth to be a globe, right? That would be curvature, right? You don't even have any evidence of that, right? We have countless amounts of evidence to present that.
We have plenty of. Plenty of
No,
evidence
you
of
don't.
curvature,
You
but
haven't.
you don't want to look at it or listen to any of it.
Okay, I've asked you for it. You haven't presented any. Right? I'm talking about.
You won't look at it. You won't go watch the video at all.
Look at it. No, there's no evidence of Earth curvature in the video. I've seen the video.
Okay.
So present the argument from the video. Present the argument from the video.
From friggin' Dave and show you Dave.
Present the argument from the video.
He definitely talks about curvature in that. You want that one?
Talking about
I'll show
it.
you
Yeah.
that one too.
Yeah, you can talk about it all you want, right? You need to validate it.
Oh my god, dude.
Well, imagine having to validate it. You just want to talk about it.
One prediction. Can you go show me one prediction that doesn't come true on a globe that
Yes.
you're going to...
Yes. Yes, you need drop over distance on a globe. It doesn't come true in reality, right? Okay, there you go. Your whole model is dead now. Okay, because you don't have the basic fundamental curvature, dude. Okay, would you like to go over?
Show me proof that there's no curvature. Show me this. Show me a proof. Show me anything.
Okay, how much, right? Let's see if you know any basic math, right? How much curvature would there be over 21 miles?
I can go get the math. I'm not.
I can tell you the math
Not
if
what
you
I
want.
came back for, but I'm telling you,
You just asked me to present evidence, right? So we need to go over some basic math first before the evidence will make any sense to you, right? So over 21 miles, right? You just say you're going to go to a 21-mile body of water. How much curvature would there be over that distance? Right? I can give you the math if you want. I don't expect you to know it off the top of your head, right? So it's 293 foot over that distance. Do you agree, or do you want to go double check?
I can go check, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. So if we have a 21-mile body of water, and we set up a camera at 5 foot off the surface of the water. Okay, how far away would the horizon be on a globe? The answer is 2.73 miles. Right? Do you want to double check that?
Let me go see if I can go get a curvature thing, because I've done the research, but it's on my computer. I'm on my phone right now. So give me a bit. I'm sorry, but this isn't why I came back, by the way. I came back to unmute you morons because you all decided that I need to be muted earlier. So that's all I came back, and when I was muted, I muted everyone that was a flat earther. So that's the basic reason why I came back. So there's that. Anyway, let me go find that. It's free. Oh, I think it's actually tried to complete my search. Yes, there we go. All right. So, Elevation Finder. Let's see if it wants me to install an app, but I don't need to, folks. Go away. Thank you.
Do you trust the results of Earth curve calculators? I have a couple of screenshots. I can just post those if you want to.
Let me post the one that I want to use. I've got it's a free map tool. So let me just post it. And this is the one I'm going by. Okay? There you go.
Yeah, look, I just need you to So I've said there's 293 foot of curvature over that distance, 21 miles. And if you have a 5 foot observation height, the horizon would have to be 2.73 miles away on a globe. So just let me know if you agree or disagree with that.
I'll agree. Let's go with it for the moment.
So you do agree?
Okay.
Okay, so the horizon must be at 2.73 miles on a globe from a 5 foot observer height. Yes?
Sure.
Okay. Right, so here's a small clip uploading to the side chat from a full-length video that shows the entire observation. Right, so this is a 5 foot observation height, and he's zooming in, with a super zoom camera over a 21-mile distance at the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, so there's the clip in the side chat there, right? There's no horizon at all over the entire 21 miles. Okay, so there's no horizon at 2.7 miles. There's also zero obstruction and zero curvature over the entire distance.
So I'm looking at the Great Salt Lakes and you're DJ, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to grab that. I'll just open. Is it a YouTube video or is it like something you've actually uploaded to Discord?
It's something I've uploaded to Discord.
Okay. Appreciate it. Okay. So 20 miles, no curvature. At what elevation is the observer? I assume it's not on the ground.
Yeah, so I've taken some screenshots for you because it's fair that you ask these questions. So 1 second. So 5 foot is the observation height above the surface of the water.
Oh, sorry.
And here's the camera setup on the tripod. Just uploading now.
Okay. Let me go back to the chat. Okay, so that is okay. Did it say there what it is? Or is it just like we're going to assume like that's the height of the?
Yeah, you can. It's 5 foot, but I mean, you can see there that it's pretty much 5 foot. You can make
I'd probably guess at it being like 5 or 6,
10 foot or 6 foot or whatever you want to go with. It's fine. It doesn't really matter because it's such a huge discrepancy. It doesn't. You could make it 50 foot high, and it still wouldn't work out on a globe.
Alright. Oh, sorry. Back to the video. Oop.
Right, so I'll just upload a top view from Google Maps, just showing you the distance is actually 21 miles.
Okay, so the objects we can see way back there, are they buildings? Are they?
Yeah, so you can see it's kind of like a little mining town, and you can see a big giant white smokestack.
Yeah,
that's
what I was in the past.
Yes, so the main thing is to be focusing on the shoreline. Sure, the buildings are there and the smokestacks there are unobstructed, but you can actually see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now, he's got a friend on the other side of the lake, 21 miles away from where he's making the observation. And in the video, he pans all around the area with a camera on the target side of the lake. But I did take a screenshot from that, so I'll just post that. So this is what it looks like on the far side of the lake that he's zoomed into. So I'm just uploading an image now, just so you can see a close up view of what it looks like over there.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I definitely can see that much clearer now.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can see the smokestack in the background, but you can see it's like a big giant shoreline on the other side of the lake. I wouldn't really call it a beach, but it's like a big section of mud or whatever you want to call it on the other side of the lake.
I just want to. I'm sorry, but just want to confirm with you, but both of these, like where that tower is and where they took the video from 21 miles away, are both at sea level. Like, there's no change in height. I mean, like, there isn't even, I'd say, a granular level of, they're both at sea level.
Yeah. I mean, they're both on the shoreline of the lake, right? So this guy's taking the observation from the shoreline on one side of the lake, right? So he's at the, standing. He's got the tripod, set up in the water, basically. And then this guy's, you can see the water there, in that image from the far side of the lake there. You can see the water touching the shoreline there. So, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to bring up that first. I don't suppose you have GPS locations for it or anything like that. Oh,
yeah,
you do?
I was just up.
Okay.
What? Yeah. So
go ahead.
I'll post the full length video for you, and he goes through the entire observation.
Oh, okay. Yep. Awesome.
Yeah, he shows his coordinates and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I did just post his location, and it does show the coordinates and stuff in that image.
Yeah. So, hey, dude. I appreciate this. I'm going to mess with it a bit, and I'll get back to you.
Yeah,
but
I'll
like I
post
said,
the
my
video
major reason why I came back is just to unmute anybody that was remaining in the channel that I had muted earlier because I had been muted. Because I was like, you know what? It's fair. Hey, you guys want to shut me up? I don't have to listen to you. Does that sound fair? Because if you want to shut me up and just turn me off, it sounds fair to me that, I just turn you off. Does that sound fair?
Look, I wasn't here, dude. The problem.
But do you understand what I'm saying? I come back to unmute anybody I had.
Let's just move forward from that. Don't I wasn't here, so you're talking with someone completely new now. I just posted the full observation. There's also a laser test in that, right? So they also wait for it to get dark, and then they do shoot lasers across the lake. But the main thing I was presenting was the long distance observation. So just focus on that.
Oh yeah, so I'll definitely
the contention
keep the information around, and I'll be back probably tomorrow. Just hang out. But like I said, hey, you weren't around though when Carrot Doctor was around.
The other day, yeah, Carrot Doctor was here the other day. I remember. Yep.
Okay, so you weren't here earlier in the day. Okay, cool.
No.
Anyway, talk to you later.
Days ago.
Okay,
bye.
All right, I gotta find them.
They always disappear after that observation gets presented. It's been happening all week.
DJ the Glober Whisperer.
Oh gosh.
Hey, coming here with that fucking smug attitude shit. I'm just gonna fucking give it right back, cunt. Look at this LB guy. It's an argument arguing for a hypothesis. The argument itself is not a hypothesis. What the fuck, bro? I'm making a logical argument for a hypothesis.
All right, so Luster Bonnie has said, DJ, if we were to accept that the observation... if we were to accept that observation is true on face value, it doesn't prove the Earth is flat. It is only evidence that the globe could be larger than expected.
Well, if that was the case, nothing that they claim to be based off the radius of the globe would work. So their rockets, their satellites, as well as your latitude and longitude would not work.
Yeah, bigger globe, eh? So now the ISS is doing what? Was it 100,000 miles per hour instead of 17,500?
Yeah.
The radius value based on this observation would make it like so big it wouldn't be funny. Have to do the math on that. But the problem is there isn't even a horizon visible at all in the entire 21-mile distance.
Oh, it still doesn't prove it's flat. It will never be flat, DJ. It's always going to be just a big, big ball, right? I bet this guy had cave into like simulation theory or some weird shit before he'd ever admit the Earth is flat.
So, Luster Bonnie, this isn't presented as a flat Earth proof, right? This is challenging the claimed globe radius. So, that it debunks. And, you know, it's just kind of like a consequence of not having any obstruction, not having any horizon over that 21 miles. We can't find any curvature. Right, so as far as anyone can tell, if something, you know, if there's no curvature, by default, a surface is flat. So that's where we would, you know, go back to you. Yeah, it's self-evident. So if you do have some evidence that there is curvature, that's what we're looking for. And so you've admitted it doesn't conform to the math of a 39-59 mile globe. So that's all I was looking for with that observation. So thank you for that concession. That is all I was going for.
Yep. This value in the hundreds of thousands.
Oh, even more with this observation.
Could even be in the millions.
Millions. It's in the millions. Yeah, because there's that other observation from 3 inches observer height, and you can see 14 miles away, and that's like 2,200% increase in radius or something. So yeah. I'll try to work out. See, we can't even calculate like how much bigger the radius would be from this observation because there isn't even a horizon to use. You would have to have a horizon to make that calculation. Because if it's just flat, you know, you can't calculate a radius. So yeah, if it's a much bigger globe based on zero curvature, zero obstruction over that distance, zero geometric horizon, how are you going to calculate a bigger radius?
Yeah, keep coping, LB.
Who's this? And who's this? How would you hear that, darling? How would you hear that?
Hot mic Batman.
Text me. Yo, what's going on? Wait, why is F.E. Batman? I don't think so. Yes.
What's going on, dude?
How you doing, man?
Hey, welcome. How are you?
I just got one. You think, Mike? Mike?
You're dropping out.
Okay, is it good now? Is it good?
Sounds right. Yeah.
Okay, I just have one question. So I know you think the Earth is flat, but do you think the Earth is circle?
Shoot. Don't know.
You don't know? Oh. Well, that's my only question.
No idea. Oh, fair enough. I mean, I guess, but no idea. Couldn't say for sure.
Couldn't know for sure?
No.
Oh.
Could be circle, oval.
So what made you know that the Earth was flat for sure, but it doesn't let you know that what shape it is?
Could be shaped like a love heart. We don't know. I don't have God's eye view. If I had a God's eye view, I'd say, oh, yeah, that's a whatever, but no idea, bro. But we know it's flat, though. That's important.
But if I ask you how is it flat, you're going to say it's measured flat, right?
Yeah, measured observably, like physically flat with water. Water lays flat and level.
Obviously, yeah, we don't even have to use the word measured. It's obviously flat. There's no proof otherwise, and long-distance observations confirm that there's no drop over distance, which would be required on a globe.
Okay, so what is y'all's viewpoint on the lunar eclipse? You know how like the Earth puts a shadow on the moon, that circle? Shouldn't that tell you that it's obviously circle?
Well, that you would have to start making assumptions, right? So you're having to assume that the Earth's a globe, and that
no, not a globe. Just a circle.
Well, you would have to have some evidence that the Earth is actually a circle first, in that case.
Well, it's putting a circle shadow on the moon.
Well, you're just assuming that that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. That's the assumption.
Well, what else would it be? The lunar eclipse? The sun?
No idea. Ancient cultures had different ideas of how that worked. They said that, you know, different things, you know, about how that happens.
Yeah, but they're wrong about a lot, right?
This is about what we can confirm, right? So, I mean, are you suggesting that the Earth might be a flat circle, or?
I don't know. I just think that if it's anything, it's got to be circle. We got to agree on that.
No, not really. I mean, we can't validate that. It could be, but we can't validate it. You know.
I mean, I don't see how you can say it's obviously flat, but.
Well, you've never. Well, yeah. I mean, what we're talking about when we're talking about flat, like we're just talking about that there's no curvature over distance, right? Like a topographical plane. But if you see a big giant lake, you know, like a 20-mile lake, there's no curvature over that distance, so it can't be a globe. That's the
don't
point.
some people see curvature in airplanes when they're too high?
No. Like you would only, even if the Earth was a globe, right? And I'd be telling you this if I was also a globe earther, right? You wouldn't be high enough to see the curvature of the Earth from that height. Some planes might have thick, round, triple-layered glass windows, which kind of might act a little bit like a lens, and make it look a little bit curved. But I mean, I've flown so much, man. Long distances, and I've never seen any curvature. It's completely flat from the height of a plane. I mean, you would only see like 0.1% or something like that of the surface of the Earth from that height. So even if it was a globe, a plane wouldn't confirm it.
Okay.
Like even Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know who that guy is?
Yeah. The scientist guy.
Yeah. Even he said from the height of the Red Bull jump, you wouldn't see any curvature, and that was like 4 times the height of a plane.
So, but he also says the Earth is a globe.
He does. Does he have any evidence of that, or is he? Just something.
Does he have any evidence that the guy at the head of the Red Bull wouldn't see a curve?
It's just the math. Yeah, it's such a small. It's just the Yeah, it's just the math. Like, so if you do the math, like you would only see a certain percentage of the surface of the Earth from that height, and it's not enough to see any curvature, according to him. So
I'm looking at this video this guy sent. It's actually pretty cool.
which one's that?
It's a video of the plane. There's no curve. No curve at all.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, you look at footage from. Right, so sometimes you can see curve if you use like a fisheye lens or a wide-angle lens, but it's not consistent as the camera pans around.
I don't think this guy's high enough.
Yeah, so even right, so the highest that we can get to as civilians, you know, is basically a plane. Well, that's not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, right? Then the next height would be sending up a weather balloon.
I just ChatGPT'd it. I said, can you see the Earth's curve from a plane? It said, yeah, people have reported seeing the Earth's curve from a plane. High altitude planes on flights.
Right, but have a look at what T just posted, right? So that's a video from 120,000 feet, and there's no curve even from that height. So yeah, ChatGPT is all over the place, right? ChatGPT is it's just like kind of like a Google search
engine.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, this video is pretty convincing. I mean, I don't know though.
Yeah,
I mean, it's literally just flat.
Yeah, it's flat. As high as we can check, it's flat. And then when we take long distance observations over huge distances of water, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature, and it's just completely flat. So,
wait. So, how do you guys feel about this? I know it's a big thing for some flat Earth. I don't know if you have a response for it, but how is it sunlight in Antarctica 24 hours, 24/7?
It's just the cycle that the sun takes. I mean, we don't claim to know exactly how the sky works because we can't validate exactly what mechanism's going on in the sky. But we can validate that whatever's happening in the sky is taking place above a flat surface.
But doesn't that go against flat Earth though? Because how can it possibly happen?
It goes against what... Well, there were some flat earthers that were making a bad argument, and it goes against that argument, right? So they were claiming that...
I'm saying, like, in your worldview, like, how does it work? Like, okay, well, you can tell me you don't know how it works, but doesn't it flat out go against it? Like, if it's flat and it has to go around the entire flat surface, how is it going around one part of the flat surface 24/7?
What do you mean? It's just at a certain time of the year that the sun appears, right? It just appears to circle to be in the sky for 24 hours in the south. It does the same thing in the north at the opposite time of the year.
That. Antarctica.
No. Half the year it's like dark all the time, right? So you get like a 24-hour sun in the north, right? Because the sun does a particular cycle. Yeah. So when you're in countries like Iceland or whatever, Finland, you know, in the north you'll get like 24 hours of daylight in the summer, right? Okay. And at that time it's 24 hours of darkness in Antarctica. But then 6 months. Yeah, 6 months.
So for half the year, one side of the planet is purely dark because Antarctica isn't purely dark.
Well, it is for certain times of the year in certain parts of Antarctica. That's what I mean. The sun takes. It's like it's kind of like cycles, right?
Okay, so everything it circles the Earth and then circles one point for a little bit, and then comes over here and circles one point for a little bit.
Not 100% sure exactly how the cycle works with the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets, right? But they repeat. The cycles basically repeat. But look, what it comes down to is if the Earth is a globe, you would have to have that curvature over distance.
Okay.
So if you go to like a 20-mile lake, for example, like it should have about 300 feet of curvature over that 20 miles. But when we go out and we do laser tests and long-distance observations over a 20-mile lake, there's zero curvature at all. It's just completely flat. It's so flat that it forms, when there's no wind, it forms like a perfect mirror on the surface of the lake. And, you know, you can see whatever's in the background perfectly reflected off the water. Now, to have a perfect reflection like that, you need a flat surface.
Okay.
But the main thing... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, my only question would be, like, I don't even really like getting into, like, the arguing back with, flat earthers and stuff, and, like, kind of, like, because I think it's not like you guys have I mean, you're clearly putting some thought behind it. My thing is like,
Yeah.
how do you? I feel like you have to answer to so many things. Like you have to have so many bizarre standpoints to be a flat earther. Like you would have to how why does NASA say that it's a globe and like most scientists say it's a globe and the scholarly consensus is that it's a globe and stuff? Like why is all that? Like are they just
Yeah,
lying?
it's because it's taught in the education system that it's a globe. Now, it's actually like so we all experience the Earth as flat. Like you've never seen any curvature, I've never seen any curvature, right? That doesn't prove that it's flat, but that's right. That's like what we experience, right? So it's not crazy to say exactly what we experience is reality.
No, what I'm saying, no. I'm not saying that's the crazy part. I'm not saying how you come to the conclusion is crazy. I think it is just like it's flat, so it's flat. But I think it's like what you have to deny is the crazy part. Like there's scientists who are claiming and astronomers who are claiming we have done tests and we have proven it. Like in this.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. You think like they've done tests and proven it. Like who did that? Most of them are just assuming that the Earth's a globe, right? They've never tested it. They've just taken it
who is lying?
In good faith.
So why are people lying?
Like who?
Like NASA, don't they have like pictures and they claim 100% that we've seen that in its globe.
Yeah, NASA only claims to have NASA's super suspect. If you look into NASA, even if I was a globe earther, based on the research I've done on NASA, right, I wouldn't trust a word they say, right? They clearly faked the moon landings. I don't know if you've looked into that.
Oh yeah, those were really bad.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to trust someone that's a known liar, if you know what I mean. Like, there's so much footage that they've been caught faking. And even if you look into the history of the Apollo program and things like that, right? There's just so many inconsistencies. The footage looks absolutely ridiculous.
So do you...
NASA only claims to have one full-frame photo of the Earth from space, and that's the 1972 Blue Marble. Right, that's from these Apollo missions that look so ridiculous, right? So after that, all of the images that NASA's giving you of the Earth from space are admitted just to be made in Photoshop, and they're just composited from a whole bunch of images that have been stitched together from low altitude, right? So they take a bunch of photos of the Earth or images of the Earth using a radio telescope, and then they have like an artist translate the data into imagery, and then they stitch it together, then they wrap it around a ball in Photoshop, and then they add in the clouds and stuff, right? And when you zoom into these images of the Earth, you can see copy-pasted clouds all over the place, and this is how NASA admits that they make these images of the Earth. So it's kind of deceptive in a way. But most people haven't looked into how NASA claims they make it.
Okay. So
yeah.
Okay, other than NASA though, what about the independent? Why is it? I don't know, man. Why is it just like a brute fact, scholarly at least? Like all the people, like if you ask any of these people, I know you're saying this just because they've been told, right? But isn't like the whole point of their like philosophy, at least to be a scholar on whatever major you're about geometry, like about the Earth maybe, or about astronomy, maybe about space, or maybe about science, just the observable world, the observable universe, to question everything. Why would they just grow up and go against their entire profession by saying, okay, the Earth is a globe? And they're claiming that there's ways to prove it.
Yeah, they're just... Well, to get that position that they have in the first place, right, they just have to be very good at remembering the information that they learn in their university. Right, so they have to get very good at memorizing and regurgitating the textbooks that they've been handed.
So who's writing the textbooks?
Well, they're what do you mean? They're kind of like it's not like the people in the textbooks. Yeah,
you're saying NASA's suspect and stuff, but then when you get to like the just traditional school system teaching it, why is that? That has nothing to do with NASA. Why is it being taught there?
It's a big belief system. Look, we're not even saying that people at NASA know the Earth is flat.
Exactly.
They've never been to the outer space environment to make that claim.
So so when it's being taught in schools and when it's being taught in colleges, it's a belief system. It's no one's lying, no one's being dishonest. They just believed it and they're teaching it.
Like an urban myth.
But that's kind of, why would they be teaching an urban myth as a fact and disguise it as a fact for forever? Or not even forever, it's kind of recent.
People have always done this.
I know, but this one's recent though. Like people used to think the Earth was flat, and then they switched it. It would be one thing if it was like everyone thought the Earth was a globe before, because they were ignorant. But People thought the Earth was flat before, and then they switched it to a globe like recent. It hasn't been that long since people have believed the Earth was a globe. So like they recently switched it, and everyone just believes in it, and they say it's a fact.
Well, it was
That's the part I
incorporated.
think is bizarre to
It was incorporated into the mainstream education system 500 or 600 years ago, basically, by the Jesuits.
Okay, as a belief though, or as a fact? Because they incorporated it as a fact. They're saying this is true.
Well, it has its origins with Pythagoras and with navigation. So Pythagoras looked at the stars and conceived of the stars as existing within this gigantic void that was a sphere, the perfect shape, the most ideal primordial form. And that's just how people always considered the celestial sphere. And then they started creating mapping systems out of it, and eventually led to the culmination of the Nautical Almanac and sailing. And the only way to use that is if you were to treat Earth as a sphere too. But there are other ways to interpret the heavens than as a sphere. So we are left this basically out of convention from thousands of years of human history.
Hold on. Okay, so how do y'all feel about the guy who did the laser gyroscope thing? The ring laser gyroscope, the flat earther guy who did that. So what's y'all's response on that? Was he wrong? Did he mess something up? Or do you guys?
Yeah, his data was wrong. We've got the complete data set, and it's a bunch of noise. His ring laser is a fiber optic gyroscope, not a ring laser. Was either not calibrated or malfunctioning from the get-go. There's no correlation of anything. He himself cherry-picked the information, and the people who put the movie together then cherry-picked from that information.
Okay. Well, has there been any flat earther to redo his exact thing and try to get it right?
I mean, not to my knowledge, but we've done other things.
Yeah,
we have like countless amounts of long distance observations, laser tests, right? A huge accumulation of evidence that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe.
Okay, here's another thing with the part that I think if you're a flat earther you have to reject some things. Kind of crazy. Beyond the globe Earth part, it's gravity too, right? You guys don't believe in gravity or outer space. You guys don't believe in outer space either.
Just outer space is different. It's probably not the same as what we've been taught. Very likely isn't. Most definitely isn't.
Well, that's the same thing for the globe Earth.
And what's wrong with gravity? Why can't you have that?
Huh?
You know, I drop a pencil, it falls to the ground, it accelerates. Big whoop.
Oh, I just thought that most flat earthers said gravity isn't real.
The issue is a lot of people defending the globe think we have to accept the globe as a consequence of gravity because they get into like Einstein and orbital mechanics and all these unproven claims.
Well, no. Well, let me ask you this then. You're a flat earther. Do you think gravity is real?
The little g gravitational acceleration is. Now, beyond that, I don't know, and I can say confidently that nobody, even in mainstream scientific communities, know what the cause of gravity is.
So why did they claim that they did? And they claim that it's been proven.
They don't they don't claim that they do. There are like 20 to 30 prevailing theories on the cause of gravity, and most of them contradict each other.
Oh. Okay, what about space then? So that's another thing about the flat. I know you're saying there probably is. It's just not the same. That's the same as the globe Earth, though. You have to kind of hold this standpoint of, okay, someone's manipulating and inserting these lies into the schools and into the colleges, and then NASA's lying, and everyone's lying.
I think the academics are oversimplifying a lot of this for the masses. You know, and some of them probably know what we know. If you dig into NASA's technical report server, you'll find their studies of outer space and what it is. They'll claim it's like 97% plasma. You'll never read that in textbooks. They're building plasma simulators in order to study space physics. They build satellites. They claim to build satellites that operate as such that they manipulate Earth's magnetic fields in order to maneuver, in order to stay even aloft, which betrays the simple notion that they're falling in a gravity well around and around in circles. So we can go directly to the source and see that the experts contradict what the normies think.
Wait, you don't believe in satellites either?
I think they operate in a far more exotic manner than you and I could possibly conceive.
What satellites do?
Yeah, look
What you
up
think are
something
up
called
there?
electrodynamic propulsion. It's been around since the 1970s.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So what about so you don't so another thing is the space station. You don't believe in that? Not just NASA. What about other countries?
Well, you got a program called Space. It's a great propaganda program for the masses. It's a great way to unify people behind common ideas and endeavors, pacify the public. It's even great for diplomacy. And what's the best part? This is just me speculating, but wouldn't it be interesting if it was a great international blackmail program, right? Hey, we can now trust each other because we're all lying to the public about our achievements.
Yeah,
it's not really just me saying that either. I mean, the founding of NASA came out of a psychological operation founded under Truman called the Operations Coordinating Board.
Think about it from my standpoint, though, right? It's like looking at it from the outside in. If I want to be a flat earther, I have to say that every country, with all this differing culture and differing background, all came together on a lie about space and the Earth being a globe.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, so it's a coincidence that they all made this lie up.
No. Listen, I mean, they all think Earth is a globe, and they are lying about technological achievements.
About Earth being a globe, though.
No, I don't think very many people know that at all.
No, I'm saying that they all lie. They all lie and try to.
No, I don't think they're lying. They're delusional, dude. They haven't been up to confirm what's going on.
No, they claim that they go up there. There's like space, like the other countries have things just like NASA space.
Well, let me throw this one thing out quickly, Monk.
Yeah,
right.
sure.
So only 26 people have ever said to have left low Earth orbit, right? And that was just the Apollo programs. So no one's even left low Earth orbit, right? I'm saying in over 50 years. Yeah, but what you're seeing now, right? It's not people going out of low Earth orbit. Okay, so it's only 26 people. And when they interviewed NASA and said, "How come you can't go back to the moon?" What do you think they said?
Technology thing.
Well, they didn't even say that. They said they destroyed the technology, and it would be a painful. Yeah, like it's an interesting answer. That's all. That's what I'll say about it. Right, but it's not like all these countries are going up to space and have people hanging out in space and all that sort of thing.
I'm saying they're all pushing the same scientific narrative of that that Earth is a globe, gravity's real, space is real, and it's how we're telling you it's real, and we have evidence, and we're all doing these studies. And
Listen. They have a different interpretation, dude. That's all. That's what I said from the beginning.
But it's all what I'm saying is you have to reject not just NASA and say, okay, NASA sketch. You have to reject like these Chinese corporations claiming that they have space figured out and stuff that are also agreeing with NASA. You have to disagree
there's
with
a big propaganda effort, to project technological achievements that may not be true.
To me,
and I can point to founding documents of NASA that show this to be the case.
Well, to me, that's one of, in my opinion, the problems with flat Earth. I don't think the problems lie in the not being able to ground what you guys believe are truth. I think it comes into trying to find answers for why there's so many lies or not lies, like why is there so much delusion and people who don't know what they're talking about, and all your answers sound like they do add up, like they are fitting answers, but they're just like unlikely. I don't think that it's likely that
because we've gone out and measured the surface, bro. I mean, we've done measurements all over the earth.
I know
as a community,
but there's people who are claiming the opposite, that they've done measurements and they're saying that
they have not produced anything. Nothing. We've been here 10 years asking them to produce and put up their curvature measurements. They can't do it. Nobody ever has. And we've recorded all of our interactions every day for every hour of every day for years.
Okay, let me see. Let me figure out right now. I'm gonna find a random measurement that some random person did, and I want to see like what it was to make the Earth a globe. Because I am gonna be honest. I've probably never seen any of them, just because I've never. Yep.
Yeah, that's what most people assume, that it's been done over and over again. So yeah, go see what you can come up with and present it.
Yeah, I got you. being globe? If so, who was it? Okay.
If you want to refine your search, you may want to look into the field of surveying.
Okay, I'm just going to paste this in the side chat. This was a Google's Answers contributor, so I'm going to click on the link right here.
Oh, interesting.
So it says-
Eratosthenes. Wow, I didn't think it would come up with that one.
It says Eratosthenes. It says Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. All right, look, let me give you a really simplification of why that's not a measurement of the Earth being a globe. Okay, so even Neil deGrasse Tyson, I spoke about him earlier, right? Even he came out with a video saying that it doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe or flat, right? It's just that Eratosthenes, right, he made some assumptions and he did some calculations based off those assumptions. Right, so what he did was he already pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe. He wasn't even trying to work out if the Earth was a globe or not. He already thought it was. Okay, then he basically measured a shadow. Okay, so in one location there was no shadow on the stick. Okay, that was directly under the sun, and then in a different location there was a 7.2 degree shadow measured. Right, then he pre-assuming the Earth was a globe, and pre-assuming that the sun is basically an infinite distance away, so the sun rays come in parallel. Right, based on those two assumptions, he did some calculations, and he estimated the circumference value of the Earth. Right, so he didn't actually measure the Earth at all. So even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the globe Earth scientist, right, he even admits this in multiple videos that he has out. So it's not something that's measuring the Earth to be a globe, right? It's just making some assumptions and then doing some calculations. Right? You could do the same thing in a room in your house. If you have a room and you got a light in the center of the room and you put a stick directly underneath that light, right? It's not going to have a shadow because it's directly under the light, right? You can put another stick on the side of the room, it's going to have a shadow. Yeah, so you could, if you made the same assumptions that Eratosthenes made, right, you could work out the circumference of your flat floor, right? If that's how flawed it is, if you see what I mean, like it's a flat floor.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't have a circumference, but if you assumed that you're standing on a curved surface and that those rays from that light are coming in parallel, right, then you could do the same math that he did, right? You would do the degrees, like measure the degrees of the shadow on the stick that's far away on the side of the room, right? And then do 360 degrees divided by, however many degrees it is, divided by 360, right? Assuming that you're already standing on a sphere, right? And then times it by the distance between stick A and stick B, and then the answer will give you like the circumference of that flat floor. So it's flawed, that's all I'm saying. It's a flawed test based on assumptions. So that's what you're going to find from the globe side throughout history. It's not something they're actually going out and actually like measuring the curvature of the Earth. It's calculations.
Okay. Yeah. So is that your same response for geometrical calculation? Because there's like 20 different people who right here. It's saying
that's the entire field of astrogeodetic surveying and celestial navigation. What they do is they assume parallel light rays from distant sources. The light rays themselves at the source are emanating from a source that is so huge the surface is effectively flat. So the rays are perpendicular to that flat surface and parallel to each other. And they bathe the tiny globe curving Earth in those rays. So we say, no, you actually observe diverging rays from a source, not parallel rays. And we measure the surface below our feet to be flat. The surface of that light source in the sky is unknown and unknowable. So their base assumption for how all of this works is just that. They cannot validate it. They have to have parallel rays coming from a surface in the sky, a light source that is effectively flat and very far and very, very big.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you just do a coordinate transformation by swapping the two, the flat surface from the light source to the flat surface below your feet, and then use natural observations, i.e., we are using diverging ray sources, then you have a flat Earth.
Okay, what about this guy right here, Alfred Russell? Do you guys know who this guy is? Yeah. So this guy apparently measured the Earth using curvature. He used curvature and horizon measurements with lasers, telescopes, drones to come to the conclusion. Or he's basically saying that the horizon. Okay, so using this research, he measured the drop of the horizon over distance. On a flat surface, it wouldn't happen, but on a sphere, objects disappear on the bottom first as they go beyond the curve. That's just one of the guys who did it. So what? How do you like? What's your response to that one?
Never heard of the guy.
Okay, what about the overall study, or what about the overall method of curvature and horizon measurements, where they use a drone or something and drop it past the horizon over a distance?
I mean, I've never seen a ship disappear bottom up over curvature. So, I mean, there seems to be this urban myth that this happens everywhere all the time. Like, I used to live in Hawaii. The beach was across the street from my house. I used to see ships pulling out of Pearl Harbor.
Okay, hold on. So, I'm trying to search up more people who've done these measurements other than him, and here's everything I'm getting. I couldn't find it on ChatGPT on Google, so I just ChatGPT'd it. Here's more people who have done it.
Yep. So we've dug into the field of surveying. Nobody actually can construct anything taking Earth's curvature into account. It's another urban myth. The amount of systematic errors in the construction process, even the surveying process, the materials development process. You've got bridges that are subject to thermal expansion and load weights over massive weights and times and season changes. The bridges, for example, will deform by orders of magnitude greater degree than there ever is any Earth curvature taking into account. They have absolutely no way to deal with this. We actually emailed a bridge construction team in Louisiana for a bridge that people debate with us say that purposefully took Earth curvature into account. We emailed their engineering team who built it, and one of the leaders wrote back, and like I said, okay, find this email, give me a few, and said, no, we did not have to take Earth curvature into account. We built it in segments, and we just figured it was naturally there.
Yeah, I'll find it. I got it here.
Okay, so why do people observe ships sailing away over sea? They disappear at the bottom first. And there's even videos.
Tell me that they really do. Everybody says this happens.
Okay, let me see. I think there's a sped up video, there's a sped up compilation on YouTube of a ship disappearing bottom first. So I'm gonna look it up. Give me a second.
There's going to be shoaling. There's going to be wake turbulence. There's going to be humidity at the marine layer just above the surface when you zoom in. What we need is a measurement of where that curvature is from the observer and the observer's height.
So here's another thing, right? When I'm looking at this thing of the observation of the horizon appearing ships argument, this is another thing, and this is a whole other thing that's not space, it's not globe Earth, it's not gravity, but it's another thing that everyone is saying is true, and everyone's claiming to observe. That most people at least claim it, then they don't. It's like a established.
That should always happen, though, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think under certain circumstances, maybe it couldn't happen.
Well, most of the time it doesn't happen. I mean, I grew up, living just next to the beach in the east coast of Australia, and I was always watching fishing boats and cruise ships going out, and I never saw them disappearing bottom up. It happens more rarely than than
Well, if it does happen
not.
now,
Well, waves is a great reason, right? So if you have waves in the foreground, right, it can block something large in the background. That's obvious, right? As the further the ship moves away from the wave, right, it's going to block the bottom of the ship out. So that's something that you need to take into consideration. And there are also atmospheric effects that can be present, which can cause that to happen. The thing is, we can replicate the same thing happening on a small scale on a flat surface as well, right? So we could show you some small scale demonstration where it looks like a little toy ship or a little, something or other is disappearing behind a horizon, but it's just a small flat surface like a table
so I'm seeing a
or
whole
a
bunch
hallway.
of videos. I'm seeing a whole bunch of videos and pictures of them actually right now of them disappearing. So are you saying that?
Well, have a look at the one I posted in the side chat there, right? That's a giant ship. And you'll see that when he's zoomed out, right, you can't see the ship at all. And when he zooms in on the ship, you can see the entire ship again. There's nothing hidden from the ship, right? So if it was a globe, it would always have to go behind the physical horizon, right?
Right, that's always going to be present. Right, so when we say, sorry.
No, you're right, go ahead.
The bottom-up disappearance thing due to curvature is one claim, but bottom-up disappearance due to other factors is another claim. And there are myriad of many factors that have to be ruled out. So if it's going to be curvature claim, the one question I have is first, before I look at other factors, is how high was the observer? And at what distance is that ship from the observer? Does anybody... Whenever they present this as globe evidence, does anybody ever have those figures present and a way to verify it? So then we can move on and say, okay, here's what's really happening. There could be a series of successive waves, and interference patterns of waves themselves are too small for your eye to resolve, but are in a midfield or near field relative to a ship in the far field. And those waves will appear to gobble up the ship as it scales away into the distance with perspective. There's also some miraging effects that can happen right above the layer, particularly if there's a big temperature differential between the water and the air at that moment. You can have evaporative effects causing frame drag optically, which can shift images. So there are so many things, so many factors that we know exist and know to be true that we can replicate even on smaller scales without curvature to produce exactly what people claim is curvature. Meanwhile, I'm asking for evidence of globe curvature disappearance. So you know what I mean by that? Yeah. I mean, if you focus instead of the bottom of the ship that is subject to obfuscation by waves and miraging effects, and focus on the top of the ship should scale linearly with perspective, right? Twice the distance, half the size, as it converges into your vanishing line in your field of view on the horizon. If there's curvature, there should also be a dropping and a drop rate associated with the curvature too. Both of these should be combined and present, and they never are in any single observation that anybody ever gives. It's always perspective, and it's always perspective that can be mitigated by optical disturbances and by wave obstruction and other things.
Okay. What is it? I'm looking. Okay,
yes,
yeah.
So if the Earth was a globe, right, the horizon would have to be a certain distance away. That's why he was saying we need to, get some confirmation on how far away the ship was, what was the observer height, and that sort of thing, right? Because we can replicate things disappearing bottom up on a flat surface. That's not a problem, right? Obviously, waves and different atmospheric effects and things like that need to be taken into account too. So most of the time, if I have seen videos of ships disappearing bottom up, it's usually when there's an obvious miraging effect taking place, or there's like very, very choppy ocean swells with decent sized waves, that sort of thing. And it's not consistent either. So what we have is observations that completely debunk the geometric horizon. So I was just saying, like, if the Earth's a globe, right? I was taught at school, I don't know if you were as well, but if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach, the horizon has to be at 3 miles away if the Earth's a globe. So if you're standing there and a ship's sailing away from you, it should start disappearing over the horizon at 3 miles. But when we go out and we actually test the Earth, right, we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see if the Earth's a globe. And we got tons of examples of that happening.
Okay, do you think that the barometric formula is, I don't know. I don't know how to say, verified or, I guess, gone through the scientific method? Is that how you would say it?
What the heck? Who's in your DMs, dude? That has absolutely no relevance on anything we're talking about right now.
No.
Yeah, what do you mean
with the barometric formula?
Wait, yes, it does. You know how we were just so this whole time what I was doing was trying to find studies from certain people who've done certain things. So while you guys were talking, I was scrolling through more of them, but you guys just got stuck on that one. Remember, this whole time I've been firing out multiple of them. It's been one after the other. I've done like 3 so far. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, go ahead. What's the argument?
Yeah, so this one is a study done for the barometric formula, which is seemingly. I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to find more people. It seemingly passes the scientific method, which means it's been demonstrated and can be demonstrated at any time and will be proven at any time. And in order for the biometric system or the biometric formula to even work or to be true, it needs gravity.
Yeah, so what? I already said I have no problem with it. So who's feeding you this? Like, yeah, I use the barometric formula every day.
Yeah. Well, that's would be I guess for the lunar, because the lunar eclipse.
Wait, what?
I don't know exactly which. Yeah, it ties into the lunar eclipse.
Dude, what? We went from ships on the horizon to barometric formula and lunar eclipse.
No, the barometric formula is the same as lunar eclipse. So for the lunar eclipse, I don't know if you were here. I don't know if I asked you exactly. I think it was someone else. But like the Earth would cast a round shadow, which is why earlier I was asking round.
Yeah, that's a good way to step in it. Listen, if there's something called the Selenelian lunar eclipse. It happens very often, actually, where the shadow comes from the wrong direction that it should be if Earth is blocking it, and the moon is going in the wrong direction for it to be happening too. You have both the sun and the moon facing each other in the sky at the same time, while the moon is fully eclipsed without anything in the way. NASA calls it the impossible eclipse. So whoever's feeding you this is setting you up for failure.
So what is your?
The lunar eclipse is our evidence. The lunar eclipse is our best evidence.
So I'm asking what your standpoint is on it. Earlier, the other person I asked earlier said they don't know why it's like that. So why does the Earth cast a circle shadow on the moon? Are you saying that like just now? What was that response supposed to be? What was the conclusion for that?
Well, that we don't know what's causing it.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Right. I mean, if it doesn't even work in a heliocentric model. Sunrise and sunset solar eclipses, for example, cannot be modeled heliocentrically because you can't have the sun, moon, and Earth in syzygy and see eclipses directly on the horizon. So eclipses, I mean, this is a great topic that we can get into extreme detail on perhaps another time. But these are things that we submit as problems with the globe.
Okay.
So yeah, I would be very skeptical. About anyone talking to you right now.
My conclusion that was gonna, no one's talking to me, man. But my conclusion that was gonna follow with that, whether or not you agree with it or disagree with it, or what your standpoint on it was, is that the lunar eclipse working and functioning how I'm assuming that it does, which is the Earth being round and casting a shadow, is taught still in every major academy and all over the world for the most part, in the education systems of college and even traditional school, like preschool all the way to 12th grade for Americans.
We agree. Yeah, we agree on that as well, right? This is something that's in all of the mainstream education systems. It has been for a long time.
Well,
it doesn't just. Yeah, so I mean, you could say, look, just say you lived like a long time ago, right? You could have all of everyone teaching you that the Earth's flat and this is how this works and this is how that works. And there could be a couple of people, you know, on like a little group of people saying, well, I think it's a globe. And you'll be like, well, all the education system, everyone says it's flat.
Well,
right? Why would they all be lying and be in on it, right? It's just because the majority of people believe something. That doesn't mean that you should take the majority as being true, right? It's a appeal to majority fallacy, actually. It's like faulty logic, a faulty way of thinking.
Yeah. Well, that's not actually, I mean, that's not actually analogous here, because the difference claims would be like back then when they're claiming it wasn't this we've proven it and we can show you scientific evidence of it. It was more of this belief system anyway. They weren't affirming it or teaching it as other than. But
there isn't
nowadays,
scientific evidence. That's the problem, right? They still use the Saros cycle to predict eclipses.
What I'm
they
saying
use the
is
Saros cycle to predict eclipses, dude. Right?
No, what
that
I'm
was
saying is
created by flat Earth cultures.
What I'm saying is that's their claim in the teaching. That's what makes it different from flat Earth back then, or ancient cultures and societies teaching things back then. Is because right now they're claiming it. Not only that, but they're also claiming that it's been proven, and they can prove it, and all of them have proven it, and there's data and research and studies to prove it.
Well, how did they do that?
How did they do? It depends on which one or who's making the claim, right? Which country, which.
Yeah, I mean, anything to do with the globe when it comes to eclipses or the curvature mathematics, right? The radius value, the motions and speeds that the Earth's moving in, right? You need to look into how that was actually proven. And what you'll find is it hasn't been proven empirically, right? It's just calculations based off assumptions.
Well, that's the part I'm saying, though. So it's not just them being misinformed or them teaching this belief. It's a genuine lie. Like they're attempting to deceive.
That doesn't, right, that doesn't mean that they're lying. If they believe it, how are they lying?
Because
if the people teaching it believe it.
Because they're claiming that they've done something that they haven't done in your.
Okay, who claimed that they did what?
Yeah, that's what's being taught in most schools and textbooks, is that it's being claimed that...
So do you agree that the teachers aren't lying? The professors aren't lying?
Well, about what?
What they're teaching the kids.
No, I'm talking about what the professors are showing the kids. The actual source material is what makes the claim, okay, we know the Earth is flat.
Okay, do you think the professor's lying to the kids?
Well, not the professor, no, but what they're giving them, the textbooks that are saying it. Whoever's writing and pushing these textbooks out, right?
Okay, so you're saying that the textbooks are lying.
Or whoever's conceiving of these textbooks that are being accepted by the schools and colleges are
maybe
saying
they're just
that
updated versions of the previous textbooks.
They're saying that they've done something that you're claiming that they didn't do, which is, I mean, they're lying. They're saying
like what?
That they didn't.
Like what?
I just gave an example. Prove that the Earth is a globe. They're saying that it's been proven.
Okay, how was it proven?
Well, that's what I just told you, right? Even
how are they saying it's being proven?
Well, this is what I'm saying, though. Even if I said I couldn't tell you, that's what I'm saying. That would mean they're lying, right?
Okay, well, I'm just asking. You said that was your claim that they're lying, right? Because you say that they said that it's been proven. I was saying, okay, if that's your claim, what are they saying? How did they say it's been proven?
I'm asking you. Are they lying?
It hasn't been proven.
Exactly. So that means they were lying. Then they're saying that they proved it. You're saying that they didn't prove it.
Okay, who said that they proved it? Tell me. We're
going in a circle. We want to. I'm not exactly.
Well, you're
sure.
saying that someone's lying. I'm saying who is it?
Well, I gave you a broader. I don't know exactly. I'm gonna have to find a name of like who actually is pushing this narrative, or like the exact context of the genre of globe Earth, or I guess
Well, that's your claim, though, right? That is your claim.
Well, you agreed on that earlier.
Nobody proved it.
Wait, didn't we agree earlier that that's what's being taught, though? That it's been proven?
It's being taught.
You can start.
Okay, so why do you keep saying who then? Well, we're already talking about who.
Well, you just agreed that the professors that are teaching the information aren't lying, right? I agree with you on that. Now you're saying that the textbook itself is lying.
It's the source material.
Right? Textbooks, it's just a textbook, so it's not.
It's whatever they're getting it from. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, where are they getting it from?
It depends on which one we're talking about. For the globe Earth, I don't know. It's probably just various independent scientists. I mean, it's just a brute fact. It's a scholarly consensus.
All right. Well, who? Then? I mean, you need to. If you're saying someone's lying, you need to present us with who is it and what are they lying about? And how can you prove that they're lying?
The guy you were bringing up earlier.
Who's that?
Neil Tyson, I'm pretty sure his name is.
No, he just believes that the Earth's a globe. He's just regurgitating
He's
information.
claimed that it's been proven, though. I can show you a video.
Okay, how did he claim it? Okay, maybe he's just wrong about that.
Okay,
That doesn't mean he's lying.
Wait, slow down. Wait, so you're asking me where did they get it from? I just told you a person that they got it from.
Okay, so do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson believes that the Earth is lying about the Earth being a globe, or he just believes it?
This is what I'm asking you. So he's saying that it is, and he's also saying that he can prove it, and he's proved it. But you're saying
Okay,
it's
how did he do that?
Where's his proof at?
How did he say? Hold on, look, let's slow it down a bit. Okay, you just said Neil deGrasse Tyson said that it's been proven. Okay, what did he say? And who did he reference that proved it?
Okay, wait. If I show you a video or anything of him claiming that he's proven it, and he's going to tell you tests that he's done, you're going to argue against his test, right?
Okay, what did he do? Let's stick with that. Okay, what did Neil deGrasse Tyson do to validate that the Earth's a globe?
I'm going to pull it up right now.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you, you're just going to disagree with it, and you're going to argue against it, which would mean that he has to be lying.
No, I'm going to analyze it.
Doesn't mean that he is lying. It can mean that he is wrong. That's not lying.
No, because it would be that would follow if he was just saying that it is. He was just stating the conclusion. He's stating that he did something that follows to the conclusion. But you're saying that it doesn't follow the conclusion. That means it's a lie.
Show it.
It's not just him being
you
wrong.
just need to find that now, and then we can go over it, right? Because I don't think he's ever done anything like that.
He's never. You don't think that you don't think he's ever said that the Earth is a globe?
He never said he had proof that the world is.
No, he thinks that he believes Neil deGrasse Tyson is very good at. Okay, so people that are in the education system as professors, as teachers, that's basically what Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right? He's a science educator, one of the most famous in the world, right? So he's just regurgitating the information that he learned at university. Okay, that's all he's doing. He's not lying. He's never actually tested the Earth to see if it's a globe or not. You're saying if he
regurgitate.
Yeah, if you think that Neil deGrasse Tyson did something that validates the Earth's a globe, then
here's a 7-minute video of him literally giving an argument. It's not him regurgitate. He's giving his own personal argument.
What's his argument?
Hey, I don't know. You would have to see. It's just like brute fact. It's like common sense.
Okay, name one fact in it, and then we'll go over it.
No, I'm saying it's a brute. Listen, you're not listening to me. You keep interrupting me and cutting me off.
Science communicator.
I'm saying it's a brute fact that he is assuming these things and saying that they have been proving and saying that he's proven them.
Yeah. Okay, so how did he prove anything in that video that he's saying? What did he do?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not clicked on the video and went through it.
Okay, well, this is your claim, so you need to.
Wait, listen. I've already
click on the
proven my
video
claim.
and
You're
watch
asking
it.
for a specific thing. My burden. I have no burden right now. What am I burden?
Yeah, you said that Neil deGrasse Tyson has done certain things, or said he's done certain things.
Yeah,
that
I
prove
sent
the
my
Earth's a globe.
evidence. I sent my evidence.
No, this is what you said.
I sent my evidence for what I said.
No, you didn't. You haven't even what you just said. You haven't even watched it.
Look at this.
Exactly.
Wait. It's not about whether or not I watched it. It's about what the video's about.
You don't even know what's in the video.
It's right here. It's him giving arguments against the flat Earth. In the first minute of the video is him disagreeing with flat Earth and then giving an argument.
Yeah, disagree. That's not him. That's not him doing something that validates the Earth is a globe, like you said.
He said he gave us a specific argument.
You don't even know what the arguments are. You can't just put a YouTube video in the side chat that you haven't even watched.
I just looked at the YouTube video for 1 minute since you didn't want to, right? His argument is that the fact that the Earth spins, and the fact that he's done studies that the Earth spins, it doesn't work.
What did he do to validate that the Earth is spinning?
I don't know. You have to talk to him. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know. He didn't even claim that he's done. Right, this was your claim. So relax.
Oh, it was.
Relax, dude. Relax.
Relax. You're screaming over.
Yeah, you're digging yourself a hole. That's what you're doing.
I'm not digging myself a hole. I can't talk. You're not allowed.
Bro, you're digging yourself a hole, right? And you're getting excited now because you're trying to work out how to get out of the hole that you just dug yourself.
Hold on, stop,
in
man.
the first seconds, it literally says no flat Earth researchers believe that there's a solar system. That is correct. We don't believe in the solar system. We don't believe that we're in space. That is true.
Okay, cool. What does that have to do with what I just said?
Right. So they're basically proving us kind of right.
Okay, I don't care. That's not what my claim was. My claim was that he says and claims that the Earth is a globe, and then claims that there's proof for it, and he's proven it.
Okay, what did he do to prove it, bro?
Wait, now that's a whole other question. Why do I have to answer that? That's not my burden.
The first sentence
You're the one
proposing
the first sentence
I
he said.
proved my burden. That's not my burden. I don't have to show you what he did.
No, you didn't prove anything. You didn't prove that he lied. So
Okay, what was my? I never said he lied.
So
I
don't
asked
be triggered. So
I
don't be
asked you if he lied. Are you kidding?
Without getting loud.
So just stop being
you're
that
cutting
triggered
me off.
because
I'm not
it
being
is
triggered.
annoying.
I'm being cut off. I'm being
You're
cut off.
yelling.
I have it on clip.
You're yelling.
Yeah, you're freaking
Okay,
out.
hold on.
Just chill, bro. Take it back to a chill level.
Let's hold on.
We're
When
super
when
chill, bro.
talk-
You need to be on our level.
Okay, when I'm speaking and someone starts talking, look, he just did it. So I raise my voice. Whenever I'm speaking and someone interrupts me, I raise my voice. That's how that's-
We don't need to feel like he's getting dogpiled on.
You did. Yes, you
Right,
did.
so-
What are you talking about?
Let's try. Let me try to de-escalate
I wanna
it.
send this
Your
clip
claim
in
was
the
that Neil deGrasse Tyson was lying.
No, it wasn't. That was not my
Yes,
claim.
it
I have it on
was.
clip. No,
This
it
is
wasn't.
recorded, bro.
Okay,
This is
we can
being
go
streamed
for it.
on
I asked-
YouTube. If you're gonna start lying, bro, you can listen to your lie back if you want. You just have to go back a few minutes. You said
I asked you, is he lying?
Bro, stop
I
talking
asked
over
you.
me. Don't hold on there, Cross. Yeah, hold on. I don't want to look. I don't want to just start muting people. I want to give him a chance. I want to try to have a good conversation with him. Right. Once if I start muting him, then he's probably just gonna leave. Right. So, just trying to de-escalate it. Right. We can't dogpile on him though.
Yeah, I literally. By the way, the entire time I was asking you if he's lying to show inconsistency.
I said no, he's not lying, and you said yes, he is lying because he said that he's okay. So we agree then. We're in agreement that Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't lying.
You're steamrolling. I can't respond to you. Can I respond without being interrupted?
Yep.
Okay. So my original claim was I was trying to show absurdities, and the reason why I wasn't even critiquing the flat Earth for any evidence. I think that you guys do have evidence in backing up what you actually believe. I said this from the beginning. Nor was it to sit here and try to prove the globe Earth, right? The entire time, what I was trying to prove is that to be a flat Earther, my only problem with it is the pill that you have to swallow of the absurdity and rejecting and coming up with answers for why these people are either one, lying, two, in delusion, or three, don't know what they're talking about, but all claiming to know what they're talking about when it comes to NASA, which you said is sketchy, other countries, which you say are just someone said in the side chat, they're all.
You agreed NASA's sketchy.
Wait, sure. Yeah, sure, 100%. But that's not my point. My point is that even without NASA, the guy in the side chat agreed that China and India, which are countries that they're not even a part of America, right? Nor do they they probably involve themselves in NASA, but they're not like owners of NASA, they're not CEOs of NASA, affirm what NASA believes, and also claim that they have their own evidence. And the guy in the side chat said,
you realize there's a place called the United Nations.
why are you interrupting me? And the guy in the side chat said that they're pumping out, that they're money machines that are pumping out money, right? So that's where I'm trying to show absurdity. To be a flat earther, you have to say things like the guy said in the side chat, which is there's multiple countries with different backgrounds, different cultures, different pains and struggles they've been through, all coming to the conclusion that these things are true. But to be a flat earther, you have to reject those being true. And that led to me getting into the conversation of the lunar eclipse, and another thing that you have to reject, which is the lunar eclipse. And then we got into who's lying. I said, no, I'm not saying they're lying. I'm asking you, okay, is he lying? And you said he's not. But then I started breaking down how he could not be lying if he's claiming something that isn't true.
Okay, so we agree that Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't lying, right? That's the agreement now?
Well, I don't know. Well, wait, so, okay, sure, yeah. Now we agree. If you're saying he's not lying, then yeah. But I don't.
That was the original thing, and you said he is lying because he claims that he proved that the Earth is a globe.
No. I would say he would be lying under your worldview, and this is why I think he would be lying under your worldview. Is because he's saying that the Earth is a globe, and then claims that there's proof of the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, and DJ told you that you're wrong.
Okay, I proved that though. I sent the video in the side chat, and he said, "Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me." He said this exact thing. He said the Earth is a globe.
No.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me though?
Because I understood
let me help you out.
three times now the same sentence that you said 3 times that you said.
Why are you interrupting? I don't understand. But what's the point of interrupting me though? Like, what does that
let
mean?
me know. This is why. Because as soon as you make an error, it has to be corrected. When you speak to someone else's worldview, and you don't know their worldview, and
you're telling them all about their own worldview. That requires an instant, on-the-spot correction.
Okay, I wasn't telling him about his worldview just now. I was telling him about a YouTube video that I just watched, and I know I'm right.
You told us
He's
about
interrupting me again. He's interrupting me again.
You told us about it 3 times. This is the 4th time.
Why would I Why would I sit here and talk?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're talking over me every time I speak. Why would I do that?
Just go ahead. Tell us the
I was
story
having a
about that
perfectly
video
normal
the 4th
conversation
time.
before you joined, and you joined in screaming over me. Why would I want to talk to you?
So go ahead. Say the story about the video the 4th time.
There's no story. And
Go
I
ahead.
haven't said this 4 times. Like, what is
Please,
wrong
I
with
want
you?
to
You're
talk
mentally challenged.
after you. Please, I want to talk after you finish the story.
Okay, if you want that to happen, you have to shut up. If you want that to happen, you have to hold. You have to have some self-control. Act like an adult and hold
I'm
yourself back
muting
before you
myself.
interrupt.
I'll mute myself. Stop
my
crying.
God! I mean, this is insanity.
Hey, Monk, if
I
you
mute
were to
myself.
stop
Be
trying to
concise.
moderate the channel, you might find a better conversation. Your problem here is you're trying to moderate a channel you're not a moderator of.
How am I trying to moderate? Every time I speak, he screams over me. How is that moderation?
Why don't you take about 2 seconds and take a few deep breaths and say, this is not a big deal. Maybe lower your tone about 3 degrees. If you lowered your tone a little bit, others will lower their tone as well.
I already described earlier why I did that. It's when I'm speaking and someone starts talking over me, I raise my tone. That's what happens when someone
Okay,
screams
so
over me.
so don't do that because they're going to interrupt you more. So just
Okay, so-
stop.
so your logic
you're not
is
a
if someone-
moderator on the channel, so stop moderating and you'll find a better conversation.
Okay,
we want to talk with you.
Okay, so your response, so your logic is if someone talks over you, don't try to talk over them because they're just going to keep interrupting you. So I'm going to use.
That's correct.
Wait.
You're not a moderator here. If you were a moderator here,
interrupting me?
then I would give you different. Yeah. Okay. Again, you're not taking
If you're a moderator, wait, so moderators are allowed to do things. I can't do, like,
Monk.
talk over people?
Right, I am actually a moderator, right? So I'm gonna moderate the conversation now. Okay, so Monk, you wanted to make a point, right? Try to stick with one point, right? Finish your point, and then Necros wanted to say something after you. So right, let's just chill out, reset, and you make your point. Necros won't interrupt you until you completely finish, and then Necros wanted to say something after you, right? So are you happy with that?
Yeah,
Okay,
100%,
let's do
yeah,
that.
I'll go right now.
All right, go ahead.
I think everything I've attempted to do, I've done, which is show absurdity in the position of flat Earth when it comes to taking it, which is rejecting and assuming and like space is fake and all these people are lying and they just want to generate money. It's psycho almost, right? And then my argument, or what I was going to say that Necros is disagreeing with for some reason, is my claim was that this person said the Earth is a globe and then said he had proof that the Earth was a globe. He's saying that I never proved that. So if I go in this YouTube video right now in front of everybody and I give you guys the timestamp of him saying the Earth is a globe and then him claiming that there is proof of the Earth
we're
being a
past
globe,
that though. We're past that. We understand.
No,
Okay,
we're not
yes,
past
we
that.
see the
That's what me and
video.
Necros are on right now. Necros is saying I never proved
be
that.
concise. Be concise. Don't make longer story. Be concise. I heard that shit.
Okay, respond.
I'm hearing it for the 5th time.
Necros
Go
wants
ahead,
to know
please be
how.
concise.
Necros, can you respond?
That to be real. That's
Okay, stop.
that's what he wants to
I
know.
can respond.
No, that's
now
not what
if
he's
you want.
saying. That's not what
That's
he's
what he
saying.
wants to know.
No,
No,
that,
if
no,
you
he's
want, I
not.
can
He just said that
Hold
I
on,
never
guys.
proved
One
that.
second, I got to jump back in again, right? Monk, were you finished your point?
Yeah, no, I'm finished.
Okay, Necros, can you respond to his point?
Yeah, I can respond. So the first sentence, for example, that brown dude asked Neil deGrasse Tyson if he believes that the Earth is a globe and asked him why, he gave him the reason. He said, because we have photos from space. That first sentence, for example, that I give you, the first example in your own video that you just posted. That's not a lie. That's someone repeating the thing that he believes. He believed that those videos are from space. He believes those videos being legit. And he believed that those videos are coming from the organization that he believes that it is a legit organization. So that sentence, you don't have any proof that it is a lie.
Okay, you just conceded to what I said. So everyone remember my claim.
No, I didn't.
All right, hold on. So my claim was that he claimed the Earth was a globe, which he said in the video, and then he claimed there was proof that he had proof in his. Hold on. So if he did, and his claim was that there was pictures, which you just agreed. I'm not arguing whether or not those are actually proof. I'm arguing what he's saying. He's saying they're proof. So that's my burden lifted. I proved that he said it was globe, and I proved that he said there was
Hold on,
proof.
Necros. Just let him completely finish.
You have to concede that my claim, which was he said the Earth was a globe, and that he claimed there was evidence. I never said that he had concrete evidence that proved the Earth was a globe, or I'd be giving you the evidence. Are you like, hello?
Yeah. He said that there is evidence, and it isn't a lie. It is.
So you disagree with me? Why would you
Finish. I'll let you finish. Right. Take turns.
So he said that there is evidence. It is not mainly a lie. It can be the thing that he believes. That there is evidences. It's the thing that he believes. So it will be a lie if he knows that there is no evidence and he knows that the earth is flat, but he is saying that the earth is globe and saying that there is evidences for the globe. But if he doesn't and he believes the shit that he is saying, he believes it. And he's saying the thing that he believes, it's not a lie. He is repeating the thing that he believes. Wrong or correct. So that will be discussable. That will be something that we can discuss. It's about his belief being wrong or correct, but not a lie.
Okay, so Necros, why did you join the call screaming over me, disagreeing with me when you just conceded to what I said being true, which was he made a claim that the earth was a globe and then claimed he had evidence the earth was a globe? That's the only claim I made. Why are you talking over me? Then I sent the video in the side chat and you told me, I have it on clip. I'm listening to the clip right now. I made the exact claim I'm making right now. I said it earlier and you unmuted your mic, screamed over me saying, no, the video doesn't say that. I know the video doesn't say that. Now you're saying the video says it. Like, this is why. Why would I want to have? Why would I further?
All right, hold on a second. All right, okay. Let's see. I think you guys are on the same page, right? So you both agree that Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't lying.
Yeah, we both agree with that.
Yeah. So why are you screaming over me saying that you disagree earlier?
Because what's next? Let's move the conversation forward. Now you're in agreement on that point, right? What now? You want to talk about why would so many people lie?
Okay, look.
When you just agreed that they're not lying.
DJ, hold on. This is the best way. No, I never said why would so many people lie. My viewpoint is that you have to either have these third stances on these crazy, bizarre things, which shows absurdity. It's either lying, delusion, or misinformation, right? Or just claim or lying for money or something like that, right? It's one of these crazy.
Why does it have to be one of those? Why couldn't they just be right? They're just believing what they were taught in the education.
Okay, I told you why. Because they're not like NASA, for an example. They're not believing what they're. Why would you just interrupt me?
I don't care.
Well, it's not absurd to believe what you were taught at school.
Wait, this guy just said he doesn't care that he interrupt me.
No, I think he doesn't care that if it's the motive. The motive is irrelevant. Because the motive would be another logical fallacy called appeal to motive.
What are you talking about? He just interrupted me. I said, why would you do that? He said, I don't
No,
care.
he was talking about he doesn't care what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. Because that's also genetic fallacy.
Why would you say that out of nowhere when I was
talking? Because he's trying to get a word in edgewise, but you won't take any room for anyone in the room to give you space. Like you're not giving them any
name
space.
3 things, and that's not they can't just be the only reasons why.
Wait,
why are you just naming 3?
Wait, Kurt, I just paused to let you talk. I paused to let DJ talk. If I'm gonna pause to let you speak, you just don't have to interrupt me.
Okay, how about this? Make your point, and someone will give you feedback on your point.
That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm getting interrupted.
And your point is that the reason why people say the Earth is flat is some sort of motive-based agenda.
No, what? No, my claim is that
they're lying, they're looking for money, they're delusional, or something along those lines.
No, that's for the Earth being a globe. I'm saying if you want to assume the position of being a flat earther, and I can actually, what I was going to do before I got interrupted was demonstrate it to you guys right now. If I asked every single one of you flat earthers why or what your beliefs are for why certain things work different ways, you're all going to have different responses. Some of you guys are going to tell me that they're all doing it for money. Some of you guys are going to tell me that they're misinformed.
That's irrelevant.
Why?
Yeah, that's appeal. That's a logical fallacy called appeal to motive. It's
irrelevant. It's a red fucking herring, dude. Who cares?
Listen, it's not irrelevant. It's a part of my.
It's more than one thing. You act like it can only be one thing. It can be more than one, bro. What the fuck's wrong with you?
It's
speculation. This guy dropped the barometric formula. It went to shit because we knew at that moment that he was not here in good faith.
Wait, why am I being muted and cussed at? When was I being disrespectful to you? I don't understand.
Okay, this is what's going on here.
Being a whiny bitch. That's what is going on.
As soon as you appeal to motive of instead of the actual content, is the surface of the Earth curved or flat? You say this person over here is saying the Earth is curved, and they don't have a reason to lie. That's genetic fallacy, appeal to motive,
Yeah, this is a misunderstanding. So this is a misunderstanding because you don't know what's going on right now because you're not letting me speak. That would be true if my argument or the whole purpose of me talking right now were to be to either disprove or prove the Earth being a globe or flat. That's not my argument. Can anyone here tell me what the argument I'm trying to make right now? Can anyone in here tell me what it is?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, just go back to the live and you will see that you were arguing about those people being liars. All right,
Necros. Right. So your argument is that flat Earth is an absurdity because there are so many people all around the world, right, that all agree that the Earth is a globe and about eclipses and that sort of. That's your argument.
So if my argument is that, then how am I committing a motive fallacy? It has nothing to do with that at all. The whole argument is...
Can we let Sporadic address that issue if Sporadic has time?
I didn't even get to finish, though. I was going to formally give it just now.
Sorry, I thought I got it right. That's all.
No, you did get it right, but just now I was about to give another argument for why I believe that with evidence. Just I can do a demonstration with you guys right now, which is my argument. And I was
all right, well, be quick and go ahead.
Yeah, quick demonstration. None of you guys have to do it if you want. But if I asked one thing, and don't interrupt me and say this is like a appeal to motive fallacy, it's not, because I just went over what my actual claim is, which is to show absurdity. If I asked any flat earther here a basic question on why certain communities believe certain things, right? All of you guys, not all of you, but most of you guys are going to have different responses. In fact, in the conversation I've been having with you guys so far,
this has no relevance.
You guys have already had different responses.
Okay, maybe I'll draw you fucking crayons. It has no relevance what I believe. If I believe in Santa Claus and the guy next to me believes in the Easter Bunny, it doesn't change the shape of